Make France great again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501. Open the door. Welcome to the powerhouse. Deepening our relationship? Your Majesty, our previous relationship has already reached this point. How do we need to deepen it? Queen Augusta responded to Jerome Bonaparte in a sarcastic tone. Don't you think that'd take action on two pregnant women? Although the light in the room was so dim that Jerome Bonaparte could not see the expression of Queen Augusta clearly, but from the words of Queen Augusta, Jerome Bonaparte could hear it. Augusta still complains about Jerome Bonaparte. Actually, I'm here to apologize. Jerome Bonaparte touched his nose and explained to Queen Augusta, I really know you. And Jerome Bonaparte paused for a moment, glanced at the Marquise of Alais, who is curled up under the covers she sleeps with. If you know, what are you going to do? Queen Augusta continued to rebuke Jerome Bonaparte indifferently. I'll go first. Let's talk next time. Seeing that he was about to get into a deadlock, Jerome Bonaparte immediately pulled away. When he walked to the gates to leave Augusta's room, he turned to face him. Augusta said, Augusta, what? Your Majesty, are you planning to stay overnight? There are no extra beds here. Augusta's resentful voice reached Jerome Bonaparte's ear. I'm sorry, I'm not a good husband. After Jerome Bonaparte apologized to Augusta, he left the room without turning his head. The room fell silent again, and after a while, a soft sob appeared in the room, and the owner of the voice was Queen Augusta. The Marquise d'Alais, who was sleeping beside the Queen Augusta, heard the short sobbing of the Queen, and suddenly felt that she was the worst woman in the world. Let such a kind queen. From this point of view, Jerome Bonaparte's moral guilt for Queen Augusta is still relatively successful. His Royal Highness, I'm really sorry. The Marchioness of Alais apologized to Queen Augusta in a low voice. I will leave France early tomorrow morning and disappear in front of your Majesty forever. After speaking, the Marquise of Alais was about to get up and leave the Tuileries Palace and return to her place called home. No, you can't go. Augusta grabbed the Marquise Alais by the arm and wouldn't let her go. His Royal Highness, I'm a sinful woman. My existence will only disturb the happy life of you and His Majesty the Emperor. Marquise Alais responded to Queen Augusta, please let me leave here and leave France. Bah. After you leave, will the Emperor become single-minded? Queen Augusta sighed and shook her head. No, he won't. He will continue to go to various social places to find him favorite prey. Your Majesty, he should not be such a person. The Marquise of Alais tried to maintain the reputation of Jerome Bonaparte. I know he's not like that. Queen Augusta wiped the tears from her eyes and analyzed calmly that if Paris needs him to be like that, he will be like that. I have been told that Paris is an open and inclusive city, and the monarch who can control the city must be in line with the attributes of the city itself. Therefore, he must always stand at the forefront of the times and lead the trend, rather than letting the tide move forward. Lover culture is an indispensable product of the whole of Paris. Behind every person who is famous in Paris will have 2 or 3 lovers to push them forward. The people of Paris are also happy to see the latest news of many successful people, which they can use to talk about. The once unfortunate monarch Louis XVI was criticized by the people of Paris for his weakness, because he only loved the Queen of Cakes. On the contrary, Louis XV, who led to the high debts of France and planted the seeds of the destruction of the Bourbon dynasty, has only the story of him and Madame de Ponthieu. This is Paris, always at the forefront of the times. A Paris that neither monarch nor religion can completely tame. After you leave, the Emperor will definitely let others enter the Tuileries Palace in order to fill the vacancy left after you left. Queen Augusta responded in a melancholy tone. In this case, I will re-enter the Tuileries Palace again. Familiar with my new opponent, His Royal Highness. Marquise Alais lowered her voice, and at this moment she felt a little sympathetic to the Queen. Actually, Our Majesty is much better than the monarchs of other countries. My father, my brothers, surrounded by many ladies, Since I chose to marry him, then I should have had something like this happen. But, Queen Augusta sobbed again, and the Marquis of Alais took Queen Augusta by the hand and did not speak. Point on the other hand, Jerome Bonaparte, who hurried out of Augusta's room, looked at the seemingly endless corridor in front of him, not knowing where to go for a while. Never mind. Just find the bedroom to deal with it. Just as Jerome Bonaparte was about to find a bedroom to deal with the night, the door to the left of Jerome Bonaparte opened. Jerome Bonaparte glanced at it subconsciously, and Vernier, who was wrapped in Lev's dress coat, appeared in front of Jerome Bonaparte with his head poking out. "Your Majesty." Vernier saluted Jerome Bonaparte, and Lev's dress looked unique on her. "Huh? Why haven't you slept yet?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Vernier. "Aren't you the same?" Vernier responded to Jerome Bonaparte, and then sent an invitation to Jerome Bonaparte. "Would you like to enter the seat, Jerome?" Bonaparte, who had no interest in first, entered Vernier's room by surprise. At noon the next day, Jerome Bonaparte, who got up from the bed, looked at the traces he had left after fighting all night yesterday. He couldn't help rubbing his chin, and then glanced at the naked Vernier rock beside him, shook his head. This little girl was too bold yesterday. Jerome Bonaparte lightly touched Vernier's milk-like cheek with his hand, then picked up the clothes scattered on the ground and put them on, kissed Vernier's forehead lightly, and left the room and went downstairs. Jerome Bonaparte, who came to the hall, happened to bump into Mocha, and he hurriedly asked Mocha to prepare some food. "Your Majesty, Queen Augusta and the Marquis of Alais are having dinner in the restaurant." Mercury responded to Jerome Bonaparte. "Then, take me there." An embarrassed expression appeared on Jerome Bonaparte's face. Under the leadership of Mocha, Jerome Bonaparte entered the restaurant to meet the Queen Augusta and the Marquis of Alais. After seeing Jerome Bonaparte, the Marquis Alais immediately stood up and saluted, and Augusta also slowly got up to greet Jerome Bonaparte. Sit. Jerome Bonaparte motioned for Augusta and the Marquis of Alais to sit down, and then chatted with Augusta and the Marchioness of Alais one after another. "Your Majesty, how was your rest last night?" Queen Augusta asked Jerome Bonaparte. "It's okay." Jerome Bonaparte did not dare to tell Augusta that he was staying in the Vernier room. "Oh." Augusta seemed to intentionally let go of Jerome Bonaparte. She did not continue to struggle on this topic. Jerome Bonaparte breathed a sigh of relief, but how did he know that Augusta was just preparing for the next attack? After a while, Augusta spoke again. "Your Majesty, you are resting in Vernier's room, right?" "Ah." Jerome Bonaparte paused for a few seconds before denying. "No, absolutely not. Why didn't Vernier get up at this time?" Augusta asked Jerome Bonaparte with a half smile. "Maybe it's because that girl is more sleepy." Jerome Bonaparte forcibly explained to Augusta, and then asked Augusta, "Would you like me to go take a look?" "No." Augusta shook his head and responded to Jerome Bonaparte. In the next dining session, neither Jerome Bonaparte nor Augusta said a word. After the meal, Jerome Bonaparte returned to the study to handle government affairs, while Vernier and the Marquis d'Alais went to the women's literature salon held by Princess Mathilde. Jerome Bonaparte, who returned to the study, accidentally saw the name of Marquis Alais when he was processing the documents submitted by the Navy Department. This document was sent from the Far East by the Marquis of Alais about 4 months ago. The content of the document is as follows. With the joint efforts of the French Marine Corps and the Juaf Regiment, the French Imperial Navy occupied the Kingdom of Hawaii. The Kingdom of Hawaii was forced to surrender to the French Empire, promised the Kingdom of Hawaii to become a subordinate vassal state of the French Empire, allowed it to garrison troops in the Kingdom of Hawaii, and compensated the French Empire for all losses in this battle, about 30 million francs of course. The extermination of the French Empire was opposed by the ambassador of the United States of America to Hawaii and the British Embassy in Hawaii. Marquis Alais turned a deaf ear to this, and even thought about the American warships being replenished in Shanghai. In order to teach the United States of America a lesson, Duke Alais dispatched his navy, 4 steam battleships, to follow the American warships all the way to Japan. Originally, the French and American armies reached a certain compromise in the Japanese waters. The American Navy issued an order to bombard Edo in the Tokugawa shogunate. The ships outside the Edo port were directly destroyed by the French and American naval coalition fleets. Even the forts and residential areas outside the port have also become the targets of the combined fleet. The Tokugawa shogunate had to send envoys to the French-American combined fleet to beg them not to bombard Edo again, and the shogunate could agree to all the conditions they made. The French-American combined fleet, which received a reply from the Tokugawa shogunate, stopped the shelling. After a long bargain, the French-American combined fleet proposed more stringent conditions than the Black Ship incident in history. The Tokugawa shogunate not only had to follow the original Japan-US Treaty of Friendship and Mutual Assistance, that is, Japan was forced to agree to open Shimoda, southeast of Shizuoka Prefecture, southwest of Tokyo, and Hakodate, now Hakodate. Reading www.ukanshu.com, southwest of Hokkaido, 2 ports, where American ships can add coal to water and get supplies of food and other items. The treaty also allows the United States to station consulates in the 2 ports and enjoy most favored nation status. It also pays compensation for the artillery shells lost by the French-American combined fleet in this war, and £100,000 each for the United States and France. In the face of the strong ships and cannons of the Western powers, the Tokugawa shogunate could only smash their teeth and swallow them in their stomachs. They agreed to all the conditions of the French-American combined fleet. After that, the American Navy left the Tokugawa shogunate contentedly. The Marquis Ale, who bullied the shogunate, ordered his troops to target the Satsuma domain, and issued an attack order. Under the attack of the French fleet, all the naval forces that destroyed the Satsuma domain in one fell swoop were wiped out. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network mobile version reading website, chapter 502, French tribute system. After reading the battle report of the Admiralty, Jerome Bonaparte suddenly felt a sense of acceleration in the world. Originally, the communication between France and the Tokugawa shogunate had to wait until after the Black Ship incident. On a whim, the Tokugawa shogunate was invaded by Marquis Ale, and even the poor Satsuma domain was unlucky along with it. Marquis Ale, Jerome Bonaparte guessed that Marquis Ale may have listened to some half-understood missionaries and regarded Japan as a German state, and the Tokugawa shogunate was equivalent to the German Confederation, who destroyed the maritime military power of the Satsuma domain. The Austrian Empire, the Satsuma domain was regarded as a small kingdom under the German Confederation. The Satsuma domain was sent to conduct friendly and cordial exchanges with the Satsuma domain lord. Finally, under the large caliber naval guns of the French fleet, the Satsuma domain humiliated and surrendered to the French Empire. And compensation to the French Empire £50,000. Then the French fleet went to the Ryukyu Kingdom contentedly, forcing the Ryukyu Kingdom to switch mission in the same way. The king of the Ryukyu Kingdom also humiliatingly agreed to the French Empire switch. It only took a year for the French fleet to go to the Far East to destroy a country that was somewhat independent and sovereign. And 2 countries, Tokugawa shogunate, Ryukyu Kingdom, that were beaten by the way. If there is notoriety in this world, then Jerome Bonaparte has reason to believe that the notoriety of the French Empire in the Far East may be comparable to that of the Russian Empire. However, Jerome Bonaparte himself is not a person who cares much about notoriety. Under the power of imperialism, those who obey me live, and those who oppose me perish. It was hoped that the great powers would come forward against the French Empire for a country that had little to do with their interests. It would be better to count on God to drop a thunderbolt on Jerome Bonaparte's head and kill Jerome Bonaparte, the guy who tampered with the historical process. Since God did not choose to destroy him directly in the flesh, then he must find some more fun for the world, and by the way, imprint the traces he left on this world. Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte felt that it was necessary for him to introduce to the Marquis of Alais in the Far East, the tributary system in the Far East. This is a completely different thing from the Westphalian system. Any Europeans who rigidly apply the Westphalian system to the tributary system will only get a result that is far from reality. In the whole of France, there is no one who understands the workings of this system better than Jerome Bonaparte, and even those missionaries who live in the Far East have no comparable local knowledge to Jerome Bonaparte. If possible, Jerome Bonaparte is going to build a special tribute system in line with the national conditions of the Near East and France on the basis of the original in the Near East point the Hawaiian Kingdom, Ryukyu Kingdom, and even Annam will become the vassal states of the French Empire, also called vassal states. This kind of vassal state has certain sovereignty, and when the French Empire needs them, it can send troops together with the French Empire to jointly undertake the defense of the Far East point of course. The benefits of the French Empire in the Far East will also be distributed to its vassal states in recognition of their contributions to the French Empire. As soon as he said it, Jérôme Bonaparte took out the letter paper from the drawer and wrote quickly, and wrote thousands of words about the tributary system in East Asia. At the same time, he proposed to Marquis Alais to use the ecological niche of the French Empire to fill the ecological niche of a certain Eastern empire. This can not only ensure that those countries that were originally in the tributary system will not have conflicting emotions, but also use the power of these countries to further expand the sphere of influence of the French Empire in the Far East. At the end of the article, Jérôme Bonaparte even quoted some views of the post-colonial era and said to the Marquis of Alais, the French Empire should use its strong culture and economy to exert influence on certain border countries, not the abuse of force. The result of abuse of force to maintain colonies will only lead us to throw effective forces into a rambunctious war of security that will bring down a country. We should pay those who live in the wild, now popular in Europe, to those in Europe, the world island theory, to help them enter the ranks of civilization. At the same time, we support some people in their country to become France's most loyal partners. We should help them build railways, telegraphs, and help them rectify the financial industry. When France's economy, after being deeply bound with them, a huge interest group will be born, and this interest group will become our best helper in controlling this country. After Jérôme Bonaparte wrote the last sentence, he read the article he wrote from top to bottom. When he was burdened with cultivating loyal partners, he couldn't help swallowing, and his body trembled involuntarily for a moment. For the Marquis of Alais. No, it should be said that the characteristic tributary system built for the French Empire is essentially what France did to certain countries in West Africa after World War II. As long as the currencies of countries in the Far East are linked to the French Empire, they will never be able to get rid of the French Empire's control. It is easy to cultivate a large interest group, but it is difficult to eradicate a large interest group, especially when the interest group involves a country's monetary and financial system. I hope you will like the gift I specially prepared for you. Jérôme Bonaparte whispered softly. Jérôme Bonaparte put the letter on a specially made letterhead, and then called Mocha, the head of the royal family. Your Majesty, Mercury said respectfully to Jérôme Bonaparte, you personally take this letter to the hands of Admiral Dick, and let him deliver it as quickly as possible to Marquis Alais, the commander of the Far East Fleet. Jérôme Bonaparte put the letter. The battle report with the Admiralty was handed to Mocha, and he said to Mocha solemnly, yes, your Majesty. Mocha also showed Zhuangsu's expression point, since His Majesty asked him to bypass the secretary's office to deliver the letter in person. This letter must be very important, and Mocha must deal with this errand with 12 points of spirit. After Mocha had left, Jérôme Bonaparte suddenly remembered something important. Not only did he bring a big green hat to Marquis Alais, although Marquis Alais might not care about this matter, he even felt to the honor and let his wife bear him a child. And he was still working in the saddle for his empire. This inexplicable buttery wind made Jérôme Bonaparte wonder if he was living in a crazy world. The poor Marquis of Alais is a hero, and Jérôme Bonaparte himself is yellow hair. Gradually Jérôme Bonaparte's mind appeared in the mind of some asterisk plots of the previous life. The heroine and the yellow hair of the asterisk gradually turned into Marquis Alais and his wife, as well as Jérôme Bonaparte. Madam, if you want your husband to keep this hard-earned job, you know what to do. Jérôme Bonaparte, whose thinking was gradually deviating from the right track, shook his head slightly and said to himself, work, work. Just as Jérôme Bonaparte was about to pick up the next government work report to annotate, there was a knock on the door. So, come back and return to life. Jérôme Bonaparte murmured in a low voice, and then responded to the door, please come in. It was not Mocha who entered the room, but Marcel Yaloja, the director of the National Intelligence Service. Your Majesty. Marcel Yaloja stood straight in front of Jérôme Bonaparte, and said to Jérôme Bonaparte with a serious face, sit. Down. Jerome Bonaparte invited Marcel Yeroja to sit down. Yes. Marcel Yeroja responded with a sonorous voice, then slowly walked towards Jerome Bonaparte and sat opposite Jerome Bonaparte. "How's it going?" Jerome Bonaparte crossed his hands on his chest, leaning back slightly, and asked Marcel Yale in an unrestrained posture. "The first criminal who planned to subvert the empire has hurriedly returned to his hometown and unfortunately fell off the carriage and died, and the remaining accomplices have also been sent abroad together with the Ministry of Internal Affairs." Marcel Yeroja reported to Jerome Bonaparte. "You're doing a great job." Jerome Bonaparte gave Marcel Yale a thumbs up, then took out a French bank check for 100,000 francs from the drawer and placed it in Marcel Yale in front of Grid. "This is what you deserve." Marcel Yeroja took Jerome Bonaparte's bill without hesitation and then took out a letter from his inner pocket and placed it in front of Jerome Bonaparte. "This is..." Jerome Bonaparte looked at Marcel Yeroja with a puzzled expression. "Your Majesty, this is a letter from our intelligence personnel deployed in the Far East." Marcel Yeroja replied to Jerome Bonaparte to Riyadh1.com. Jerome Bonaparte opened the envelope and folded it. The neat letter was spread out, and the content of the letter was that the intelligence personnel sent by Marcel Yeroja to go to the Far East to sell arms in the Far East happened as missionaries in the Far East. In order to find suitable arms buyers, the intelligence officers in the letter even joined an organization called the Vatican on Earth, taping Heavenly Kingdom, and got acquainted with Xiuqin, the leader of the Spartan rebellion, Hung, and two deputy leaders Xiuqing, Yang and Yunshan. Feng point after some close contact with the intelligence personnel that this force is full of vitality. They are fully capable of defeating the rotten army that had been defeated by the British Kingdom. Point the intelligence officers adhering to the interests of the French Empire believed that France should try to send personnel to make contact with this force to gain an advantage in the war. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 503, Far East Branch established. Have you read the contents of the letter? Jerome Bonaparte raised his head and tapped lightly on the table with his right hand, rhythmically asking Marcel Yale, "Your Majesty, I have already checked it before I come." Marcel Yeroja responded with a sonorous voice. "Then, what do you think of this matter?" Jerome Bonaparte did not express his attitude immediately, but asked Marcel Yeroja for his opinion. "The information given in the letter is too little, and I still can't judge whether this uprising army can win. No, it should be said that I still don't know whether this Spartan uprising army can survive the siege of the Eastern Empire. Come down, or this rebel army has been annihilated by the government forces on the way to this letter." Marcel Yeroja cautiously responded to Jerome Bonaparte. "So, do you think that our army should give priority to the government forces of the Eastern Empire?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Marcel Yeroja briskly. Point to Jerome Bonaparte's surprise. Marcel Yeroja also disagreed with placing all his bets on the Eastern Empire government forces. "I think the empire should secretly support the rebel army while subsidizing the Eastern Empire government army." Marcel Yeroja put forward his own views. "Then, you're not afraid that the government army of the Eastern Empire knows that we are secretly financing the rebel army and thus protests to our ambassador?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Marcel Yeroja with a smile. No one knows better than Jerome Bonaparte the nature of the Eastern Empire's bullying and fear of hardship, and it is a fool's errand to expect them to attack the French Empire, the first in the army and the second in Europe. For this matter, furthermore, there are only a handful of people in the Eastern Empire who have an understanding of the international situation and diplomacy of Europe, and there is not a single person who can sort out the complicated diplomatic relations of the European continent. Point the reason why Jerome Bonaparte asked this question was mainly to investigate the extent to which Marcel Yeroja knew about the Eastern Empire. Point after all, it has been a long time since the last spot check. According to the information collected by the subordinates, the ancient Eastern Empire was defeated by the British Kingdom in 1840 and was forced to sign a treaty. The ruler of this country did not realize that he had to integrate into the international community and still held on to his complacence, the attitude of dealing with all foreign things. Even if they know that the empire is funding this rebel army, they will only pretend to know nothing. The empire built by the Tatars is just a colonial empire disguised as a great feudal empire. Even if the rulers of the empire pretend to be integrated into them, the entrenched Tatar clique in the colonial empire still cannot change its cruel nature. Their subjects are either forced by coercion or obey their beliefs. Here Marcel Yalaja saw the Confucian feudal ritual system as something similar to Christianity, had to serve them. I once heard a veteran of the British War against the Eastern Empire say that the slave owner soldiers, the 8 banners, of the Eastern Empire were to prevent possible sneak attacks after the defeat. Before they were defeated, they slaughtered the surrounding villages that might have rebelled. Marcel Yalaja responded to Jerome Bonaparte, "Very good." Jerome Bonaparte nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Marcel Yalaja not only understood the content of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs about the Eastern Empire, before Marcel Yalaja also thought that the Kingo was a kingdom similar to the Kingdom of Prussia, and now his evaluation of it has been reduced to the column of slavery empire, and also find another way to learn about that empire. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte ordered Marcel Yalaja to transport the 100,000 MTL 1842 and hundreds of small Napoleon cannons accumulated in the warehouse as soon as possible to the Far East, where the National Intelligence Service organized personnel to sell them. Your Majesty, the Eastern Empire's finances may not be able to support a large-scale dress-up. After all, they are still agricultural empires. Marcel Yalaja responded to Jerome Bonaparte. It's easy. The Banque de France is about to open a branch in the Far East. If the Eastern Empire needs it, they can use the customs as collateral in exchange for a loan. Jerome Bonaparte responded to Marcel Yalaja, "I'm afraid they won't pay in this way, unless they have to." Although they are a colonial empire, their rulers still pay more attention to territorial issues. Roma Bonaparte replied, "Then you will sell the equipment to the rebels at a low price, and let them deal a heavy blow to the government troops." Jerome Bonaparte said indifferently, "In a huge empire, there must be all kinds of ambitioners. If the government army is not willing to accept us, then we can sell all the weapons and equipment to the careerists. What does the life and death of the Eastern Empire have to do with us?" Although Jerome Bonaparte's words may sound cruel, it is the only possible way to save a nation that will suffer for more than 80 years. Rather than maintaining a doomed colonial empire, it is better to directly destroy the colonial empire. After the collapse of the colonial empire, a large number of careerists will inevitably emerge. They will gradually become stronger in the fight against each other until the strongest one emerges. And the period when they competed for the strongest happened to be a gap period when the European powers could not project enough troops to assure on a large scale. The integrated Eastern Empire is bound to be several times stronger now. By that time, Jerome Bonaparte and Victoria would have to consider improving their relationship with the Eastern Empire. This is also the last kindness that Jerome Bonaparte himself left to the Eastern Empire. Show the heart of the Bodhisattva with the fury of thunder. Serial. Yes, Your Majesty. Marcel Yalaja nodded at Jerome Bonaparte. "Okay. Go get ready." Jerome Bonaparte waved to Marcel Yalaja and said. When Marcel Yalaja left the room and walked down the stairs, he happened to meet Mocha in the corridor. The two smiled at each other and left. "Your Majesty, I have followed your instructions to deliver the letter to Minister Dick." Mocha, who entered the room, reported to Jerome Bonaparte. "Well done." Jerome Bonaparte complimented Mocha as usual, and then ordered Mocha to call Isaac Parel, president of the Banque de France, to his office. Mocha led the way out again, and Jerome Bonaparte reviewed the documents with his head down. After a while, Mocha led Isaac Parel to Jerome Bonaparte's study. "Your Majesty." The big banker Isaac Parel respectfully saluted Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte put down the pen in his hand and stretched out his hand to invite Isaac Parel to sit on the sofa. Mocha also left the study wisely and closed the door. The two sitting on the sofa began to chat. Jerome Bonaparte first asked Isaac Parel about the recent financial situation of the Industrial Bank of Paris and the situation of the gold mine. Isaac Parel told Gérault Bonaparte that the financial situation of the Industrial Bank is basically in good condition. The Industrial Bank, with its abundant capital, has been attracting Parisian retail investors to put money into their banks. In addition, the Industrial Bank promises that every customer who puts money in the bank To buy shares of the bank will receive 5% interest every year, which means that it only takes 15 years to double the assets. 4% for Banque de France. At present, the Industrial Bank of Paris is discussing with the municipal government of the Seine department about the renovation of Paris, including hotels, drinking water, public carriages and other issues. When it comes to drinking water, Jérôme Bonaparte emphasizes to Isaac Parel. Since high-ranking horsemen contracted the drinking water of Paris to Isaac Parel, he must take care of the safety of drinking water in Paris. Vibrio cholerae is something to be reckoned with. Cholera. Isaac Parel looked at Jérôme Bonaparte suspiciously. Your Majesty, do you mean cholera is in the water? After research, Vibrio cholerae is transmitted through water as a medium. Jérôme Bonaparte said to Isaac Parel, so the water sent to Paris must be disinfected to a certain extent. After listening to Jérôme Bonaparte's words, Isaac Parel suddenly felt as if he had received an unfortunate project. If cholera occurs in the water project invested by Isaac Parel, then he is afraid that he will not be torn to shreds by the Parisian dignitaries. Your Majesty, how should I prevent it? Isaac Parel asked Jérôme Bonaparte with a humbly learning attitude. This question you'd better ask Louis Pasteur. He is a professor who specializes in this cholera, and he will definitely give you a solution. Jérôme Bonaparte said to Isaac Parel, and then added, that's right. Remember to give people a certain reward as a thank you. Definitely! Exclamation mark. Definitely. Isaac Parel nodded. You reading www.urkanshu.com had already kept the name Louis Pasteur in his heart. Stop talking about this. Let's talk about gold mines. Jérôme Bonaparte changed the subject and said to Isaac Parel, yes. Isaac Parel told Jérôme Bonaparte that their company in California is now gradually withdrawing, and it is expected that the withdrawal will be completed soon. Gold obtained in California is also gradually being released into the international market. With the impact of a large amount of gold on the market, the price of gold is also falling at a constant speed. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 504, St. Petersburg Landing Plan Talks with 4 Parties. Your Majesty, it won't be long before those groundhogs in California, Isaac Parel's 4 gold diggers, will find that nicknamed the Yellow Underling. Gold they have worked so hard to find will turn into a pile of no one wants broken stones. Exaggerated. At that time, there will be a large-scale panic in the market, and people will want to get rid of their gold, and we can start them at a very low price. Isaac Parel explained to Jérôme Bonaparte confidently, and then added, this huge project involves not only many banks in France, but also many British banks such as Barings. Let's do it together. We will definitely be able to defeat the local forces in the United States of America. Isaac Parel's grand plan made Jérôme Bonaparte feel that Isaac Parel's daring act, once Isaac Parel succeeds, the gold mines that the United States of America has worked so hard to excavate will become the possession of the British and French, and the federal government of the United States will suffer a devastating blow. And many more. Jérôme Bonaparte suddenly realized that not only the United States of America has gold in this world, but the Russian Empire also contains a certain amount of recent developments. The Russian Empire was the world's gold supplier until the gold mines in Australia and California were not mined. If Britain and France can use the power of capital to knock down the price of gold, it is bound to affect the Russian Empire. The price of the paper ruble will gradually decline with the decline of gold. By that time, the mobilization capacity of the Russian Empire will be further weakened. The war between Britain, France and the Russian Empire is not only limited to the battle of life and death on the battlefield, but should also be extended to the financial field. Thinking of this, Jérôme Bonaparte said, I have a suggestion. Jérôme Bonaparte suggested that the Russian Empire should also be drawn into the financial battlefield by reducing the purchasing power of the Russian Empire's gold to weaken the Russian Empire's ability to mobilize. Your Majesty, for a short sale of this scale, I'm afraid the Bank of France will take action. Isaac Parel responded to Jérôme Bonaparte, I will solve this problem. Jérôme Bonaparte replied to Isaac Parel. Jérôme Bonaparte was not only going to use the Banque de France, but he was going to persuade the Bank of England to join them. Relying on the strong capital of Britain and France, they will definitely be able to hollow out the wealth of Russia and the United States. If that's the case, that's great, Isaac Parrell said with a smile. For a qualified financial trader, the more people who join this financial war, the more power they can use later, and the more they can grasp the financial potential of completely destroying Russia and the United States. By the way, there is one more thing. Jerome Bonaparte said to Isaac Parrell immediately, "Are you interested in opening a branch in the Far East?" Far East? Isaac Parrell repeated Jerome Bonaparte with a puzzled look. "That's right. I plan to ship all the outdated equipment from France to the Far East." Jerome Bonaparte explained to Isaac Parrell why he wanted Isaac Parrell's company to be in the Far East. "Open a branch. For a period of time in the future, your bank will monopolize all the interests of France in the Far East. All transactions will also be done through your bank. This is the special way that Jerome Bonaparte opened up the Far East market to the Industrial Bank of Paris preferential treatment. Our bank is willing to obey His Majesty's instructions and provide dedicated services for the business of the French Empire in the Far East." Isaac Parrell agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's invitation without hesitation. For a bank, there is nothing more money transferring than a monopoly. Even if it is only a monopoly for a period of time, it is enough for Industrial Bank of Paris to weave a huge network of relationships in the Far East, thus blocking the way for latecomers. "Since your bank is willing, then I will not find anyone else." Jerome Bonaparte nodded and said to Isaac Parrell. Isaac Parrell left Jerome Bonaparte's study with a full harvest and left a note worth 10 million. Before he left, with this note, Jerome Bonaparte can go to the Industrial Bank of Paris to exchange the equivalent franc. Obviously, this is the honor that Isaac Parrell gave to Jerome Bonaparte. Although Jerome Bonaparte himself was not very interested in money, Isaac Parrell did not dare to neglect the emperor because he was not interested in money. It can be said that the achievements of the Industrial Bank of Paris and their Parrell brothers are completely inseparable from the support of Jerome Bonaparte himself. Maintaining a friendly relationship with Caesars as much as possible is the secret to a long-lasting bank. After Isaac Parrell left, Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and put 10 million francs into the drawer. In the next 4 days, Jerome Bonaparte rewarded each of the families of Canrobert, Pyrrhisia, Bosquet, Saint Arnaud, Niel, and Cousin Montauban respectively 200,000 francs per person. Brigadier General Bazin, Brigadier General Troche, and Brigadier General Marc Mahon each 100,000 francs. And the remaining major generals and brigadier generals range from 50,000 to 70,000. After the lavish reward, Jerome Bonaparte had only 400,000 francs left. Jerome Bonaparte donated 200,000 francs to the French Academy of Sciences and the charity hospital in his own name. When later counted scholars the emperor's food and clothing expenses, they found that the annual personal expenses of the emperor and his wife were about 1.2-1.8 million francs. Most of the remaining money is spent on rewards and charity. On March 23rd, a letter from London crossed the ocean to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After receiving the letter, Foreign Minister de Roos hurriedly arrived at the Tuileries Palace with the letter. "Your Majesty, this is a letter from Palmerston, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom," de Roos said as he handed the letter to Jerome Bonaparte. The expression of Jerome Bonaparte, who spread out the letter and read it carefully, gradually became solemn. When he read the contents of the letter, he raised his head and looked at de Roos and said, "What about Palmerston's words? What do you think about the opening of the second battlefield?" It turned out that Prime Minister Palmerston said two things in the letter, one of which was that he wanted to open up a second battlefield in the St. Petersburg area in order to destroy the Russian Empire more quickly. In order to accomplish the main goal of quickly destroying the Russian Empire, Palmerston hoped that the French Empire would act with the British Kingdom and persuade the Swedish Kingdom to join the war against the Russian Empire. "Your Majesty, I think Palmerston's plan is too risky." De Roos responded cautiously to Jerome Bonaparte. "Yes, the plan in Palmerston's letter can no longer be called a plan. The premise of landing in St. Petersburg is that the British and French naval fleets can completely suppress the Russian Empire's construction of goose forts in St. Petersburg, and at the same time, the British and French vanguard troops have to defeat the Russian Imperial Army's repeated counterattacks. St. Petersburg is not a frontier town like Sevastopol. It is the heart of the entire Russian Empire. At the same time, it is also the station of the Russian Imperial Guard troops, and 2 of the 3 guards of the Russian Empire are stationed there. Once the British and French troops tried to land in St. Petersburg, the 3 British, French and Russian troops were bound to engage in a meat grinder style battle in the radiation area centered on the port of St. Petersburg. Such a result was an unacceptable condition for Jerome Bonaparte in any case. Not to mention, persuading the Kingdom of Sweden to join the fight against the Russian Empire is also a fantasy. The total number of troops deployed by the Russian Empire on the front line in Finland is about 300,000. The Russian Empire claims to the outside world, while the troops in the hands of the Kingdom of Sweden are only about 70,000. Even if the 300,000 boasted by the Russian Empire were cut in half, there would still be around 150,000 soldiers who could fight. Use 70,000 troops against 150,000 troops, unless the Kingdom of Sweden has a commander like Berthier and Gustav. Once the front line of the Kingdom of Sweden is pushed back, the French Empire will need to go to the rescue. Jerome Bonaparte doubted whether Palmerston wanted to push the French Empire into the fire pit. The opening of the second battlefield is definitely not acceptable. Jerome Bonaparte said decisively, "You tell Palmerston that the French Empire will only fight according to the established plan. If the Kingdom of Britain insists on logging into St. Petersburg, then ask them to log in by themselves." Yes. De Roos responded to Jerome Bonaparte as, for the matter of inviting the Austrian Empire to participate in the war against Russia, another matter. Jerome Bonaparte pondered for a while, then said, "You say that the French Empire agrees in principle with the British Kingdom's proposal, agree to negotiate peace with the Russian Empire under the mediation of the Austrian Empire." Jerome Bonaparte knew that this so-called peace negotiation was nothing more than a method used by the Kingdom of Britain to force the Austrian Empire to stand in line. Just like Jerome Bonaparte used force to force Austria to stand in line, the British Kingdom prefers to force the Austrian Empire into a corner by shady means. Not long after De Roos left the Tuileries Palace and returned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a letter from the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs arrived at number 10 Downing Street on the 25th. Palmerston, who received the official reply from the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, carefully checked the contents of the letter and said to himself with a slightly disappointed expression, "It seems that France has been intimidated by the huge depth of the Russian Empire. However, this way all right." After speaking, Prime Minister Palmerston called his own. The secretary ordered the secretary to hand over the Earl of Clarendon, the foreign secretary. After the arrival of the Earl of Clarendon, Palmerston immediately ordered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to start negotiations with Russia. The foreign secretary, Count Clarendon, who received the order and returned to the Foreign Office, telegraphed to the British ambassador in Vienna, ordering him to press the Austrian Empire as soon as possible to facilitate negotiations with the Russian Empire. After reading the telegram, the British ambassador immediately set off for a brief meeting with the Austrian Foreign Minister, Count Bauer, at Schönbrunn Palace. During the meeting, the British ambassador reiterated the British Kingdom's yearning for peace, and at the same time, implied that the Russian Empire's presence in the Danube region was not only a harm to the European continent, but also to the Austrian Empire. So the Kingdom of Britain hopes to drive the Russian Empire out of the Danube Valley with the help of the Austrian Empire. In return, the Kingdom of Britain will acquiesce to the Austrian Empire's control over the Danube Duchy. Count Bauer, who received Britain's reply, was a little moved, but he had not made up his mind to abandon the Russian Empire. It wasn't until Richard Metternich's letter that Count Bauer immediately realized that this was the deadline for Britain and France to give Austria. Count Bauer could only rush to the home of Prince Metternich and told Prince Metternich about the ultimatum issued by Britain and France to the Austrian Empire. It now seems that the Austrian Empire has reached the point where it has to choose a camp. Prince Metternich said in a flat tone, but with a hint of resentment. Since he traveled to the French Empire and facilitated the sincere cooperation between France and Austria on the Russian Empire, the diplomacy of the Austrian Empire has been in circles. The pro-Western faction and the neutral faction are in a quarrel, and their monarch Franz Joseph and he and the stupid minister Count Bauer are also not strong-willed people. The destructive power of a minister who is not determined to cooperate with a monarch who is also not determined is very fatal to a country. Thinking of this, Prince Metternich sighed inwardly. He could only hope that after Austria joined the British and French camps, Britain and France would forget what the Austrian Empire had done before and stand on the same front as the Austrian Empire against the Russian Empire. As for the option of joining the Russian Empire, Prince Metternich is not at all in the scope of his consideration. The Russian Empire's obsession with territorial expansion destined the Austrian Empire and the Russian Empire to face a conflict. It's just that this conflict came a little early. Let's go to persuade your majesty together. Prince Metternich stood up and said to Count Bauer, on March 30th, there was only one day left before the military exchange meeting that Jerome Bonaparte said. Richard Metternich once again came to Jerome Bonaparte to report the latest situation of the Austrian Empire to Jerome Bonaparte. Your Majesty, our country is willing to act as a bridge between Britain, France, and Russia, and do our best to maintain peace and stability in the Danube region. https://Genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 505, Derous's Trip to Austria. France warmly welcomes the Austrian Empire to join the ranks of maintaining peace in Europe against the hegemonic style of the Russian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte praised Richard Metternich and the Austrian Empire behind him in an impassioned tone, ignoring Richard Metternich's embarrassed expression. Majesty, the Austrian Empire does not want to fight against the Russian Empire together with Britain and France. We hope that the three countries of Britain, France, and Russia can take a step back on the issue of the Danube region. Work together to maintain peace. Not easy. Richard Metternich sincerely to Jerome Bonaparte. Although the Vienna government behind Richard Metternich has made up his mind to join the British and French camps, their monarch Franz Joseph still has a fluke to succeed in the peace talks, and there is still a bit of ambiguity about the Russian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte was extremely disdainful of the Vienna government's need for this kind of mentality, and even had a feeling that the Second German Empire was looking at the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Things have gotten to the point where hesitation is just a missed opportunity. If Franz Joseph met his cousin, I'm afraid that the Austrian Empire would have already grown over the grave. We are willing to respect the will of the Austrian Empire, adhering to the attitude of mutual tolerance and mutual cooperation on the Danube issue. We will negotiate with the Russian Empire. Jerome Bonaparte took out the standard official nonsense to Richard. Metternich said, since the Vienna is willing to do this kind of useless work, then Jerome Bonaparte also agreed to the request of the Austrian government empire to act as a bridge of communication. The Kingdom of Sardinia. Richard Metternich cautiously probed. Jerome Bonaparte told Richard Metternich that the originally planned military exchange had to be postponed because the acting chief of staff, Major General Neil, had caught a cold. Hearing Jerome Bonaparte's assurance, Richard Metternich responded with a sigh of relief. What a pity. After that, Richard Metternich and Jerome Bonaparte exchanged opinions on the problems existing in the Near East and Germany. Richard Metternich got up and turned to Jerome Bonaparte. Baba farewell. Jerome Bonaparte personally sent Richard Metternich out of the study and then called Mokel again, ordering him to invite de Lewis here immediately. After about half an hour, Mocker and de Lewis appeared in the study. Jerome Bonaparte told de Roos what Richard Metternich had told him and then asked de Roos to leave for Vienna immediately. Your Majesty, if the Russian Empire is really willing to back down, aren't we? De Roos asked Jerome Bonaparte if he was willing to stop the war. No. Only by hurting the Russian Empire can we stop them for a while. Otherwise the Russian Empire will make a comeback in a short period of time. At that time, the empire will probably fall into endless wars. Jerome Bonaparte lightly tapped the table and emphasized, since we have chosen war, we must fight for 10 years of peace in the first war, and play the prestige of France. Yes. Minister de Lewis nodded and replied to Jerome Bonaparte. On April 1st, French Empire Foreign Minister de Roos arrived at the military port of Toulon by train, and then transferred to a warship, and arrived in Venice on the afternoon of April 2nd. After hearing that Minister de Lewis arrived in Venice, Marshal Radsky, the highest commander of Venice, made a pretentious proposition. to invite D. Lewis to visit the army of the Austrian Empire together. Regarding the invitation of the old Marshal Radetzky, Minister D. Lewis knew very well that the old Marshal was using this to demonstrate to the French Empire. Knowing that the old Marshal Radetzky had bad intentions, D. Lewis still accepted the invitation. Accompanied by Marshal Radetzky and Venetian officials, de Roos reviewed the troops of the Austrian Empire. De Roos, who reviewed the quality of the Austrian troops deployed in the Venice area one by one, had to admit that the troops under Radetzky were no worse than any army in the French Empire. Mr. D. Lewis, I relied on this army to quell the rebellion in the Apennine Peninsula. I dare to assure you that these soldiers under my command are no worse than the army of your French Empire, Radetzky said proudly to D. Lewis. Afterwards, the old Marshal Radetzky told D. Lewis all kinds of strange and interesting stories during the Napoleonic Wars, revealing his nostalgia for the previous era and his criticism of this era between the lines. After listening to the old Marshal Radetzky, D. Lewis immediately realized that the old Marshal in front of him was nothing more than an old antique who was immersed in the previous era and had little time. Old Marshal, you are indeed the only remaining general from the previous era. From you, I can see the epitome of the previous era. D. Lewis Mingbao sneered. Old Marshal Radetzky heard a bit of displeasure on his face when he heard D. Roos's sarcasm. Mr. D. Roos, I'm a rough man who only knows how to fight. What can I say? Just say it. Old Marshal, if I remember correctly, you are now over 87 years old. How much time do you have left to continue serving this empire? Don't you think that what you just did was deliberately provoking the relationship between the French Empire and the Austrian Empire? Is there a contradiction between them? D. Roos gave Radetzky a scornful friend hat as soon as he came up. Gushuo Radetzky did not speak with a gloomy face. After a while, he apologized. I'm deeply sorry for the inappropriate remarks just now. It's nothing. D. Lewis waved his hand generously and continued. I admit that the army under your command can indeed compete with the army of the French Empire, but have you ever thought about how many inside the Austrian Empire is an army like yours? The French Empire can recruit a large number of troops to drown your army as before. Our country's finances can fully support the formation of a large army. I don't know if the Austrian Empire can support it. A huge army. D. Roos's words reminded Radetzky of the Citizens' Army during the First Republic, and a look of panic appeared on his face. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Radetzky responded with difficulty. So, Marshal Radetzky, your army is just an army that cannot be replicated in my opinion. Our army can lose 10 times, and your army will fail completely if it loses once. After speaking, D. Lewis turned and left. Marshal, he is too arrogant. Yeah. It's too arrogant. The generals under Radetzky angrily rebuked D. Roos who had left, but no one dared to directly catch up with D. Roos and attack him. On April 4th, D. Roos arrived in Vienna by train. The Austrian Foreign Minister Count Bauer and the Austrian Imperial Political Advisor Prince Metternich greeted D. Roos in person. Minister Lewis, are you alright? Marshal Radetzky didn't embarrass you? D. Lewis, who had just stepped off the train, was asked by Count Bauer with concern. Nothing. The old Marshal was very friendly to me. D. Lewis didn't want to pursue the old Marshal's fault. He shook his head and said to Count Bauer, that's good. That's good. Count Bauer breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little fortunate in his heart that D. Lewis pursued old Marshal Radetzky's fault. Otherwise Count Bauer really didn't know what to do. The old Marshal's proteges are all over the Austrian Empire's military circles, and rashly dealing with the old Marshal may cause a backlash from the Austrian military. I can understand the mood of the old Marshal Radetzky, D. Roos said to Count Bauer, but I don't want people like the old Marshal to appear in the next period of time. Definitely. Certainly. Count Bauer nodded in response to D. Lewis. Gentlemen, now is not the time to chat. His Majesty has been waiting at Schönbrunn Palace for a long time. We can't let him wait too long. Prince Metternich, who was standing aside, reminded Count Bauer, and D. Lewis the two watched the time. After being reminded, Count Bauer immediately responded and invited D. Lewis to take a carriage to Schönbrunn Palace. The carriage carrying the three people quickly arrived at the Schönbrunn Palace, and the three people with their own thoughts got off one after another under the reminder of the carriage. The three please come with me. Your Majesty has been waiting for you for a long time. The royal steward on the steps quickly walked down the steps and said to Elboa and the others. Count Boa and others entered the interior of Shunbrun Palace under the leadership of the royal administrator, and then passed through the luxurious corridor paved with large red Persian carpets. To reach the reception hall point, the Austrian Emperor Franz Joseph was standing in the center of the reception hall with a serious face. The person standing beside him was not Princess Sissy, but Princess Helen, Sissy's sister. You reading www.can'tyoukome at this time. Princess Helen, wearing a long black court dress, smiled and extended her left hand to greet the surrounding guests. Under the leadership of the head of the royal family, de Roos gradually approached Franz Joseph. When the distance between de Roos and Franz Joseph was enough for him to see the appearance of Princess Helen, he began to sympathize with Franz Joseph. Franz Joseph point because Princess Helen's face was not at all feminine, as if God had forcibly placed a man's face on a woman's body. Point de Roos could have sworn that, if he had to face this face all day, he would rather never marry. Your Majesty, this is de Louis, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the French Empire. https://genius. Remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network mobile version reading website. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Vienna Conference, 1. Your Majesty, this is de Louis, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the French Empire. Count Boa walked between Franz Joseph and de Roos to introduce Franz Joseph, and then introduced Franz Joseph and Princess Helen to de Roos. Mr. Roos, standing in front of you is His Majesty Joseph Franz, Emperor of the Austrian Empire, and his unmarried. Count Boa suddenly noticed the displeasure on Franz Joseph's face, and immediately changed his mouth to say, his wife Princess Helen. When Princess Helen, who was standing beside Joseph Franz, heard that Count Boa called her girlfriend instead of fiancée, a look of sadness flashed in her eyes. After all, the Emperor still didn't like her. Even if she had the support of Empress Dowager Sophie, she was still no match for her sister. Thinking of this, Princess Helen couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but Franz Joseph, who was standing beside him, didn't know it, because Joseph Franz put all his attention on Minister de Louis's body. Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness. De Louis saluted the two most respected people in the Austrian Empire in front of him. Mr. de Louis. Franz Joseph nodded slightly, and said to de Louis with a hint of arrogance in his words, yes, Your Majesty. De Louis responded humbly to Franz Joseph. Mr. Louis, I don't know whether you came here with flowers or a long gun and a short cannon when you arrived in the Austrian Empire this time. Franz Joseph said in the most insipid tone, making everyone present face a big face change. Words. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall showed different changes on their faces, ranging from surprise, de Roos, panic, Prince Metternich, panic, Count Boa, and surprise, Count Orlov. Although de Roos don't know why Franz Joseph was talking about such an explosive topic on this occasion, but adhering to the diplomat's choice, de Roos still chose to express his attitude with a vague point of view. Your Majesty, of course I came with flowers and blessings. In this sacred palace, I can't carry guns at all. De Roos straightened his body and spoke to Franz in a calm tone. Joseph responded, I can swear to you here that I will spend my life defending the friendship between France and Austria. As soon as these words were uttered, the faces of Count Boa and Prince Metternich gradually became peaceful, and Count Orlov, who was hiding in the crowd, frowned and thought to himself. As the initiator of everything, Franz Joseph's eyes also became friendly under the firm and calm gaze of de Roos. Mr. de Roos, thank you for your support of the Austrian Empire. Franz Joseph replied softly. De Roos, I believe, the friendship between our two countries will last until the end of the world. The end. May God bless it. Franz Joseph's feeble response made de Louis feel dull. If his monarch Jérôme Bonaparte had answered the question, he would have received a statement of great confidence. De Roos believed that even when faced with great difficulties, Jerome Bonaparte would deal with it with confidence. This natural leader, or performative, personality is deeply loved by the people of Paris, and in the stagnant Austrian court, never try to train such a person. I also firmly believe that the friendship between our two countries will not change because of the change of time, De Lewis said firmly. After a brief meeting between the two sides, De Lewis returned to the crowd, while Franz Joseph continued to stand in the crowd and enjoy the stars. However, Franz Joseph himself doesn't seem to like this feeling very much. De Roos, who entered the crowd, soon met the Austrian ambassador to France. The two sides exchanged information, and then parted ways after that. De Roos met the British Foreign Secretary, the Earl of Clarendon. How long have you been here? Arrived a day earlier than you. After a brief chat between the two sides, they entered the topic. From the mouth of Count Clarendon, De Roos learned that this time the negotiator sent by the Russian Empire, Count Orlov. Hearing this news, De Roos had a surprised expression on his face. Why did Nicholas R let a policeman to participate in this negotiation? Could it be that the Russian Imperial Foreign Ministry has been unable to find a qualified negotiator? Count Clarendon shrugged and whispered with a half smile. Perhaps the current Tsar Nicholas really can't find a suitable candidate. And I heard that the Russian Empire's foreign minister, Nesharody, has now been arrested. Nicholas I was excluded from the system of rights. Such a guess is quite reasonable. De Lewis nodded and replied to Count Clarendon. Then there was a mocking expression on De Lewis's face. However, for a policeman to handle major diplomacy matters, Tsar Nicholas I's government agency is really free to do as he pleases. Who said no? Earl Clarendon also sighed with emotion. After the exchange of information between Count Clarendon and De Lewis was over, Count Clarendon and De Lewis parted. After the separation, De Lewis went to other regions to talk with the diplomatic ambassadors of other countries, hoping to find some useful information on them. However, to De Lewis's disappointment, he did not collect any useful information. After going back and forth for several times with all the guests present, the banquet officially began. De Roos and Lord Clarendon were placed first and second on the right of Franz Joseph, and Count Orlov was placed third on the left of Franz Joseph. The first and second are Count Boer and Bach, Minister of the Interior. This arrangement made the guests at the banquet have to think about it, and Count Orlov remained gloomy and did not say a word during the entire banquet. After the banquet was over, De Roos was specially invited by Count Boer to discuss with him at his castle on the outskirts of Vienna. The two sides once again reached an agreement on the issue of the two principalities of the Danube, and the French Empire did not oppose the Austrian Empire to maintain its interests in the Duchy of the Danube. Correspondingly, the Austrian Empire needs to stand on the side of the French Empire in the war between the French Empire and the Russian Empire, and urge the Russian Empire to withdraw from the Danube Principality as soon as possible. At the same time, the Austrian Empire should also declare war with the Russian Empire as soon as possible. Regarding the declaration of war on the Russian Empire and the agreement that the Austrian Empire needs to implement, Count Boer still maintains an ambiguous attitude. However, Count Boer promised that if the troops of the Russian Empire did not want to leave the Danube Principality within the stipulated time, then the Austrian Empire would declare war on it. At this point, De Lewis reluctantly accepted the Count of Boer, because in his opinion, the Russian Empire will not give up, and the Austrian Empire will sooner or later be involved in the war. Actually, De Lewis guessed wrong. The Russian Empire did not declare war on the Austrian Empire. After the negotiation between De Lewis and the Count of Boer, De Lewis was informed that the quartet talks, England, France, Russia, and Austria, will be held at the Schönbrunn Palace on April 6th. I hope that De Lewis will not forget to attend. De Roos assured the Count of Boer that he would come to attend on time. Time flies, and soon it will be April 6th. De Roos, Count Clarendon, Count Orlov and Count Boer gathered in a room of Schönbrunn Palace to discuss. Compared with the star-studded Vienna conference, the current quartet talks are particularly poor. The quartet talks began with a speech by the host, Count Boer, who still used the clichés of maintaining peace in Europe and maintaining the harmony of the monarchy as the opening of the talks. After the opening speech of Count Boer, Count Clarendon immediately turned on his fire. He accused the Russian imperial government of destroying peace in Europe, especially the peace in the Near East in the recent period. Count Clarendon proposed that the Russian Empire should, under the surveillance of Britain, France, and Austria, they withdrew from the two principalities of the Danube, and at the same time, promised not to infringe the interests of the Ottoman Empire under any pretext in the future. Only in this way will the United Kingdom conclude peace with the Russian Empire, and the Russian Empire has now been repelled by the British and French coalition forces. If the Russian Empire persists again, Riyadh1.com, it will not be long before Britain and France enter the territory of the Russian Empire. Set fire to the Russian Empire itself. As soon as Count Clarendon spoke, Count Orlov immediately argued that the reason why the Russian Empire attacked the Ottoman Empire was entirely out of Tsar Nicholas's sympathy for the oppressed Slavs in the Ottoman Empire. When Orlov, there is a hint of hostility on Count Borna's face when he said this. The Russian Empire will never give up their Yugoslav brothers. And Orlov also hopes that the French Empire and the British Kingdom can join the Russian Empire to protect the religious order. At the same time, Count Orlov firmly denied Clarendon's statement that the Russian Empire had been repelled. He told the Earl of Clarendon that the Russian Empire had retreated, mainly because they had completed the first phase and were now moving towards the second. I would like to ask, what is the mission of the first stage of the Russian Empire? Could it be that the retreat is your staged mission? D. Lewis immediately mocked. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 507, Vienna Conference, 2. Facing the sarcasm of Minister D. Lewis, Orlov said to D. Lewis without any shame on his face, the purpose of the Russian Empire's military actions against the Ottoman Empire is to help de-extremification of the Ottoman Empire, to safeguard the rights of fellow Slavs in the Ottoman Empire. Our first phase of action is to punish the extremist forces in the Danube Principality and maintain peace on the European continent. To prevent the Russian Imperial Army from de-radicalizing the Danube during the period, the Ottoman Empire may have a sneak attack. Therefore, our army will have to go to the Silistra fortress and closely monitor the movement of the Silistra fortress. What a high-sounding reason. D. Ruse said again in an exaggerated and sarcastic tone. I have never seen a country like the Russian Empire that blatantly invaded the territory of another country and ignored the sovereignty of other countries. Minister D. Lewis, the purpose of the Russian Empire is only to safeguard the right of our Slavic compatriots in the Ottoman Empire not to be oppressed by the Ottoman Empire government. You are distorting the policies of the Russian Empire government. Count Orlov righteously said verbally. Okay. If according to what you said, Count Orlov, the Russian Empire carried out a military operation against the Ottoman Empire in order to safeguard the right of the Slavic nation not to be oppressed in the Ottoman Empire, then I would like to ask if one day other countries. D. Ruse paused and showed an apologetic smile to Count Borna. I will use an analogy. For example, the Austrian Empire. As we all know, there are not a few Slavic peoples in the Austrian Empire. If we say one day, there will also be oppression of the Slavs in the Austrian Empire, and if the Slavs in the Austrian Empire cannot bear the oppression and ask for help from the Russian Empire, the Russian Empire will not treat the Austrian Empire like the Ottoman Empire. After all, as His Excellency the Count just said, the Russian Empire can take action against the Slavs in the Ottoman Empire, regardless of the prerequisite for the internal affairs of a sovereign country. D. Ruse's words made Orlov unable to find an excuse to refute. The reason is that the legal basis that Orlov found for the Russian Empire's invasion of the Ottoman Empire was too nonsense. Of course, considering that Count Orlov himself is not a diplomat who is a real professional, but a temporary diplomat who is a spy chief. In addition, the Russian Empire's understanding of diplomacy is still stuck, and I'm strong. I'm reasonable. Austrian Empire, you must learn to be grateful. It is not surprising that Count Orlov's own map cannon-like remarks. In the concept of the Russian Empire, there has never been any real allies, only enemies and protectors. Current Prussia and World War I, French Republic, and Son, Austrian Empire. P.S. If you are interested, you can take a look at the article published by Ryan of Osti recently. What should Russia do to Ukraine? The content of the article is full of ideas of 19th century chauvinism, and the author has some doubts that the place where this article of the Russian Empire should appear is the eve of the Crimean War, not the 21st century point. Or, is there a possibility that Russia's foreign policy has remained unchanged from beginning to end? These two questions cannot be generalized. The Ottoman Empire is the Ottoman Empire, and the Austrian Empire is the Austrian Empire. Count Orlov tried to use ambiguous words to resolve the sharp question raised by Minister de Lewis. As the host of the meeting, Earl Boer frowned to show his displeasure. Since the Russian Empire was able to invade the Ottoman Empire in this way, why not invade the Austrian Empire in the same way? Seeing that the situation was gradually becoming unfavorable for the development of the Russian Empire, Count Orlov hurriedly assured Count Boer, the Russian Empire will never do anything to his friends. The Russian Empire cherishes the friendship of the Austrian Empire, and we hope that the Austrian Empire can share the Russian Empire stands together to maintain the peace and stability of the Danube. Idiot. Count Orlov's reassurance in public made Count Boer's remaining goodwill towards the Russian Empire once again diminished. The role of the Austrian Empire itself in this four-party talks is a mediator. The Austrian Empire is more inclined to Britain and France, a neutral, and Orlov's speech is undoubtedly trying to pull the Austrian Empire into their camp, causing the Austrian Empire to lose its dominance in this conference. Your Majesty, I invite you, and the envoys from Britain and France, to come over by His Majesty's order, not to announce to both of you who the Austrian Empire will stand on. Instead, I want to take this opportunity to bridge the contradictions that exist between the two of you. Bring the European continent back to peace, said Count Boer indifferently. Okay. Since Count Boer has already said that this is a peaceful meeting, then we are also willing to exchange views candidly with the Russian Empire for the sake of European peace. Count Clarendon said, hard to eat. What about France's opinion? Count Boer asked de Roos in a flat tone. The opinion of the British Kingdom is the opinion of the entire coalition. De Roos responded to Count Boer. Then, does the Russian Empire continue to talk about it? Count Boer asked Count Orlov. Yes. Count Orlov nodded. Count Clarendon immediately offered his first opinion to Count Orlov. We hope that the Russian Imperial Army will give up its territorial claims to the principalities of Serbia and the Danube, which will be returned to the protection of the Ottoman High Court under. No, I don't agree. Orlov immediately objected to Count Clarendon. Once the Ottoman Empire returns to the Danube Principality, it will definitely target the people of the Danube Principality with its butchering knives. I don't want to see an inhumane butchering knife in the Danube Principality staged. Duma. In response to Orlov's objection, Count Boer said, Count Clarendon, the Austrian Empire agrees with the Russian Empire on this issue. A look of joy appeared on Count Orlov's face when he saw Count Boer supporting him. Whoever thought that the Austrian Empire was still standing with the Russian Empire had no idea that the condition proposed by Count Clarendon was a condition that had already been negotiated. Earl Orlov's objection was also expected by Earl Clarendon. Earl Clarendon hesitated for a moment, then said, then we will revise the plan. These territories will be placed under the control of European powers and high-level governments. In the joint protection, the Guillaumin government does not allow the wanton slaughter of the people of the Danube. How about this? Before Count Orlov could speak, Count Boer nodded and said, yes, yes. Count Orlov could only agree. Second, the Danube is open to all commercial sailing. I object. Orlov yelled against. For a long time, the Russian Empire had monopolized the commercial trade of the Danube. Today, the Danube underestimates that commercial navigation is going to be opened, which is not aimed at the Russian Empire. Then this one is put on hold for now. Earl Clarendon didn't tangle too much on this one, and went straight to startle. We hope to revise the Straits Treaty with the goal of balancing power in Europe. Russian Empire dominance in the Black Sea will be discontinued. Objection. Count Orlov said without hesitation, since you said European balance of power, then we hope that Britain and France will reduce your navies in the Baltic Sea and the Mediterranean Sea for the sake of the balance of power in Europe. This issue is not in the scope of today's discussion. Earl Clarendon responded strongly. In that case, please allow me to leave first. Count Orlov said to Count Clarendon, and he used this method to express his protest against the unequal treaty between England and France. Immediately, Count Olav turned and left Schönbrunn Palace Point. After Count Olav left, Count Clarendon and Minister de Louis left one after another. Over the next week, Count Olav began to seek foreign aid, first by visiting the ambassadors of the Kingdom of Prussia, hoping that they would stand with the Russian Empire, as they had helped the Kingdom of Prussia in 1851. The Prussian ambassador regretfully told Olav that he was just an ordinary ambassador of the Kingdom of Prussia to Austria, and had no right to agree to Olav's request without permission. However, he would send a telegram to the Prussian side asking about the attitude of the Kingdom of Prussia. Count Olav left the embassy of the Kingdom of Prussia with gratitude, and then visited the Belgian embassy. Olav really doesn't know who else is standing with them. The ambassador of the Belgian embassy also told Olav that they knew that there was no way. The strength of Britain and France was far greater than them. Even if they wanted to help the Russian Empire, it was useless at the suggestion of the Belgian ambassador. Olav went to find the ambassador of the United States of America. The ambassador of the United States of America also made a perfunctory statement and told Olav that the United States had no ability to meddle in the disputes of old Europe. The successive touches made Count Olav realize that the Russian Empire seemed to have been isolated from the world. When Olav once again found Count Bauer to restart the interrupted meeting, Count Bauer resolutely agreed to Olav's request. The four-party talks began again on April 15. This meeting will truly decide the fate of the Russian Empire. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 508, Diplomatic Orphan Russia. As soon as the second quartet talks began, the Earl of Clarendon preemptively emphasized that the Kingdom of Great Britain would continue to adhere to the 3 conditions put forward in the last meeting, and add another condition to the original 3 conditions. That is, Russia renounces the right to protect Turkish Christians, whose safety will be guaranteed after the 4 countries, Austria, Britain, France, and Russia, reach an agreement with the Turkish government. In the face of the 4 extremely harsh peace conditions proposed by the Earl of Clarendon on behalf of France and Britain to the Russian Empire, Olav obviously could not accept it. Once Count Olav accepts these conditions, Olav's own political life will come to an end from the moment he takes over. Neither His Majesty Nicholas I in the court nor the Pan-Slavic factions in the country would tolerate him continuing to remain in the political arena of the Russian Empire. If the trouble is not good, Count Olav himself will be assassinated by some radicals at the door of his house. Don't look at the case of assassination of a national leader in later generations, or rarely reported, but assassination in the 19th century can be said to be a required course for a national leader. Franz Joseph, Prince Regent William I, Nicholas I. Which one has not faced an assassination, let alone the United States of America on the other side of the ocean? There are not a few people who assassinate the president, a leader of a country, let alone an out-of-power politician. You just need to bribe an alcoholic and ambush on Olav's only path, and you can complete the assassination after Olav sends vigilance. I have only heard of Guo Qianli being a thief, but never heard of Qianli being a thief. Whether in terms of political life or physical life, it is absolutely impossible for Count Olav to agree to this condition. The Russian Empire seriously doubts the sincerity of Britain and France for this peace negotiation. Count Olav shouted loudly, and then threatened Britain and France. We hope that Britain and France can re-examine their conditions. Russia. The Empire is not a defeated country. We still have more than 1 million troops. Have you ever thought about the consequences of pushing a big country into a corner? If the battle for the fortress of Silistra had not begun, Britain and France would still be concerned about the millions of Slavic animals in the hands of the Russian Empire. However, after the offensive and defensive battle of the Silistra fortress, the British and French countries no longer worried about the army in the hands of the Russian Empire. With 4 times the force and half a year, there is still no way to capture a fortress. How can such an army make Britain and France rivals? Olav's threat was especially ludicrous with the Counts of Clarendon and de Roos. If this is the attitude of the Russian Empire, then there is no need to continue this peace talks. Earl Clarendon also shot back at Olav. Mamang. De Louis, who was sitting on the side, also sneered, I really don't know what kind of army is an army that has used 180,000 people for more than half a year and has not conquered a fortress. If I were the leader of this army, I would have been so ashamed that I would have committed suicide. You. Count Orlov pointed at Count Clarendon and D. Lewis, unable to say a complete sentence. At this moment, Count Orlov finally realized that the purpose of Britain and France was not peace talks at all. As a result, Count Orlov turned his hope towards Count Bauer, who wanted to put pressure on Britain and France through the Austrian Empire behind Count Bauer to make peace talks possible. As the host of the quartet talks, Count Bauer saw the target thrown at him by Count Orlov. He sighed and said to Orlov, "The Austrian Empire agrees with the 4 conditions put forward by the representatives of Britain and France, and hopes the Russian Empire can withdraw from the Danube Principality as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary friction." Traitor, Count. Bauer's remarks were like a thunderbolt, which shocked Count Orlov. At this time, the words traitor echoed in Count Orlov's mind for a long time. "God, how many promises did Britain and France give you to sell your conscience? Don't you Austrians have a complete heart in your chest?" Count Orlov roared at Count Bauer in a low voice. Count Orlov was not resentful of Britain and France, as they still had war relations with them. But the betrayal of the Austrian Empire, the closest comrade in arms of the Russian Empire, made Count Orlov intolerable. Although Count Orlov understood that the purpose of the Austrian Empire for holding this meeting was also not simple, he never imagined that Count Bauer would stand on the opposite side of the Russian Empire so recklessly. "Your Excellency, the Austrian Empire has not received bribes from Britain and France." Count Bauer flatly denied that he had dealt with the French Empire in the Danube Principality. "We just think that, whether it is the Danube Principality and Serbia's control, or Turkey's the right to protect Christianity in the territory, should be jointly safeguarded with the coordination of European countries, powers." The Austrian Empire openly sided with the British and French camps, and denounced the Russian Empire's behavior of destroying peace in Europe, making Count Orlov feel an unprecedented humiliation. "Okay, I hope the Austrian Empire will not regret it," Count Orlov said to Count Bauer through gritted teeth. Immediately he turned and left the meeting place. After Orlov left, Count Bauer showed a wry smile on his face, and said to Count Clarendon and D. Lewis, "I hope you can keep your promise." "Of course." Count Clarendon and D. Lewis responded in unison. Then, without the participation of Count Orlov, the 3 British, French and Austrian families signed the 4-point plan. 1. Russia announces that it will give up its territorial claims to the 2 principalities of Serbia and the Danube, which will be placed under the joint protection of the European powers, where the Danube Principality is protected by the Austrian Empire alone, and the Highgate. 2. The Danube is open to all commercial navigation. 3. Amend the Straits Convention of 1841 with the goal of balance of power in Europe. Russian naval dominance in the Black Sea area will be suspended. 4. Russia announces the right to protect Turkish Christians. Their safety will be guaranteed after the 4 countries, Austria, Britain, France, Russia, reach an agreement with the Turkish government. The 4-point plan was published on April 17. After seeing the 4-point plan, Count Orlov extinguished his last hope and took a train to the border between Austrian Galicia and Poland. After 4 days and 3 nights, Count Orlov finally arrived in St. Petersburg on April 22. Valley Cable. When Count Orlov reported to Tsar Nicholas with sadness and indignation about the Austrian Empire's treachery to the Anglo-French camp, Tsar Nicholas had the same expression as him at that time. He first looked at Orlov with a shocked expression, Orlov, and then gritted his teeth, and asked Orlov to report again. "Your Majesty, we have suffered a shameful betrayal. The Austrian Empire has now sided with Britain and France." Count Orlov said to Nicholas in a tragic tone, "I'm really a hopeless fool." Nicholas scolded himself through gritted teeth. The current Nicholas deeply regrets why he wanted to rescue the Austrian Empire in the first place. He treated the Austrian Empire with the attitude of his brother, in exchange for the betrayal of the Austrian Empire. "I'm going to conquer the shameless country of Austria. I'm going to seize Franz Joseph and cut open his heart to see what materials they are made of." Nikolai was dazzled by anger. I attempted to open up a 3rd battlefield to fight against Austria in the face of confrontation with Britain, France, and Austria. Ottoman. Your Majesty, absolutely. Count Orlov hurriedly stopped Nicholas's division of troops. and Olav's words were exchanged for the gaze of Nicholas I's violent eyes. "Why not, Your Majesty? The Russian Empire has declared war with Britain, France, and the Ottomans, and there is really no force to look for it with Austria," Count Olav bravely persuaded. "What are you afraid of? I only need 3 infantry regiments and 1 dragoon regiment to defeat them." Nicholas I yelled at Olav. At this moment, the Crown Prince Alexander II of the Russian Empire appeared in front of Nicholas I with a letter in his hand. "Your Majesty." After entering the palace, Crown Prince Alexander hurriedly saluted Nicholas I. Seeing Alexander's arrival, Nicholas I restrained his temper a little and suppressed his anger. Nicholas I asked Alexander what he had to report. "Your Majesty, according to the report of our army's reconnaissance troops in the Danube region, the troops of the Austrian Empire are continuously gathering towards Transylvania," Crown Prince Alexander reported to Nicholas I. "Since when?" Nicholas I asked Crown Prince Alexander. "About a week and a half ago," Crown Prince Alexander replied to Nicholas I. "A week and a half." Count Olav suddenly thought that time was not the time for him to participate in the quartet talks. It turned out that the Austrian Empire had already put its chips on the British and French sides. "What do you think we should do now?" Nicholas I seemed to be asking Crown Prince Alexander, but he was actually questioning Olav. "Your Majesty, I just came back from the Ministry of War and they think that our army should withdraw from the Danube Principality." Crown Prince Alexander spoke on behalf of Count Olav. "Why? Isn't the Imperial Army inferior to Austria?" Nicholas I asked Crown Prince Alexander. "The Imperial Army is not inferior to the Austrian Empire, but the Empire has now declared war on 3 countries and should not declare war on the 4th country. Once the Austrian Empire joins the battle, I'm afraid that the Kingdom of Prussia will also change. Moreover, there have been some changes in Poland recently. The Kingdom of Sweden, which is restless and in the direction of Finland, seems to also," explained Crown Prince Alexander worriedly. "Okay, the guys who were motionless on weekdays are all active now. It seems that they are really going to treat me as Napoleon." Nicholas I's words revealed a contempt. Nicholas I, who knew nothing about the inferiority of the Slavic nation, knew that he could not show any cowardice in front of his ministers. "Otherwise they'll think you're a failed Tsar, and a failed Tsar will end with one and only death. Your Majesty, you are not Napoleon. The Russian Empire is not the French Empire," Crown Prince Alexander said to Nicholas I as he found a good step. "The temporary closure of fists is for better punching. Our front in the Danube region is too long. The supply from the rear to the front cannot meet the needs of the front. It is better to put away your fists and wait for the attack of the British and French troops instead of continuing to waste in the Danube region. I think our army used this method to defeat the mighty French Empire." The words of Crown Prince Alexander gave Nicholas I a bit of confidence in his manic heart. The original Napoleon led an army of 600,000 troops to attack Moscow, but was beaten and fled by the Russian Imperial Army. Naturally, these armies will not be the opponents of the Russian Empire who are shrinking their fists. "Wait a minute," Nicholas I said to Crown Prince Alexander with a sigh. The unwilling Nicholas I still had a bit of luck in his heart. If the army of the Austrian Empire was just pretending, wouldn't it be a big loss for him to withdraw from the Principality of the Danube? Seeing that Nicholas I still did not give up, Crown Prince Alexander had to wait for the next move of the Austrian Empire. Only in this way would Nicholas I wake up. According to the report of Ambassador Gorkakov of the Russian embassy in Austria, this action of the Austrian Empire is just to hope that the Russian Empire can withdraw from the Danube Principality, and they do not want to do anything with the Russian Empire at all. The source of this statement is the Minister of War under the Austrian Emperor Franz Joseph, and the reason why they are willing to report this news to the Russian Empire is probably to ease the relationship with the Russian Empire after this war relation. Of course, the Austrian military does not expect the relationship between the two countries to return to before the war. He hopes that the two countries of Austria and the Russian Empire will not be too hostile, given the likely future of the Russian Empire. Crown Prince Alexander did not say no to the Austrian Empire as his father did. If Nicholas I did not die suddenly, April 28 www.riyadh1.com Austrian Imperial Foreign Minister Count Baller officially issued a warning to Russia. If the Russian army in the Danube Principality does not withdraw from the Danube Principality soon, the Austrian Empire's 200,000 Austrian troops stationed in Transylvania will declare war on the Russian Empire. P.S. In addition, the spenders of the 200,000 troops mobilized by the Austrian Empire in Transylvania are every citizen of the Lombard and Venetian kingdoms. Under the compulsory apportionment of the Austrian Empire, each Lombard and Venetian citizen was apportioned to an average of 30 francs. This behavior of the Austrian Emperor made the Lombard Venice kingdom even more resentful towards the Austrian Empire. Many citizens fled the two places by boat, heading to French Algiers. Nicholas I, who received the final notification from the ambassador of the Austrian Empire, first sent someone to dismiss the ineffective Prince Paskovich, and then after thinking alone for a few days, sent someone to the Danube region to inform the Danube army of the order to retreat. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 509, Weak Countries Have No Human Rights. Prince Paskovich, who led the troops stationed at the fortress on the north bank of the Danube, received an urgent order from St. Petersburg on April 30th, ordering Prince Paskovich to step down as soon as he received the order and be appointed by the Allied forces on the Danube. The deputy commander, General Mikhail Gorchakov, took over the post of Prince Paskovich, and Prince Paskovich himself had to go to Finland as soon as possible to take over the post of Commander-in-Chief of Finland, Archduke Konstantin. Neither Prince Paskovich nor the generals in the fort had any objection to the order issued by St. Petersburg. The reason is because Prince Paskovich's war in the past 6 months has really made their generals feel aggrieved. It is clear that the Silistra fortress is in front of them, but they have never been able to break through, and they have lost for it many colleagues. Of course, Prince Paskovich himself is also unwilling to stay in the Danube region. Today's war in the Danube region has become a sit-in battle between the Russian Empire and Britain, France, and Turkey, and no one dares to step forward. Coupled with the frequent mobilization of the Austrian Empire in Transylvania, Paskovich was more certain that the Russian Empire would not stay in the Danube region for long. Now that St. Petersburg had given him an order to change his post, why didn't Paskovich push the boat out of the Danube region? It's just that Paskovich's departure made Gorchakov a little bit bitter. Thinking of this, Prince Paskovich glanced at Gorchakov. At this time, Gorchakov was staring at the special envoy in front of him with a serious face. From Gorchakov's expression and actions, Paskovich roughly guessed that Gorchakov's heart might not be as good as his face. It's so quiet. Prince Paskovich felt obligated to help Gorchakov figure out the next move of Tsar Nicholas as he parted. Mr. Special Envoy, I don't know what His Majesty the Tsar wants to do next. Is the Imperial Army continuing to fight in the Danube region, or? Prince Paskovich bluntly stated what all the generals at the scene wanted to ask. This question. The envoy hesitated for a moment. He didn't know whether he should reveal that Tsar's this question should have been the next envoy to come and inform them. Mr. Special Envoy, I know your rules. Prince Paskovich first excused the special envoy and then continued, I just want to ask if His Majesty the Tsar will continue to fight. The special envoy shook his head and responded tactfully, His Majesty Nicholas I prefers to continue fighting. The War Department and the Crown Prince tend to close their fists and wait for the opportunity, and only when the time is right, they will make their next plans. Okay, I see. Prince Paskovich thanked the envoy, then asked the envoy to wait outside for a while. Hurry up. After the special envoy reminded, he turned and left the room. After the envoy left, Paskovich said to the people present, the matter is very clear. His Majesty the Tsar may order you to withdraw from the Danube, so you must do it before the next envoy arrives. Be prepared. I don't want an orderly withdrawal to turn into a disorderly rout, but didn't the special envoy just say that the Tsar is inclined to let us continue the fight? One of the generals asked in confusion. I know His Majesty the Tsar, and he will definitely agree with the War Department and the Crown Prince. After all, His Majesty's body. Paskovich said to the general before he spoke. Every general present knows that Nicholas I is 58 years old, and his body has always been hidden. He must establish enough prestige for Crown Prince Alexander, and on this issue, Crown Prince Alexander the opinion is correct, so it is unlikely that Nicholas I will refute the opinion of Crown Prince Alexander. After I leave. You must obey General Gorkakov's orders. Be sure to ensure that the troops can withdraw in an orderly manner. Prince Paskovich exhorted again. Under the farewell of the generals of the Russian Empire headed by Commander Gorkakov, Prince Paskovich and his special envoy left the Danube for a fire. 5 days after Prince Paskovich left the Danube Principality, the second envoy arrived at the camp of Commander Gorkakov. I hereby order Mikhail Gorkakov, commander of the Allied forces on the Danube, to withdraw from the Danube Principality immediately. After receiving this order, the second envoy read out Nicholas to Commander Gorkakov with a solemn expression. The second order of Tsar Commander Gorkakov, who received the order, immediately assured the envoy that he would evacuate from the Danube region as soon as possible. Commander Gorkakov, His Majesty the Tsar said immediately. The special envoy reminded Commander Gorkakov, "Don't worry. I promise to leave immediately tonight." Gorkakov responded to the envoy. After 5 days of preparation, Gorkakov had already prepared a plan to retreat. In the middle of the night on May 5, 1854, the Allied forces on the Danube were evacuated from the north bank of the Danube. More than 100,000 troops lined up with torches and gradually moved towards Bessarabia. The Turkish army located in the Silistra fortress on the south bank of the Danube River discovered the movement of the Russian army on the north bank through the telescope and immediately went to the main city of the Silistra fortress to report the situation on the north bank to Omar Pasha. At this time, Omar Pasha was discussing with Major General Kanrobert, commander of the French 1st Division, about the next move after the fall of the Sevastopol fortress. Report. Omar Pasha. The Russian Empire on the north bank seems to be retreating. Should our army go in pursuit? Omar Pasha turned his attention to Major General Konrobel and said, "Major General Konrobel, do you think our army should pursue the Russian Empire?" Konrobel, who can roughly guess the reason for the Russian Empire's army, is of course unwilling to let Omar disrupt the plan. He shook his head and said to Omar Pasha, "My suggestion is, it's better not to pursue." "That's good. Stop chasing." Omar Pasha obeyed Konrobel's advice and did not choose to pursue. In the early morning of May 6th, the commander of the Austrian Empire stationed in Transylvania, General Albrecht, the Hungarian governor, immediately ordered the two troops to be let down. After receiving the news of the retreat of the Russian Empire from the dragoons in the border area, 100,000 troops went to the Danube Principality to maintain order in the Danube Principality. To put it badly, occupy the Principality of the Danube. Commander Albrecht, "I think we have to wait." Lieutenant General Benedek, commander of the First Army, yes, the general who missed the opportunity due to hesitation in the Austro-Prussian War, proposed to Albrecht. Objection. In case there are still a small number of Imperial Russian troops who do not leave, we are likely to have a conflict with them. This is the last thing Vienna wants to see, so I suggest that it is better to enter after a few days. 4. The seemingly sound plan proposed by Benedek, Commander Albrecht decisively chose to reject it. In Albrecht's view, the earlier the Austrian Empire entered the Danube Principality, the earlier hidden dangers could be eliminated. After all, Omar Pasha of the Ottoman Empire is still wanted by the Austrian Empire, and Albrecht is afraid that he will enter the Danube Principality while the Russian Empire is evacuating. By that time, the Austrian Empire will probably be in an embarrassing situation. Because according to the content of the 4-point plan treaty, the Danube Principality is jointly managed by European powers and Turkey, Britain, and France may not have much interest in the territory of the Danube Principality, but the Ottoman Empire is still very interested in recovering their own territory. Turkey can use this reason to stay on the Danube. Albrecht had to occupy it as soon as possible, so under Albrecht's compulsion, the Austrian Imperial Hussars and Dragoons entered the Danube Principality first and reached the fortress on the north bank of the Danube that night, symbolizing the Austrian Empire. The flag of the fortress was raised. In the early morning of May 7th, the soldiers on the wall of the fortress of Silistra discovered the change of the Air Force flag on the fortress, and they hurriedly reported the situation to Omar Pasha. When Omar Pasha heard the soldiers' response to the flag flying over the North Shore fortress, he muttered to himself with a gloomy face, "Damn Austrian Empire. When did they enter the fortress?" After finishing speaking, Omar Pasha got up and went to the barracks of the coalition troops and told Major General Konrobel about the raising of the Austrian Empire's flag at the North Shore fortress. It is very likely that the Austrian Empire has reached a compromise with the Russian Empire. I propose to immediately go north to destroy this force. Omar Pasha, who was based on hatred of the Austrian Empire, suggested to Konrobel. Omar Pasha, we can't take action against our allies. Konrobel responded to Omar Pasha, allies? Omar Pasha looked at Konrobel in confusion. When did we become allies of the Austrian Empire? Just a few days ago. Konrobel responded to Omar Pasha, but the territory of the Ottoman Empire there, even if the Austrian Empire is an ally of the Ottoman Empire, they have no right to occupy the territory of the Ottoman Empire. Omar Pasha protested to Konrobel. Omar Pasha, Riyadh1.com, the Austrian Empire is just helping your country to manage it. Konrobel responded to Omar Pasha in a flat tone. Omar Pasha, who saw Konrobel's understatement of dividing the territory of one country into another, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill all over his body. This is the so-called European power. This is what is called civilization. Omar Pasha reluctantly told Konrobel that he would personally lead the troops north. If Omar Pasha is determined to go his own way, then I will consider letting Musa Pasha take your place. Konrobel tore off the veil with emotion and said bluntly to Omar Pasha, https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network mobile version reading website, chapter 510, marching into Crimea. Under the blatant threat of Major General Konrobel, Omar Pasha could only abandon his plan to raid the Austrian army on the North Shore point in the next few days. A large number of Austrian Empire appeared on the north bank of the Danube point at the same time. Albrecht, Commander-in-Chief of the Austrian Empire Danube, and the commander of the First Army came to patrol the north bank of the Danube point, and Omar Pasha, the Turkish army commander of the Silistra fortress, also appeared on the tower of the Silistra fortress, looking at the north bank with a telescope, looking at us with a telescope on the opposite side. I'm afraid it's the traitor Omar. Albrecht on the wall of the North Shore fortress pointed to Omar Pasha on the Silistra fortress and said briskly. The commander of the First Army, Benedek, raised the telescope while observing Omar, who was opposite to him, and responded to Albrecht, that's right. He is Omar. Judging from his defense against Prince Paskovich's attack, he should say a general with good ability. Why was he not used in Austria, but instead became a traitor to the empire? Omar was a man who used to be the Ogulin Legion. I remember that you were also in the Ogulin Legion at the time. Is there any unknown inside story? Albrecht curiously asked Benedek beside him. After pondering for a moment, Benedek replied cautiously, actually, this question is not an inside story. It just involves the embezzlement of public funds by a deputy head, who happens to be Omar's father. Because when Omar joined the Austrian army, he only worked as a clerical and did not show any extraordinary skills, so his clerical work also ended with his father's forced retirement. However, after he left the army, some of the public funds of the army that were stolen before, so he was identified as a traitor to the empire. The reason why Omar was able to achieve this achievement is mainly due to his hard work within Ottoman. After listening to Benedek's speech, Albrecht stroked his chin and said briskly, listen to what you said. This Omar is still a military wizard without a teacher. It's not so much that Omar Pasha is a military genius, it's better to say that the guy who designed this bastion fortress is the real person. Benedek, who is good at defensive operations, explained the mystery of this bastion to Albrecht. That is, the three sub-bastions complement each other, and the fortress of Silistra itself has a fortress relying on the Danube, which is extremely difficult to break through. And concluded, to break such a castle, it is necessary to use more than 4 times the strength of the bastion, and it will take 2 months of continuous attack to destroy the castle. According to our experience in the Russian Empire, according to the military attaché, Prince Paskovich has not attacked the fortress of the country well from the beginning, so he has not made any progress for such a long time. I didn't expect that how long ago the Russian Empire's army has become like this. Albrecht couldn't help but sighed. Actually, the Russian Empire's offensive in Hungary had exposed some shortcomings. It's just that the Russian Empire's army at that time made up for the shortcomings with the advantage of the number of people. Benedek, who participated in joint operations with the Russian Empire, once again said. Albrecht once again lamented the downfall of the Russian Empire. I think that Albrecht also listened to his father, Archduke Karol, about the generation that the Russian Empire and Napoleon fought in Eastern Europe and Germany. Their generation generally has a much higher sense of the Russian Empire than the actual Russian Empire. The myth of the European road roller was completely shattered in Albrecht's heart, and Albrecht also began to discuss whether his Austrian Imperial Army had the same shortcomings as the Russian Empire. After Albrecht's adjutant reported to Albrecht that Bucharest had been completely occupied, Albrecht, who had reacted, walked down the fortress tower and set off for Bucharest that night. The day after Albrecht left, the coalition headquarters in Varna also sent them the next instructions of the coalition. Since the principality of the coalition Danube is now occupied by the Austrian Empire, the Austrian Empire is now on the side of the coalition. Therefore, the team of Omar and Konrobel located in the Silistra fortress does not need to continue to be stationed in the Silistra fortress. The Turkish and coalition forces in Silistra should be at the fastest speed. Coalition command headquarters, in the letter, they said they would send a troop carrier to bring troops from the Silistra fortress to Varna to join the coalition forces in the Varna area. Omar, who received the order, immediately counted 20,000 Turkish soldiers from the Silistra fortress and handed over the city defense of the Silistra fortress to Musa Pasha. Of course, instead of giving the command of Musa Pasha, it is better to say that all the rights of the fortress of Silistra were handed over to his former assistant, Colonel Lash. But Colonel Lash was a Prussian. His identity is not conducive to his control of this mixed army, so Omar Pasha will choose Musa Pasha as the leader. On the bright side, as long as Musa Pasha is willing to follow Colonel Ra's command, the fortress of Silistra will not fall. After doing all this, Omar Pasha and Konrobel quietly waited for the arrival of the fleet. In the early morning of May 15th, a huge fleet of gunboats, steam sail battleships, and troop carriers appeared on the Danube next to the Silistra fortress. The Turkish soldiers who discovered that the ship was flying the tricolor hurriedly reported the news to Major General Omar Pasha and Major General Konrobel, and the two quickly, to gather the army before the fleet began, was completely docked on the shore. After 3 hours of rectification, more than 26,400 troops lined up neatly in 2 columns, and came to the port near the Silistra fortress with cavalry in the front and infantry in the rear. Under the coordination of Helen of France, it took the whole team more than 2 hours to load all the people on the ship. At this time, the sun has gradually moved from east to south, and the time has quietly come to around 2 p.m. The loaded French navy left the Danube under the scorching sun and arrived at the periphery of the port of Varna at around 4 p.m. They had to wait for the coalition forces in the port of Varna to board the ship and set off together. Standing on the bow of the steam-driven sailing battleship, Omar Pasha, holding a telescope, saw the most shocking scene in his life. The coalition forces in the port of Varna were arranged in an orderly manner, forming a massed forest in the port of Varna, with black smoke and steam floating, as if it were a huge industrial city floating on the water. This kind of scene was something he couldn't see in the Ottoman Empire or even the Austrian Empire. It could only be seen in the British Kingdom and the French Empire, and this was just the tip of the iceberg in the two countries. The scene in front of him completely shattered Omar Pasha's only pride in defeating the Russian Empire, and it also made Omar Pasha realize that there is also a huge difference between powers and powers. If Omar Pasha is facing the current fleet attacking the Silistra fortress from the Danube, I'm afraid that Omar Pasha will not be able to last for a few days. Just when Omar Pasha was in a state of panic, Major General Konrobel's voice reached Omar Pasha's ears. "Do you feel shocked?" Omar Pasha nodded subconsciously, then swallowed. "When I saw a fleet of this size for the first time, I was just as surprised as you that our navy was able to keep pace with the Kingdom of Great Britain." Exaggeration. His expression was the same as Omar's at that time, when he was in the boat forest docked in the inner head of Lundsport. Omar then asked Konrobel whether the Anglo-French fleet docked in the port of Varna was the full force of Britain and France in the Mediterranean. Konrobel told Omar that what he saw in the port of Varna was only half the sea power of the British and French fleets in the Mediterranean, and half of them in Malta, Britain, and Toulon, France, not to mention that outside the Mediterranean, There are the La Manche Fleet, the Pacific Fleet, the Far East Fleet, and more. Omar Pasha was once again shocked by the strength displayed by the British and French fleets, and was glad that the Ottoman Empire could be on good terms with the British Kingdom and the French Empire at the same time. Time passed quickly, and more than 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. The fiery red sun reached sea level from south to west, forming a bright red halo around it. Reading www.ukanshu.com. The white floating clouds floating in the sky also turned red after being rendered by a halo. Under this mesmerizing sunset, there were 60,000 French troops, 30,000 British troops, 20,000 Sardinian troops, and 20,000 Ottoman troops, led by Selim Pasha, and more than 400 troops. The huge fleet of Door artillery officially set sail. The bare masts raised white sails that seemed to cover the sky, and the steam engine made a low roar, as if to announce its awakening to the world. It's time to go. After the steam engine in the port of Varna made its first roar, the fleet outside the port put away the anchors placed under water and started the steam engine, which was silent for more than 2 hours. Thick black smoke came from the steam. The chimney in the second half of the sailboat appeared, and the underwater propeller head was also stirring the clear water secretly. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 511, Crimea Landing Steps, Part 1. We are about to go to Odessa, a few dozen miles away from the Varna region. 1 ferry equals 4 kilometers, to liberate the Turks and Tatars who were enslaved by the tyrants of the Russian Empire. Listen to my company commander. The first battles were against the Turks and the Russians. Mark. Strange. Why are we fighting the Turks? However, among our comrades, in addition to the British army, there were 30,000 Turks and 20,000 troops of the Kingdom of Sardinia willing to help us. Note, I don't know which country Sardinia is, but I heard from the commander that their country seems to be our puppet. The battle will start in the jungle of Odessa soon. I think the enemy is seeing us after such rapid firepower. They will immediately drop their weapons and surrender. I hope God will bless us to liberate those Turks until the war is over. I will go back to my hometown and tell you this battle as it is. Sergeant Jacques Michel Jean Baptista, 3rd Company, 2nd Battalion, French Juaf Regiment, the 18th of May 1854 at the Black Sea. Sergeant Baptista, who hid in the storage room at the bottom of the troop carrier and finished writing the letter. Put the ink and water dipped pens into the rucksack, then folded the letter into an envelope, and finally left the storage room. Returned to the rest area on the upper deck, where the battalion he was resting at. When Baptista returned to the deck, where his battalion was located, he saw that most of the people on the deck were resting on the deck, and every French soldier was covered with a thin layer of sheets. These sheets were obtained from the quartermaster of the battalion they were in, before boarding the troop carrier, allowing them to lie down and sleep on the deck. In addition to sheets, each French soldier received 8 days' rations, including rice, sugar, coffee, lard and biscuits, a can of food, and 2 low-quality cigarettes. It can be said that every French army spent every day at sea is inseparable from France's strong industry, precise train scheduling, and perfect naval logistics system as guarantees. Without these guarantees, what the French soldiers on board can eat will be greatly reduced, or even not eaten at all. Of course, these questions were not considered by the little Sergeant Baptista. Right now, he just wanted to return to the spot where he was paying attention, take a nap, and wait for the fleet to arrive at the port of Odessa. Sergeant Baptista quickly found the sheet, and after saying hello to his colleagues on the left and right, took off his rucksack and lay on the sheet. In a haze, Sergeant Baptista fell asleep. In his sleep, he found himself in a dense forest, and the roars of wild beasts could be heard in the distance. Noisy. Baptista, armed with a mine rifle, watched the surrounding environment vigilantly to prevent possible sneak attacks. While heading towards the depths of the jungle, an inexplicable foreboding told him Odessa right in the depths of the jungle. Unfortunately, the sleeping Sergeant Baptista did not know that the place they were about to arrive was not the capital of Odessa, but the Crimea Peninsula. What he learned about the landing in Odessa was just one of the rumors that the coalition forces released to the army under the premise of secrecy. Point of course, it would be of no use, even if Baptista knew about the war plan of the coalition forces landing on the Crimean Peninsula. Point. Whether it is Odessa or the Crimean Peninsula, it is a virgin land that Baptista has never touched. Point. Even though it is Odessa or the Crimean Peninsula, it is a virgin land that Baptista has never touched. If Baptista, who has neither a map nor a direct knowledge of Russia's terrain, actually sets foot on the mainland of the Crimea Peninsula, he will think that this is the coast of the African continent. Just when Baptista fell asleep on the French command ship, which was less than 200 meters away from the troop carrier where Baptista was located, the commanders of the British, French, and Turkish commanders were arguing about the landing site in Crimea. As the British commander, Commander Aglan believed that the coalition forces should directly attack the fortress port of Sevastopol, taking advantage of the strong naval superiority of the leading force to destroy Sevastopol, while annihilating the remaining naval forces in the port of the Russian Empire. To ensure the smooth landing of the coalition troops near the Sevastopol fortress, on the other hand, Marshal Sonano has a different opinion from Commander Aglan. He believes that the coalition troops should not be in a violent offensive posture as soon as they come up, which will make the garrison in the fortress of Sevastopol feel afraid and make a decision. Escape from the fortress. The strategic goal of the coalition forces is not simply to capture the Sevastopol fortress, but to use the Sevastopol fortress as a bait to encircle and reinforce the point, attracting the Russian Empire to fill in the Caucasus and Ukrainian soldiers for Russia. Among the meat grinders, designed by the Empire, forged the prestige of the Allied forces with the flesh and blood of the soldiers of the Russian Empire. Of course, there is another point that Marshal Saint-Ono did not explicitly say, that is, the terrain near the Sevastopol fortress is too favorable for the Russian army defending the fortress. Commanding turret allows a 24-pounder cannon fixed to the turret to fire shells into the sea around the fortress of Sevastopol. As long as the Russian Empire stationed in the fortress of Sevastopol can blow up its own port dock, where large ships are docked at the first time, the coalition forces can only use small ships to land for combat, and the casualties caused are immeasurable number, not to mention that it will be a nightmare to face the bastions on the coast after the landing of the coalition forces. I agree with Marshal Sonano. La Meramore, Minister of War of the Kingdom of Sardinia, clearly supported Marshal Sonano. Our purpose is not just to occupy the fortress of Sevastopol, but to turn the Sevastopol fortress into an unhealable wound of the Russian Empire, so that Nicholas I had to invest enough soldiers in order to keep this fortress safe. As long as the Russian Empire dispatched their soldiers in the Caucasus, if part of it comes, I think the Turkish army will be able to open up a whole new situation in the Caucasus. I also agree with Marshal Saint-Ono's opinion. After hearing La Meramore's words, Omar Pasha also agreed. Although Sardinia and the Ottoman Empire are two insignificant pawns in the eyes of Commander Aglan, the pawns can often come in handy at the most critical time, especially when the British and French coalition forces are in a stalemate due to different routes. In this case, the support of the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Ottoman Empire is particularly precious. Commander Saint-Ono, in your opinion, where should our unit land better? Commander Aglan asked Marshal Saint-Ono. My suggestion is here. Marshal Saint-Ono pointed to Calamita Bay, which is about 35 miles away from the Sevastopol fortress. It's very close to the Sevastopol fortress. Cov would never have imagined that we would land here. Now he must have concentrated all the troops of the Crimean Peninsula in the fortress of Sevastopol at home, and captured an almost empty port for us. It's just about grabbing it. Saint-Ono paused, glanced at the surrounding dogs and continued, but before that, we still need to capture this place. Marshal Saint-Ono pointed his finger at Yevpatoria on the left flank of Calamita Bay. We must ensure the safety of the flank. Then, who should we send to carry out this mission? Commander Aglan asked Marshal Saint-Ono. Hearing that the generals who are about to be assigned tasks are gearing up for the war, let's let France come first for the first stop. Marshal Saint-Ono proposed to Commander Aglan in a negotiating tone. After Commander Aglan glanced at his generals, he nodded and responded to Marshal Saint-Ono. Yes. However, I hope you can act as soon as possible. Of course. Marshal Saint-Ono nodded in response to Raglan's command, and then turned his head to his generals. After thinking for a while, Marshal St. Arnauld pointed his finger at Brigadier General Mark Mahone of the Zouave Regiment. Brigadier General Mark Mahone. Mark Mahone, who was called by Marshal St. Arnauld, took a step forward and responded to Marshal St. Arnauld in a sonorous tone. My subordinates are here. Raise your troops for 1,000 days and use them for a while. Your Zouave regiment will take the lead and you must occupy the town of Yevpatoria. St. Arnaud responded to St. Arnaud in an unquestionable tone. Marshal, please rest assured. I promise to complete the task tonight. Mark Mahone responded confidently and issued a military order. If I don't complete the task tonight, I will take off this uniform. Get out of the army. Okay. Remember what you said. Marshal St. Arnauld said to Mark Mahone with a serious expression, then waved his hand and said, don't make us wait too long. Understood. Mark Mahone turned and left Marshal St. Arnauld's command ship Riyadh1.com. After jumping on the steamboat, he soon arrived at the troop carrier, where the Zouave regiment was located. Captain. The two members of the Zouave regiment who were in charge of the inspection immediately saluted Mark Mahone. You two go down immediately and call me all the cadres from the battalion company and above. Brigadier General Mark Mahone said urgently. Does the regiment commander have any mission? The Zouave regiment soldier asked excitedly. The Marshal has handed over the task of covering the main landing force to our regiment. Our regiment is not only covering the main landing force, but also the first group of troops to land on the island. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 512, Crimea Landing Steps, below. Is it Odessa? What? A joke, I guess. Circassion. Caucasus. The relationship between the regimental commander and the soldiers in the Zouave unit, which is known for its relative freedom, is not as strict as in other armies. So the two Zouave regiment soldiers asked Brigadier General Mark Mahone, sentence by sentence, what they were about to go to land. Both of you guessed wrong. Brigadier General Mark Mahone shook his head and replied calmly, the place we are going to is Yevpatoria on the Crimean Peninsula, which is not far from us. A town of 3 fairs, about 12 kilometers. You must capture it before 12 tonight. What? Is it just a small town? Marshal and the others underestimate us too. One of the two soldiers of the Zouave regiment complained. No, you really underestimate us. Another Zouave soldier also echoed. This is our first battle, to land on the Crimean Peninsula, and it is also a crucial battle, so we must win it. Brigadier General Mark Mahone said to them with a serious expression, any underestimation of the enemy will lead to this war. The failure. Do you understand? The two Zouave soldiers also nodded at Mark Mahone with a solemn look. Okay, go. Don't make me wait too long. Mark Mahone waved his hand to the soldier. Under Mark Mahone's gaze, the two soldiers disappeared on the deck, and Mark Mahone, who was standing alone on the deck, looked into the distance point. After a while, a battalion commander and 8 company commanders in the troop carrier appeared in front of Brigadier General Mark Mahone. They all stood in front of Brigadier General Mark Mahone with their chests up and full of energy, like a group of waiting. Like the soldiers under review by Brigadier General Mark Mahone. Seeing the group of energetic wolf cubs in front of him, Brigadier General Mark Mahone nodded with satisfaction and said loudly, you know what I want to do by calling you here. I know. The 9 battalion company level, middle and lower level officers responded briefly to Brigadier General Mark Mahone in unison. Long before they came to the top deck, the Zouave soldiers who were in charge of delivering the message had already told them everything. Very good. Very spirited. Brigadier General Mark Mahone gave the order clearly. I only give you 1 hour. In this hour, you give me the soldiers on the ship. I'll be back on this transport ship in a few hours. At that point, I'm going to see an army ready to go into battle. Got it? Understood. The 9 commanders immediately responded to Mark Mahone Road. Afterwards, Mark Mahone left the troop carrier on a steam speedboat and went to another troop carrier carrying the Zouave regiment for mobilization work. The 9 battalion company level officers who watched Brigadier General Mark Mahone leave returned to the interior of the troop carrier to wake up all the soldiers of the troop carrier. Wake up. Wake up. Sergeant Baptista, it's time for us to gather. Just when Baptista was about to lead the French army to attack the Odessa bastion. A voice seemed to reach Baptista's ears from outside. I remembered. I'm dreaming. Baptista immediately realized that he was in a dream, and he desperately wanted to wake up from the dream. After trying again and again, Baptista barely opened his sleepy eyes. The dense jungle, ferocious beasts, and the bastion, the capital of Odessa, located deep in the forest, all disappeared, leaving only the sticky feeling transmitted from the epidermis of the skin to the nerves of the brain, and the sweat on the forehead. Apparently Baptista was still in the cabin, and his comrades lying on his left and right were now putting sheets in their rucksacks, ready to go. What happened? Baptista asked with a puzzled look as he grabbed his comrade in arms beside him. The comrade in arms beside him stopped his movements and said to Baptista, I don't know the specific situation. However, I heard from them that we are about to conduct a landing operation. Landed? Where to land? Odessa? Sergeant Baptista blurted out and asked his comrades. It doesn't seem to be. The comrade in arms shook his head, then shook off Baptista and grabbed his hand and responded, in short, we need to clean up as soon as possible. Oh. Sergeant Baptista quickly got up and folded the sheets flat, then opened the rucksack and stuffed the sheets into the rucksack. Sergeant Baptista, who was carrying a rucksack, followed the main force to find his company. As a sergeant, he stood at the end of the row. A lieutenant ranked officer generally stands at the head of a row, and an ordinary soldier stands in the center of the line. For the 3 rows, the number of people in each row is about 39, and the total number of people including the company commander is 118. The entire troop carrier had a total of 960 combatants. By the time all 960 soldiers had assembled, 40 minutes had passed. The company commander of each company conveyed to them Brigadier General Mark Marone's assignment, and then asked the company members if they had any more questions, and they were free to speak for a while. Valley. As soon as the company commander's voice fell, the company immediately exploded. The members of the company again asked their company commander if the commander had misheard the landing site. The company commander swore to assure the soldiers that they had heard nothing wrong and that it was indeed Crimea. After hearing the company commander's affirmative answer, some soldiers were mourning while others were beaming with joy. The smiling soldiers were not happy that they were in the war, but that they were able to win the money of the loser. Sergeant Baptista, who was standing at the end of the line, suddenly thought that the letter he was about to send home was to go to Odessa, and now the place he was going to was the Crimea Peninsula. Should not be changed. Thinking of this, Sergeant Baptista subconsciously touched the envelope on his chest. Okay, I don't want to say more. You are about to face a battle, so any of you has written a letter and can now give it to me. Sergeant Baptista's place, the company captain said loudly. Forget it. Crimea, just Crimea. Just send a letter. After Sergeant Baptista comforted himself, he left the queue and handed the letter to the company commander. There were a few others who communicated with him, and they were the first lieutenant and the last non-commissioned officer of their respective companies, which was enough to show that the basic education of the French army itself only spread to the officer level, and the vast majority of the soldiers, most of them were peasant children and social idlers who could not read a bunch of characters, and only peasant children and social idlers would join the army. Because neither of them has any extra money, especially after Jerome Bonaparte obeyed Neer's order to increase the amount of exemption from the consignment system. Those peasants who could have gritted their teeth and were exempted from military service are now there's nothing you can do now. Although the proliferation of peasant children in the army has reduced the literacy rate in the army, some veterans have gradually learned to write letters because they have stayed in the military camp for a long time. It has improved the purity of the army, making the original flooded the army with various bad habits has undergone some changes. Looking at the officers who could send letters in front of them, the soldiers' eyes showed a hint of envy. These soldiers who are about to enter the battlefield have no idea of the battle they will face next, and they long for a spiritual sustenance, so that their souls will not get lost on the battlefield. However, they were destined to be unable to send their thoughts back to their hometowns by letter, and they silently prayed to God in their hearts to let them go off the battlefield smoothly. The company commander, who had collected all the family letters in the company, changed hands and handed them over to their battalion commander. who would then hand them over to the supply ship that traveled between France and Crimea Point. After returning to France, the post office personally delivered the letter to their respective homes. Brigadier General Mark Mahone appeared on deck and stairwell when the battalion commander had all the letters from his company head of the regiment. The battalion commander hurriedly ran to Mark Mahone to salute and report. All 960 members of the 1st Battalion of the Zouave Regiment are here. Please instruct. Not bad. Looking at the group of energetic soldiers in front of him, Mark Mahone gave the order with a smile. Let your people wait here for the next order. Come with me. Yes. The battalion commander responded loudly, then turned and trotted to the soldiers, asking them to sit down and rest. The battalion commander led the 8 company commanders under his command and set off with Brigadier General McMahon. Sergeant Baptista, who was sitting cross-legged near the left porthole, looked out the window. The troop carrier moved forward at a constant speed, and beside the troop carrier was a steam sail battleship with a single layer of artillery, which was strange. The style of the battleship is very different from the traditional sailing battleship, and a layer of iron is wrapped under the muzzle of the artillery. The iron sheet glowed silver white under the sunlight. Yes, this is the latest refitted ironclad of the French Empire. The iron sheet covering the hull can effectively resist the damage caused by the enemy's artillery, and the artillery on both sides of the ironclad ship can also bring devastating blows to the enemy. Although the ironclad, to be precise, the iron sailboat, is to sacrifice its firepower advantage to strengthen the blocking defense. Reading www.ucanchu.com. However, in the Navy that is generally equipped with explosives, the requirements for firepower are far less than the requirements for defense. After all, solid shells are different from blooming shells, which require multiple rounds to completely destroy a ship. It only takes 2 or 3 rounds to completely sink a ship. Half an hour later, the main fleet and a large number of troop carriers stopped. The 3 troop carriers in the Zouave regiment continued to move forward under the asterisk of the ironclad ships, and the troop carriers sailed for about an hour or so. Later the land could be vaguely seen in the distance, and the battalion commander and the company commanders of each company also returned to the team at this time. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network mobile version reading website. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513, Russian Town under Special Military Operation. At this time, when the beginning of summer has passed by omen, a sudden sun shower broke the sultry weather that lasted for a long time in the small town of Yevpatoria on the Crimea Peninsula. The light rain drizzled down the soil of the small town of Yevpatoria, making the soil that was dry like sand and gravel become wet and slippery. If you step on it gently with leather boots, you can clearly see that your feet are sinking into the mud. The whole process of the ground, if you pull hard, you can hear the sound of squeak, and a few drops of muddy water are brought out of the mud pit by the leather boots and splashed on the trousers and boots. The originally hot air has become moist now, and the round of poisonous sun hanging in the sky has softened a lot. Looking at the small town of Yevpatoria under the drizzle, there is a green scene everywhere. In the fields outside the town, potato sprouts grow vigorously in the rain-moistened fields. However, for the free people living here, the transition between spring and summer is undoubtedly the most difficult, because they still need to wait 3 to 4 months before they can experience the joy of the harvest. During this time, the freedmen in the small town of Yevpatoria could only use the rations they had stored in the previous year to get by. Of course, this is only for some slightly poor freedmen. For the wealthy rich peasants in the town, or for the small nobles who hold part of the fields and serfs, this season is often the best time. You can use the surplus assets on hand to buy small fields in the hands of some bankrupt freedman, or even make a freedman become a serf again. However, after the free people in the small town of Yevpatoria could not afford the high taxes of the Russian Empire, they often sold their fields at a low price, and then acted as members of the Vulture Palace together with the Tatars. It's a horse-banded point, however, no matter whether it is a serf, a freedman, or a rich peasant or a small noble, a sudden disaster is about to befall this town. When the pendulum clock hanging on the town church reached 4 p.m., several warships appeared on the sea off the town of Yevpatoria, and they were heading towards Yevpato at a very fast speed. The town of Raya is close. After the sailors in charge of guarding the tower observation saw such a large number of fleets on the sea through the telescope, he thought it was the Russian Empire's support fleet. It was the French Empire tricolor. The sailor didn't know which country the tricolor represented. He just thought the flag was different from the Russian Empire, and his face immediately changed from joy to panic. The sailors hurriedly ran from the lookout to the town, shouting loudly, "Not good! Not good!" The residents of the town who live and work in peace and contentment have curious eyes on their faces after hearing the sailor shouting. They don't understand why the sailor is so panicked. Just when the sailors were at a loss, the mayor of Yevpatoria, the town's military commander, the head of the militia group, the chief of customs and the commander of epidemic prevention and control, Nikolai Ivanovich Kasanash, Yev came to the sailor with an umbrella and asked, "What's wrong?" As the most famous and powerful country noble in the area, the white-haired Kasinachev is the pinnacle of the whole town point. When the sailor saw Mayor Kasinachev, his flustered heart was relieved a lot, and he hurriedly told the mayor what he saw at the observation deck. After hearing the sailor's words, the mayor of Kasinachev also showed a solemn expression on his face. "Please describe to me carefully what color flags are hanging on the warship." After thinking for a moment, the sailor reported to Kasinachev, "I remember that the flag has 3 colors, blue, white, and red." After hearing the colors of the flag described by the sailors, the mayor of Kasinachev felt a lot of peace of mind. The flag of the warship described by the sailors is obviously the tricolor of the French Empire. As long as it is not the flag of the Ottoman Empire, everything is fine. If it is the flag of the Ottoman Empire, then their small town will probably face a vendetta. No one knows the brutality of the Turks better than Mayor Kasinachev. When Mayor Kasinachev was young, he was also a member of the Russian Imperial Army. At that time, under the orders of the great Emperor Alexander, he fought with the French Empire and the Ottoman Empire. In his opinion, the battle with the French Empire Army is still a gentleman's battle, and the French Empire Army maintains a policy of not following the torture and killing of prisoners in the treatment of prisoners, and one of the favorite things the Ottoman Empire liked to do after defeating the Russian Empire was to wantonly massacre the wounded who were forced to stay in place. Even massacres were carried out on their own turf. Fortunately, Mayor Kasinachev muttered to himself in relief, "Mayor, are the Turks calling?" The anxious voice of the sailor reached the ears of Mayor Kasinachev. Kasinachev calmed down and shook his head at the sailors, and then responded loudly, "Everyone, please rest assured. This is a fleet from a civilized country." The words of Mayor Kasinachev made the residents of the town a little more settled. "Father, what should we do now?" The man standing beside Kasinachev holding an umbrella for him, his son, who is also the adjutant of the mayor of the whole town. Kasinachev holds an umbrella in his hand. Holding a militia force of more than 100 people, he lowered his voice and proposed to Kasinachev, "Should we report to Prince Menshikov on Almazide?" "Stupid." Kasinachev glared at his son fiercely. "You are really not afraid that they will bring you to justice if you go to tip off at this time?" After hearing Kasinachev's reprimand, the son of Kasinachev shrank his neck subconsciously and said, "Don't tell me they are a civilized army. No matter how civilized you are, you won't let you tip off." Kasinachev said with hatred, "Take your mind and think about it. What they are saying is that it is also an enemy of the Russian Empire and treats ventilation. The messenger will not be merciful. Then, what should we do now? Just wait like this?" Kasinachev's son asked his learned father again. "What else can I do?" "Take your people and go to the dock." Kasinachev reluctantly ordered his son. "Hey." Kasinachev's son pleaded in horror. "Father, those troops under my command can't beat them at all." "Who told you to fight them? I asked you to gather the troops in your hands and meet them. Only in this way can I convince them that we do not want to fight against them. Do you understand?" Kasinachev said to reprimanded his son. "Oh." Kasinachev's son nodded with a vague understanding and then asked worriedly, "Father, will those troops steal our family's property?" As the richest person in the town of Yevpatoria, Kasinachev has accumulated tens of thousands of francs in 20 years by virtue of his position. It's like breaking the bank and avoiding disaster. Kasinachev showed a painful expression on his face. In fact, as his son said, although France is a civilized army, this civilization is only limited to not killing people. It is a daily operation to the property of a small town. Yes. Kasinachev's son responded when 2 ironclads and 3 troop carriers were about to mortgage the port of Yevpatoria. The observation level on the ironclad saw the pier through the telescope and saw Kasinachev on the pier at this time. Kasinachev was holding a white flag in his left hand and a tricolor flag covered with dust in his right hand, as if he was maintaining the appearance of the president of the association, causing the level on the observation deck to laugh. After the laughter was over, the sailors on the watchtower informed the captain of the ironclad deck of the town. The captain immediately reported the situation to Commodore Mark Mahone inside the ironclad. The small town of Yevpatoria has surrendered? Commodore Mark Mahone asked the captain indifferently. That's right. The captain responded to Commodore Mark Mahone. Then, appoint someone to communicate with them. Brigadier General Mark Mahone shook his head and sighed. He knew that this town probably didn't have the regular army of the Russian Empire. Thinking of the exhausting mobilization work here, and finally getting such a result, Brigadier General Mark Mahone felt a little irritable. In this way, under the order of Brigadier General Mark Mahone, the ironclad and the troop carrier were parked in an area less than 100 meters away from the port, and a steam speedboat was released from the ironclad ship. The person in charge of the negotiation took the speedboat. When the speedboat arrived at the dock, Kasinachev hurriedly stepped forward to greet the guests. Welcome to the arrival of the French Imperial Army in the town of Yevpatoria. Riyadh1.com. I'm the mayor of the town, Kasinachev. Kasinachev introduced himself to the representative. My representative of Brigadier General Mark Mahone. Now I officially inform you that your town has been occupied by us. If you want to resist, then the consequences will be borne by you. The negotiator greeted Cassie first. Nachiev said, on the contrary, if you are willing to cooperate with us, we can guarantee the safety of life and property of everyone in your town. Yes. Our town is willing to cooperate with the French Empire Army. Kasinachev quickly responded. Very good. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the next period of time. The negotiator extended his hand to Kasinachev. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Kasinachev said with a flattering smile. //genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 514. Apportionment and Bandit Suppression. With the cooperation of Mayor Kasinachev, the French Empire naturally no longer need to waste the shells on the ironclads to deter the town, so the 2 ironclads returned to Calamita Bay. The troop carrier drove straight into the pier of Yevpatoria to dock, and the wooden stairs leading to the port pier were slowly lowered from the troop carrier. Residents of the town ran to their roofs and balconies to watch the soldiers of the Zouave regiment that were about to appear in the port. With the resounding sound of blowing from the troop carrier, the soldiers of the Zouave battalion, dressed in blue and white traditional French army uniforms, were led up and down the wooden stairs by their tents. The 3 battalions of 2,900 people took nearly an hour and a half to disembark. Looking at the group of elite soldiers in front of him, Mayor Kasinachev couldn't help but feel grateful for his choice. For a small town with more than 9,000 villagers and more than 100 militiamen, including several wounded soldiers who had previously retired from the battlefield, surrender was undoubtedly a wise choice. Just when Kasinachev was secretly rejoicing, the tall figure of Brigadier General Mark Mahone appeared in front of them. Upon seeing this, Kasinachev hurriedly introduced himself. Dear Commodore, I'm Kasinachev, the mayor of this town. Mayor Kasinachev, your town will be occupied by the French Empire from now on. I hope you can cooperate with our work, so as not to let both of us face down. I'm straight. If others treat me well, I will treat others well too. If the positive and the negative. Brigadier General Mark Mahone sneered at the corner of his mouth and said bluntly, Kasinachev. Natural cooperation. Natural cooperation. Mayor Kasinachev nodded again and again. After that, Mayor Kasinachev introduced his son to Brigadier General Mark Malone and said, "Your Excellency, this is my son Nikolai Ivankov Kasinachev, now serve as the military commander of this town." "Your Excellency, Brigadier General, hello," Ivankov said to Brigadier General Mark Malone, nodding and bowing. Point after Mark Malone looked up and down Ivankov, he just said N, then turned to ask Kasinachev through the translator, "How many households are there in your town now?" When Mayor Kasinachev heard Brigadier General Mark Malone's words, he couldn't help his heart tighten. He knew that France's apportionment was coming. When Kasinachev was in the Russian Imperial Army, he had already heard about the apportionment of the French army. Whenever the French army passed by, they exchanged their cheap tokens for all the goods they needed. If the other party is unwilling to agree, then the church in the occupied area will be looted. "Your Excellency, there are more than 9,000 families in our town." Kasinachev dared not hide anything to Brigadier General Mark Malone. "More than 9,000 households? How many wealthy families are there?" Brigadier General Mark Malone asked again. "About 1,000 people." Kasinachev responded to Mark Malone, "Your town is really hidden." Mark Malone looked at the small town of Kasinachev in surprise, because our town is close to the sea. The grains of the peninsula are processed here. Naturally, a large number of rich people gathered. Kasinachev answered truthfully, "Very good. Then I'll just say it straight. Your town has a total of 9,000 people. Each civilian needs to pay us 100 francs of ransom for the town, and every rich person pays 500 francs. That is to say, your town needs give us 1.8 million francs." Brigadier General Mark Malone said to Kasinachev. When the translator translated Brigadier General Mark Malone's words into Russian and told Kasinachev to listen, Kasinachev's heart suddenly fell to the bottom. 1.8 million francs is not a small number for a small town of more than 9,000 people. It is simply killing them. "Your Excellency, Brigadier General, can you be more lenient?" Kasinachev begged Brigadier General Mark Malone. "This town really doesn't have so much money. A lot of money has been invested in this land. This is not something I consider." Brigadier General Mark Malone first shook his head and then made a suggestion to Kasinachev. "If you really have no money, you can also live a part of your life. Hand over the necessities to us as collateral." Mark Malone's speech made Kasinachev more aware of the essence of the French army, which is no different from the army of the Russian Empire, except that it does not kill and abuse at will. It's just that when the Russian Empire looted, it was always a swarm. The looting of the French army was more civilized and orderly. "Even so, we can't get it together in a short time." Kasinachev continued to cry to Mark Malone. "Then, what do you say? I can't let my soldiers return without success." Brigadier General Mark Malone said to Kasinachev in a stern tone, "Either you hand over the money yourself, or I will lead the army to loot from house to house. When I use the army, this is not what you have to pay." "I see. I'll collect 1.8 million francs as soon as possible." Kasinachev finally succumbed. At this moment, Ivankov, who was standing beside Kasinachev, said, "Your Excellency, Brigadier General, I think you should asterisk the money of the real rich instead of looting the money of the poor." "Oh, there are richer people in this town." Brigadier General Mark Malone looked at Ivankov with interest. "Yes," Ivankov said provocatively to Brigadier General Mark Malone with the courage he did not know where he came from. "It depends on whether you dare to do it." "Ivankov, how did you talk to His Excellency Brigadier General?" Mayor Kasinachev hurriedly reprimanded the son of the series and then apologized to Brigadier General Mark Malone. "Your Excellency Brigadier General, please don't take it to heart. I have no voice." Mark Malone said as usual, and then asked Ivankov again, "You tell me who is the richest here. Why should I do it?" "Your Excellency Brigadier General." Ivankov straightened his body and spoke to Brigadier General Mark Malone. "Actually, the richest people on this peninsula are not us, but the Tatar bandits entrenched near our small town." "Why are they so rich?" Brigadier General Mark Malone demanded. "Because they will rob the cargo. 4 times out of 10 the cargo shipped to us from the inland will be robbed by them. Just think how much profit there can be," Ivankov told Brigadier General Mark Malone. "Then why don't you go to encircle and suppress it?" Brigadier General Mark Malone asked again. "We are not their opponents. Brigadier General Mark Malone responded in dismay to Ivankov. Their equipment is much better than ours. I think there should be a large number of regular troops on this island. Why haven't they been dispatched? Brigadier General Mark Malone asked in confusion. Because those bandits will send part of the profits from the robbery to the Sevastopol fortress, so. Ivankov explained the reason. It turned out to be a group of bandits with a background. Brigadier General Mark Malone said to Ivankov with a smile. Yes. Ivankov urged Mark Malone. Your Excellency Brigadier General, if you can lead your troops to destroy this bandit, then all the property of the bandits will be your materials. If I beat them, then the spoils are ours. It doesn't have much to do with the town. Mark Malone replied to Ivankov. Your Excellency Brigadier General. Ivankov gritted his teeth and said to Brigadier General Mark Malone, if I can take you to find the bandits' lair, I hope you can reduce the town's ransom by 1 million francs. I don't know about this transaction. Do you agree? You are not qualified to make a deal with me. Brigadier General Mark Malone said indifferently. I know I'm not qualified, but I hope Brigadier General you can be more generous. Ivankov said to Brigadier General Mark Malone with a sincere expression. Mark Malone thought for a long time, then took out his pocket watch. It was 5:42 in the afternoon, and the sun in the distance was gradually approaching the sea level. He opened his mouth and said, I promise your terms. Thank you so much. Ivankov bowed to Brigadier General Mark Malone. Early the next morning, a battalion of Zouaves, led by Brigadier General Mark Malone, set off at 6 a.m., trotting all the way to the foot of a highland 6 kilometers away from the town and stopped. Just come here. Ivankov said to Mark Malone, panting, pointing to the simple camp on the high ground. Point McMahon, who was still unfazed after the long distance raid, picked up the binoculars and looked at the camp on the high ground. Outside the camp, there were wooden fences and trenches that looked a bit like a military camp. However, compared to the standardized layout of the barracks, there are still some that are too simple. It's interesting. Mark Malone muttered to himself with a half smile. Under Mark Malone's order, a Zouave detachment sneaked around the ditch and entered the camp. When the bandits in charge of the night vigil found them, the Zouave soldiers had already cut their necks with daggers. The Zouave team that silently killed the guards immediately opened the gate of the camp. Seeing this, Mark Malone on the high ground immediately ordered the battalion commander to lead 2 companies to kill at point. Then there were dozens of gunshots in the camp, and the French tricolor flag was hoisted over the camp. You can go up. Brigadier General Mark Malone said, dumbfounded. Ivankov point. When Ivankov entered the camp, the scene in front of him made Ivankov almost spit out all the meals from last night. The corpses of the bandits in the entire camp were placed in front of Ivankov by the Zouave camp. About 300 people. You killed the entire camp? Ivankov asked Mark Malone in a trembling voice. Of course. Brigadier General Mark Malone responded as usual. These people are examples of daring to rebel against our French Empire. After dealing with all the bandits, ripping off all the previous things on them, you read www.urkanshu. Brigadier General Mark Malone counted his troops' casualties and achievements. Except for the 5 soldiers, who were slightly wounded, the entire force suffered no other casualties. The materials and money they got, including flour, honey, fruit, wine, and rubles, had a total value of more than 100,000 francs. This is just a bandit den. There are dozens of bandit dens nearby. Point. If you clean it all, you will generate a lot more revenue than looting a small town. Point. https://genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Lewin Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website, Chapter 515, Chaos Landing and Food Crisis. Brigadier General Mark Malone, who had tasted the sweetness, immediately cleaned up the second wave of bandits with his hands. After dealing with the first wave of bandits, the bandit camps were easily wiped out by Zouave soldiers like hot knives butter, and all the cutting bandits in the camps were killed at the strong request of Ivankov. The corpses of the bandits were also bought by Ivankov for 10 francs each, and transported to the small town of Yevpatoria on a cart. The wealthy businessmen in the small town of Yevpatoria, who had fear and disgust for the French Empire, immediately thanked Mark Malone, after seeing the bodies on the cart. For their flour and wine merchants, there is nothing more abhorrent than tatter bandits. In order to express his gratitude to Brigadier General Mark Mahone and others, Kucinich also organized wealthy businessmen in the town to present honey, fruit wine, and flour as gifts to the Zouaf group, stationed outside the town point. After 5 days of cleaning, Mark Mahone swept away the Tatar bandits within 10 kilometers of the town of Yevpatoria. The profits from the slaughter of the bandits reached millions of francs, including gold watches, gold jewelry, fine furniture, flour, etc. Brigadier General Mark Mahone, who made a lot of money, pulled all the jewelry and furniture to Yevpatoria for sale, and then turned all the money into necessities such as bread and fruit wine. Under Mark Mahone's one-off operation, the resistance to the French Empire army in the small town of Yevpatoria basically disappeared, and the residents of the town all gained a certain profit from this operation to eliminate the bandits. As for the 1 million francs to redeem the town, it was naturally also turned into supplies by Brigadier General Mark Mahone. In order to store these materials, Brigadier General Mark Mahone also set up a warehouse in the small town of Yevpatoria, and the villagers actively enriched the warehouse of the French Empire Army. After the warehouse was built, each villager received a 5-franc banknote with Napoleon's head on it. With banknotes that can be exchanged for equal amounts in France, a primary exchange system separate from the Russian Empire is being established in the Crimea Peninsula. Over the next few days, one supply ship after another docked at the port of Yevpatoria, bringing one thing after another that the town had not seen. Because of the arrival of the French Empire, the vision of the originally ignorant town has also broadened a lot. The lively Mayor Kucinich immediately saw a business opportunity, and he hurried to Mark Mahone's headquarters to carefully test Brigadier General Mark Mahone. Where did the stuff on these supply ships come from? Of course it's from the French Empire. Brigadier General Mark Mahone responded indifferently, and then added, of course, the current processing center is in Rhode Island, since Rhode Island was designated as a transfer center and processing center by Jerome Bonaparte. Machines from France have been continuously shipped to Rhode Island. Bakery factories, cannery factories, weapon repair factories, and artillery production lines were established in Rhode Island, and the materials needed by these factories were obtained from the Ottoman Empire, which greatly saved the transportation of French supply ships to the Crimean Peninsula through the mainland. The cost of supplies is also conducive to strengthen the French Empire's control over the Rhode Island area. Your Excellency Brigadier General, can you discuss something with you? Mayor Kucinich said respectfully to Brigadier General Mark Mahone. What? To discuss? Mark Mahone asked Kucinich with a sideways glance. Brigadier General Kucinich made his own request. He hoped that, when the next supply fleet arrives, it will be able to carry some machines for processing bread. He will buy it at a profit of 20% higher than the market price. Processed bread? Brigadier General Mark Mahone glanced up and down Kucinich and scolded with a smile. You old fellow, you're quite a chicken thief. No way. In this position, I have to do something. Kucinich smiled and responded to Brigadier General Mark Mahone. The price of a set of machines is not low. Are you sure you want it? Brigadier General Mark Mahone asked again. Of course. Kucinich responded decisively to Brigadier General Mark Mahone. Okay! Exclamation mark. If you want, then I will do it for you. However, the price of a set of machines is higher than the market price. Mark Mahone stretched out 3 fingers, and the meaning was self-evident. The 30% higher than the market price did give Kucinich a pain in the ass, gritted his teeth at Brigadier General Mark Mahone at the thought that he could make up the difference by providing bread for the French Empire. Nodded. Okay! Exclamation mark. I'll let you know. Brigadier General Mark Mahone nodded and responded to Mayor Kucinich. The supply ship arrived at the town of Yevpatoria as usual the next day, and Mark Mahone truthfully told Kucinich needs to be Black Point. The captain of the supply ship readily agreed to Mark Mahone. This is no problem. Just let them prepare 200,000 francs. I'll tell them. Commodore Mark Mahone nodded to the supply ship captain, then asked him about the landing of the coalition forces in Katami Bay. Why has it taken more than a week for the coalition troops to complete the landing? Hey. The supply ship captain sighed and complained to Commodore Mark Mahone. You don't know how chaotic the situation there. Impossible. Brigadier General Mark Mahone asked in surprise. I remember that our army has practiced many times. How can there be chaos? It's not us. The supply ship captain paused and said with a wry smile, it's our so-called allies. What happened to them? Brigadier General Mark Mahone asked suspiciously. The captain of the supply ship said, according to the original plan, 60,000 people from our French Empire should be the first troops to land. After we have logged in, the British Kingdom, Sardinia Kingdom, Ottoman Empire. Log in again. However, on the eve of the landing, Commander Aglan suddenly changed his mind and insisted that the army of the Kingdom of Britain should be the first force to land. Commander Aglan also said that it was Prime Minister Palmerston's request for him to do so. In order to unite, Marshal St. Ono could only agree to let the British Kingdom be the first troops to land, and gave the British Kingdom enough time for them to land. However, Marshal St. Ono still underestimated the speed of the British Kingdom's landing. It took a week to land in the Kingdom of Great Britain, which was supposed to take only one day. After the British landing was completed, the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Ottoman Empire also requested Marshal St. Ono to let them land in advance. Marshal St. Ono also agreed to their opinions. Now the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Ottoman Empire are still landing, and it is expected that it will take 2 to 3 days before they can all land. If I say, this war is not as good as it is on our own, none of these allies is a reliable guy. Mark Mahone, who heard the complaint of the supply ship captain, just smiled. Of course, he knew that these teammates in the French Empire were far inferior to France, but the French Empire really couldn't be without their help. If the French Empire lacks them, then I'm afraid it will be the three countries of France versus Prussia and Russia. How can the Russian Empire be isolated from the whole of Europe like now? A few days after the supply ship left, an ironclad ship flying the flag of the French Empire appeared in the waters near the town of Yevpatoria. Brigadier General Mark Mahone hurried to the pier to greet the guests on the ironclad. After the ironclad docked at the port, Major General Con Robert, commander of the 1st Division, and his adjutant, Captain Jerome Patterson, disembarked from the ironclad. Major General Brigadier General Mark Mahone hurriedly saluted Major General Con Robert respectfully. After taking a careful look at the surrounding environment, Major General Con Robert nodded with satisfaction and said to Brigadier General Mark Mahone, "You did a great job. You're overrated." Brigadier General Mark Mahone responded modestly. Later, at the invitation of Brigadier General Mark Mahone, Major General Con Robert and his adjutant, Captain Jerome Patterson, entered the camp for a feast. After the meal, Major General Con Robert made a request to Brigadier General Mark Mahone with a serious expression. He came here and said that he had sought assistance from Marshal St. Arnault. Is something wrong with our allies? Brigadier General Mark Mahone responded to Major General Con Robert. Hey. Major General Con Robert told Brigadier General Mark Mahone with a sigh. It turned out that the rations of the three Ying-Satugia families had been exhausted during the landing process, and their supply ships could not provide them with enough food, even though they had tried their best to scavenge the surrounding farms, and the supplies they obtained were the same as this. The huge army is like a drop in the bucket in comparison. Therefore, the Insatu 3 troops turned to Marshal St. Arnault for help. Marshal St. Arnault had no choice but to agree to the request of the Insatu 3. However, they need to buy food from France. Can you guys share some here for the other side? Con Robert asked Brigadier General Mick Mahon. Riyadh1.com. I have to ask Mr. Mayor. Brigadier General Mark Mahone called Mayor Kasinachev to ask if they had enough bread. How many? Kasinachev asked Brigadier General Mark Mahone. About 30,000 servings. Brigadier General Con Robert replied to Kasinachev, "I'm afraid our town can't supply it." Kasinachev responded, and then added, "If your army is willing to spend a little money, I can help your army find a way." The way? What way? Odessa. Chapter 516. Setting fire to warehouses and borrowing food from Yin soldiers. Odessa X3. When the translator translated Mayor Kasinachev's words and they listened, the three present shouted in unison, and then looked at Mayor Kasinachev at the same time. That's right. As long as the French Empire has enough money, there will be as much food as possible. Mayor Kasinachev told the three present with confidence. The translator hurriedly translated Kasinachev's words to them. "Mr. Mayor, it's not that we don't want to believe you. It's just that your idea of getting food from Odessa is too much of a joke. We are at the stage of war with the Russian Empire. How could they buy us food? Major General Konrobel said to Mayor Kasinachev, and it could be seen that Major General Konrobel was full of concerns about Kasinachev. The Russian Empire and Britain and France are at war. Some unscrupulous traders in Russia dare to deliver supplies to hostile countries at this juncture. The officials in Odessa have enough heads to be chopped off by the Tsar. Major General, you don't know much about the Russian Empire. In the concept of our Russian Empire officials, there has never been a so-called hostile country. As long as it is profitable for themselves, they will devote themselves to it. Making money is their purpose. Mayor Kasinachev revealed a sarcasm in his speech. It's better to call them businessmen than officials. They will do everything possible to sell those who do not belong to them things because the exchange of grain for francs is simply a fitting deal. Aren't they afraid that their Tsar will find out? Konrobel said to Mayor Kasinachev with a shocked expression. Although there are also all kinds of corruption in the French Empire, no one dares to commit crimes against the wind. Anyone who chose to commit crimes against the wind was without exception thrown into debt prison by Jerome Bonaparte or directly handed over to a military court. Discovered? Kasinachev smiled and the old asterisk said in the ground. How far is Moscow from Odessa? His Majesty's hand can't reach here, but the Tsar can send a special envoy to inspect it. If it is found out, isn't it over? Major General Konrobel asked again. It's over? Impossible. The special envoys appointed by His Majesty the Tsar will eventually return without success. The officials of the Odessa capital will never allow His Majesty's special envoy to find out anything, and they will use all means to bribe the special envoy. Fake. As I just said, His Majesty's man is in Moscow. He has no idea what happened in Odessa, and all the information he receives is just some fake news from the mouth of the envoy. Over the years, Odessa's officials have already thoroughly studied all the actions of His Majesty the Tsar, and for them, His Majesty the Tsar has no secrets. Mayor Kasinachev responded with a firm tone to Major General Konrobel, speaking of which, Odessa is an airtight barrel. However, I don't believe that there are not one or two special envoys among these people who do not accept the benefits of Odessa officials. Major General Konrobel questioned. Major General, as far as I know, no one has escaped the corruption of Odessa yet. Kasinachev responded eloquently to Major General Konrobel. Even if there are them, there are still the second plan. What plan? Major General Konrobel asked Mayor Kasinachev. Although the three of them already knew what plan could make the special envoy shut up forever, they still wanted to hear what was different from what Kasinachev said, was different from what they thought. Murder and kill. Set fire to the warehouse. Sure enough, Mayor Kasinachev said what they thought. The easiest way is to set fire to the warehouse. It only takes a sudden fire to smooth out all the deficits. It is really a good thing for the country and the people. Russian Empire officials. I'm very curious, how do you know so much about the internal affairs of Odessa? Major General Konrobel looked at Mayor Kasinachev with a half-smiling smile. How can you be the mayor with Odessa? Hooked up. Major General, in fact, I have been helping officials in the Odessa region to carry out, selling some items, so I still know a little about their situation. Some of them are still my comrades in arms. Kasinachev the husband said something to Konrobel. Since you have said so, then on behalf of the coalition headquarters, I will give you the full authority to solve the food problem of 30,000 people. However, you must first prove to us that you have this ability. Major General Konrobel Kasinachev said. Don't worry. Mayor Kasinachev responded to Major General Konrobel. Subsequently, Major General Konrobel took out a French bearer bond of 500,000 francs from his pocket and told Kasinachev that the coalition forces now needed 3 million francs of food, and 500,000 francs was the deposit they delivered in advance. And the follow-up money after the food arrives. It will be paid in full, and the mayor can use these bonds to exchange for the same amount of gold. However, certain banks in the Russian Empire are required to redeem. Kasinachev trembled and took the Bank of France bearer bond handed over by Major General Konrobel. He understood that for the officials of the capital of Odessa, the value of the paper rubles that had been depreciating wildly all the way was a piece of waste paper. and the bonds issued by the Bank of France and the Bank of England are what is really guaranteed. In a way, these bearer bonds were already worth more than $500,000 in the Russian Empire. Please rest assured, I will provide you with the food you need, as soon as possible. Kosinachiev solemnly assured Major General Konrobel, as soon as possible. Major General Konrobel reminded Point the next morning. Mayor Kosinachiev left Yevpatoria on a merchant ship. Point in the next few days, Kosinachiev has not returned, and the food of the 90,000 troops of the three kingdoms of Yingsa also decreases day by day. This is still the case, that the French Empire allocated a part of their own supply ships to help them, and during this period, a lot of food was also delivered in the small town of Yevpatoria. Point in the early morning of May 30th, the first day of the third week after the coalition forces landed on the Crimean Peninsula, several merchant ships flying the flag of the Russian Empire swaggered close to the town of Yevpatoria. And soldiers guarding the coastline were report the town to Brigadier General McMahon. Point McMahon immediately issued instructions to the Zouave regiment to meet the battle at any time, and then Brigadier General Mark Mahone personally led people to the pier to check spyglass. Mark Mahone stretched out his hand and said to the soldier beside him. The soldier hurriedly handed the telescope to Brigadier General McMahon. Point McMahon, holding a telescope, watched the convoys approaching Yevpatoria, and on one of the ships Commodore Mark Mahone saw Kosinachiev. It's not the enemy, let's go back. Brigadier General Mark Mahone put down the telescope and waved his hand gently, and the surrounding Zouave regiment soldiers scattered. After the fleet entered the port of Yevpatoria, bags of rice were unloaded from the wearer, and the empty warehouse was completely filled at once, and the remaining grain was taken by the other party's open space at home. Upon seeing this, Brigadier General Mark Mahone hurriedly ordered his soldiers to help the group of businessmen carry the rice off the boat together. It took about 3 hours before and after, and finally all the food on the 4 ships was removed. After the transportation was over, Mayor Kosinachiev brought a guy who claimed to be the captain of the fleet. From the temperament emanating from the captain in front of him, it can be seen that the so-called captain in front of him is likely to be a soldier from Odessa, and the level of this soldier is not low. A soldier personally came to **** food, and he still gave them food from hostile countries. It seems that the twists and turns in the Russian Empire is deep. Point. Although Brigadier General Mark Mahone knew that the so-called captain in front of him was a soldier, he still delivered all the follow-up 1.5 million franc bearer bonds to the captain in front of him as agreed. I hope to continue to cooperate next time. The captain who received the bearer bond said to Brigadier General Mark Mahone in a standard Parisian accent. Definitely. Brigadier General Mark Mahone nodded in response, knowing that the deal had just begun. Point. After a few short words of innocence, the captain left the town of Yevpatoria. Riyadh1.com. Brigadier General Mark Mahone watched them leave. Point. It was not until the fleet drifted away that Brigadier General Mark Mahone asked Kosinachiev who was standing behind them. It is said to be the former governor Vorontsov. Mayor Kosinachiev responded to Brigadier General Mark Mahone. After Vorontsov was dismissed from the position of governor of Crimea by His Majesty the Tsar, he did not accept His Majesty the Tsar, the post of Commander-in-Chief of the Caucasus, and retire. I can't guarantee that there is no grudge in my heart. The partisan struggle has spread to the army. Brigadier General Mark Mahone sided with Schadenfreude, and then issued an order to Ivankov to load part of the grain into the truck. Do you want to pretend? Ivankov responded to Brigadier General Mark Mahone. Pretend. Brigadier General Mark Mahone responded decisively to Ivankov. Ivankov had to obey Brigadier General Mark Mahone's order to load all the food that was vacant outside the warehouse with the collected carts, and then Brigadier General Mark Mahone sent 2 battalions of Zouave troops to **** them personally. Anyone who dared to approach the people carrying the grain trucks will be killed mercilessly. https://rg/novel/117/74/64694647. html Make France Great Again https://chapter 517. Crimea at the gaming table. Fall in love with Yaukanshu.com. Make France Great Again. Tsar Nicholas I, who was far away in the imperial village of St. Petersburg, could never have imagined that the food he had ordered to store in the Odessa granary would become an accomplice in the killing of the Russian Empire soldiers, and the Odessa officials who had worked so hard to be promoted were so bold. During the war, selling their own food to the enemy at low prices was a big case of beheading. The entire capital of Odessa started from none of the officials from top to bottom was willing to report it. This is enough to prove that the entire capital of Odessa, no, it should be said that the entire Russian Empire has been rotten to the core. However, Nicholas I of the imperial village of St. Petersburg still does not know all this. Nicholas I, who had just received the landing of the Anglo-French coalition forces on the Crimea Peninsula, quickly panicked Olga Rukov, Minister of War of the Russian Empire, Orlov, Director of the Third Room, and Gorkikov, Commander of the Allied forces on the Danube River, and Crown Prince Alexander. Nicholas I, who was standing in the combat conference room, handed Prince Menshkov's letter to Olga Rukov for review first, and then handed it to the next person after Olga Rukov finished reading it. When Menshkov's letter came back to Nicholas I once again, Nicholas I said with a solemn expression, according to the situation from Menshkov, the British and French troops have arrived in Croatia. Rimia, my ministers, what do you think of this? After speaking, Nicholas I looked around and signaled with his eyes that everyone present could speak. After everyone pondered for a while, Olga Rukov, Minister of War, was the first to speak. Your Majesty, I think this move by the British and French forces is nothing more than a blow. Oh. Nicholas I asked with a puzzled expression, as we all know, the Crimea Peninsula is just one of the outposts for our attack on the Ottoman Empire. Even without Crimea, we can still attack from the Caucasus to the mainland of the Ottoman Empire. Olga Rukov quipped and said, I believe that the British and French coalition forces will not know that the Crimea Peninsula is not an irresistible strategic location for the Ottoman Empire. So why did they insist on attacking there? Don't give a shit. Hurry up. Nicholas I said with a frown. Your Majesty, my guess is that this is a trick of the British and French allied forces. Olga Rukov seemed to be possessed by a star of wisdom. Analysis with wrong thinking. Then what was their real purpose? Nicholas I then asked Olga Rukov, Your Majesty, I think the British and French allied forces want to launch a landing battle near St. Petersburg. In this way, they can end the battle as quickly as possible. Olga Rukov said firmly to Nikolai. I replied, attack St. Petersburg? Nicholas I had a slightly nervous expression on his face. It could be seen that Nicholas I himself was also a man who cherished his life. All his decisions were based on the premise of his own safety. After a while, Nicholas I shook his head and retorted, impossible. My St. Petersburg fort is full of forts, and there are 2 guards stationed outside St. Petersburg. Even if the British and French troops want to attack St. Petersburg, they will have to pay a heavy price. That's right. Palmerston and Jerome Bonaparte will never send their pampered soldiers here. In Nicholas I's subconscious mind, the 2 armies of Britain and France were just like goods piled up with money. The endurance and will of their armies would never be able to compete with the hard-working Slavic peoples, so they naturally wouldn't put their armies in place. Death in St. Petersburg, Your Majesty. In fact, they can attack us through the Kingdom of Sweden. Olga Rukov reminded. This is even more impossible. The Kingdom of Sweden does not dare to disobey the Russian Empire. Nicholas I's confidence was slightly insufficient. Today's Russian Empire is like a giant stuck in a quagmire, and there is no guarantee that the Kingdom of Sweden will take advantage of this time to beat the underdogs. You must know that the current Grand Duchy of Finland is the one who tore a piece of meat from the depths of the Kingdom of Sweden. Although the Kingdom of Sweden also got Norway, the value of Norway is far less than that of the Kingdom of Sweden. If the Kingdom of Sweden were to act together with Britain and France, the situation of the Russian Empire would be even worse. Your Majesty, when Napoleon was still strong, the king of the Kingdom of Sweden was still Marshal Napoleon, but after Napoleon's defeat, the Kingdom of Sweden did not stand by us decisively. Prince Olga Rukov reminded euphemistically Emperor Nicholas I. You mean that I'm in the same situation as Napoleon? Nicholas I said to Olga Rukov in a bad tone. Your Majesty, we are far inferior to Napoleon now. Prince Olga Rukov said without fear. Most of Napoleon's allies betrayed him when he was facing a downturn. But what about our allies? Urgarukov paused and said with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, "Our allies have betrayed us long before the war started. How can we be compared to Napoleon, Prince?" Dolgorukov's criticism made Nicholas I feel an unprecedented anger. Guyan, the Crown Prince Alexander, who was standing on the side, saw Nicholas I's eyes that were about to eat people, and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, now is not the time to be angry. The most important thing is to find out the strategic intentions of the British and French forces. Only then can we develop the appropriate countermeasures." After listening to Crown Prince Alexander's words, Nicholas I's expression gradually became calmer, and he turned to ask Crown Prince Alexander, "What does your teacher think about this war?" The teacher of Crown Prince Alexander was Jomini, the author of The Art of War. He was originally retired in Belgium, but he was once again conquered by Nicholas I because of the beginning of the Crimean War and made the Russian Empire shine. My teacher said that he didn't understand what this Napoleon wanted to do. Crown Prince Alexander said to Nicholas I, "If it is the first Napoleon, then the soldiers in the Near East will probably attract us. Pawn of attention. Although this Napoleon's behavior has the shadow of the first Napoleon, he is not as good at transforming war into an art as the first Napoleon. He is better at advancing steadily. So, your teacher thinks that the Anglo-French coalition is targeting only the Crimea Peninsula?" Nicholas I asked Alexander. "Can't say the same. The British have some experience in opening up the second battlefield, and Palmerston is an ambitious guy, so this possibility cannot be ruled out." Crown Prince Alexander told Nicholas I responded, "What's more, it is entirely possible for the two countries of Britain and France to fight in the Crimea Peninsula and the Baltic Sea at the same time. Then where should the Empire focus on defending now?" Nicholas I said in a dull tone, "We can't move our troops back and forth, although the Russian Empire has an army of close to 2 million on the bright side. The army that the Empire can't mobilize is only the strength of the four regions of Poland, Finland, the Caucasus, the Danube and St. Petersburg. Finland needs to guard against the Kingdom of Sweden. St. Petersburg needs to guard against possible raids. The Danube and Poland face off against the Austrian Empire, and the Caucasus also suppresses the Ottoman Empire. After careful calculation, the Russian Empire has no field army that can be mobilized. If you want to mobilize the army, you must take certain risks. Your Majesty, I think our army should send troops to the Crimea Peninsula. Even if it is really a trap designed for us, we must jump into it without hesitation." Gorkakov said firmly, "Tell me your reasons." Nikolai asked Gorkakov, "Your Majesty, we have already chosen to retreat in the Principality of the Danube, leaving no room for the Empire to retreat. If we do not assume the posture of a decisive battle with the British and French forces, then more and more countries will think that the Russian Empire has already weak. At that time, they will open their fangs and take a bite at us. It may be difficult for the Russian Empire to weather the storm." Gorkakov told Nicholas I politely. Gorkakov's words reminded Nicholas I of the Kingdom of Prussia. This country, like the Kingdom of Sweden, is a country occupied by the Russian Empire, and they are very likely to launch an attack on the Russian Empire. Thinking of this, Nicholas I felt a sense of desolation in his heart. You reading www.wakanshu.com. You said, "Where should we send troops from?" Nikolai asked Gorkakov. "I suggest that it is best to send troops from Poland and the Danube region to Crimea, and some soldiers can also be sent to the Caucasus." General Gorkakov replied to Nicholas I. "Poland?" Nicholas I shook his head and said, "No. Once the Polish Legion is transferred, there will inevitably be a turmoil there. I know those Poles too well. They can always give. Let's go. Let's send some troops from the Danube army and the Caucasus army to support. What do you think, Nicholas?" I turned his attention to Dolgorukov and Crown Prince Alexander. "Your Majesty, I just didn't think much about it." Dolgorukov immediately changed his mind and turned to support General Gorkakov. "I support General Gorkakov's view that the Russian Empire must stop at all costs. Victory in the Crimea. Of course, the St. Petersburg Guard troops must always be on alert to prevent possible surprise attacks from Britain and France." I also agree with Minister Dolgorukov's opinion. Whether it is St. Petersburg or the Crimean Peninsula, we must not give up either. Crown Prince Alexander II also supported Gorkakov. Under the order of Nicholas I, half of the Danube army was dispatched that is, 80,000 people to support Crimea. The Caucasus region also dispatched 100,000 troops to support Point at the same time. Nicholas I also ordered Orlov to issue a warning to the Kingdom of Sweden and the Kingdom of Prussia respectively, so that they should not have any unreasonable ideas. Chapter 518, Army Marching in Chaos. Just as Nicholas I obeyed Gorchakhov's orders and was preparing for a major battle on the Crimean Peninsula, Menshikov in the Crimean Peninsula was overseeing a high ground on the Alma River, a defensive position built by soldiers of the Russian Empire. Point as for why Prince Menshikov built a defensive position near the Alma River, this matter goes back more than a week. Point at that time, Prince Menshikov was sitting leisurely at the headquarters of the Sevastopol fortress, waiting for news from the Caucasus. Prince Menshikov also served as the governor of the Caucasus, but it was his Cossacks who were waiting. The cavalry regiment reported to him that the British and French troops had landed near Kalamata Bay. Menshikov, who received the news, was first surprised by the landing of the British and French coalition forces. In Menshikov's view, the best strategy for the British and French coalition forces should continue to the north, while they came to the Crimea Peninsula. Seeing that the coalition could not leave the Crimean Peninsula, Menshikov had to ask the head of the Cossack cavalry regiment the number of British and French troops. They have set up a lot of tents near Kalamata Bay, and they can't see the end. At least there are around 70,000 or 80,000. The commander of the Cossack cavalry regiment thought of Menshikov in Russian, which was not too proficient. Reports, I can't see the end at a glance. 70,000 or 80,000? Menshikov muttered to himself, thinking that his men only had more than 50,000 troops in the Sevastopol fortress, and suddenly felt a burst of pressure. With only more than 53,000 men under his command, Menshikov had no possibility of attacking at all. In order to stop the Anglo-French coalition from advancing further south, Kalamata Bay is located to the south of the Sevastopol fortress. Prince Menshikov summoned his staff to ask them what they thought. After 2 days of intense discussions, it was decided to deploy the defensive position on the Alma River. The reason is that the terrain on the south bank of the Alma River is higher than that on the north bank of the Alma River. The Russian Empire only needs to destroy the bridge to the south bank of the Alma River at the appropriate time. If the coalition forces want to come over, they must first swim across the Alma River, River, and then climbing operations, and finally able to reach the highlands on the south bank of the Air River. During the time when the Allied troops were swimming and climbing, the Russian Imperial Army could easily kill the soldiers of the Allied forces. Of course, Prince Menshikov himself also knew that it was a blessing to be able to hold the defensive position in terms of the strength of his troops, and the counterattack had to be left to the reinforcement after they arrived. So, Menshikov wrote another letter to Nicholas I for help, in which he exaggerated. Menshikov thought the number of British and French troops, 140,000, and also stated that he vowed to die with the fortress determination to live together. Although the letter did not directly seek assistance from Nicholas I, every sentence revealed the meaning of Nicholas I's help. After writing the letter, Menshikov handed the letter to an adjutant under his command, and ordered him to hand it over to Nicholas I. In order to prevent the letter from being intercepted, Menshikov also specially asked the adjutant to divert to the Caucasus, and then from there, the Caucasus returns to St. Petersburg. The adjutant who received the letter hurriedly drove his horse away from the Sevastopol fortress, and then Menshikov found his two vice-admirals, Kornilov and Nakhimov. Prince Menshikov asked Kornilov and Nakhimov how they should resist the Anglo-French fleet if the Anglo-French fleet entered the Sevastopol fortress. Your Excellency, the best way now is to sink the ship. Lieutenant General Kornilov immediately responded to Menshikov. Shipwreck? Menshikov gave Kornilov a puzzled look and asked, was it our shipwreck, or the British and French shipwrecks? Of course we sank. Lieutenant General Kornilov replied to Prince Menshikov, we can sink all the ships docked at the port into the entrance of the fortress. In this case, the British and French fleets will not be able to do anything. Come in. Prince Menshikov nodded with satisfaction. Lieutenant General Kornilov's method is indeed an effective method for the current Russian Empire. As soon as he said it, Prince Menshikov immediately ordered Kornilov and Nakhimov that all ships parked in the port of the Sevastopol fortress, except the battleships, be wrecked. As soon as Prince Menshikov's order was issued, Colonel Ivan Akimov immediately took action, requisitioning all the civilian ships and troop transport ships docked at the Sevastopol fortress, and then all sank to the fortress of Sevastopol. Entrance to the Sevastopol fortress. The port of the Sevastopol fortress was barely blocked, and Prince Menshikov, who was relieved, was able to continue to send more troops to the Alma Heights. Only 10,000 people were left in the Sevastopol fortress to be responsible for the protection of the fortress. The remaining 43,000 people were all concentrated in the Alma Heights to build fortifications. He did not care about the farce, but only dispatched a small number of Cossack cavalry to investigate the specific number of British and French troops in Kalamata Bay. During this period, the Cossack cavalry also had a brief confrontation with the British light cavalry. After several days of deployment, Alma Heights has initially formed an effective defensive position. As for the Anglo-French coalition forces, Menshikov roughly figured out their total number of 90,000 to 100,000 people. Guki, of course, this is a case when the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Ottoman Empire are not counted. After all, in the eyes of Prince Menshikov, the offensive capability of the Ottoman Empire should be said to be at a negative level, and the Kingdom of Sardinia is probably at the same level as the Ottoman Empire. These two teams are good enough not to bring down the English and French averages, although the Anglo-French forces are now 3 times his size. Menshikov is confident that reinforcement will arrive during the Anglo-French offensive point in order to defend the last barrier of the Sevastopol fortress. Menshikov also deliberately removed part of the heavy artillery deployed by the Sevastopol fortress and placed them on the upper reaches of the Alma Heights. However, there is no arrangement in Menshikov on the cliff facing the sea. Menshikov believes that this area is very steep and no one should climb up through it. Nearly 100 artillery pieces and naval guns were placed at various commanding heights under the command of Menshikov. After everything was ready, Menshikov, who had an unprecedentedly high self-confidence, decided to send a small group of troops to the British and French coalition forces. In the large-scale tentative attack, the Cossack Cavalry Regiment and the 17th Division under Menshikov, full force of 10,000 people, actual force of 6,000 people, became the main force of the tentative attack. The coalition forces that had been staying in Katami Bay also began to pull their battalions and head south. After receiving food from Yevpatoria, a huge team began to set off in a mighty manner. The army on the far right of the team near the sea was the army of the French Empire. The troops formed a length of nearly 7 kilometers and began to advance. The armies standing on the left side of the French army are the Sardinian army, the Ottoman army and the British army, which means that the French Empire army is located in the innermost of the coalition forces, and the British Kingdom's army is at the outermost of the coalition forces. By the way, the person who proposed the coup was not Marshal Saint Arnaud, but Commander Aglan. The reason why Commander Aglan did this was to restore the bad things they left to friendly troops when they landed Impression Point in the Kingdom of Britain, the dignified maritime hegemony. It is surprising that the army landing operation would pull their hips so much. On the sea not far from the land, supply ships and medical ships from Britain and France followed the coalition forces, and they would provide the most favorable guarantee for the coalition forces. In addition to the above, there is an equally large supply convoy behind the dense formation, which provides the most timely support for the coalition forces. Of course, most of these supplies were borrowed by the coalition troops from nearby tattoo farms. Among the 4 logistical supply convoys, the French Empire is still the best ordered one among all the convoys, while the worst ordered one is not the Ottoman Empire, which is famous for its looting, but the British Kingdom, which is famous for its wealth. In addition to food such as bread and wine, in the supply convoy of the British Kingdom, there are also living things such as sheep, goats, oxen, etc., which are also borrowed by the British soldiers who broke into the farm owner's house with goodwill. It is precisely because the British Kingdom holds a huge flock of sheep that the entire coalition forces are dragged down by the British Kingdom and have to move slowly. Coupled with the chaos in the logistics management system of the Kingdom of Britain itself, this has also led to the fact that the British Logistics Department cannot effectively restrain the animals they have collected. From time to time, cattle and sheep will escape the control of the British Logistics Department and run to the Ottoman Empire's supply convoy without authorization. Among them, the supply convoy of the Ottoman Empire fell into chaos, and the entire team had to stop and wait for the rectification to continue. The line stopped and walked, and quickly moved from morning to noon. At noon, the scorching sun shrouded the sky, and the marching teams of Sardinia, Ottoman, and Britain began to break up, and some of the thirsty soldiers gradually began to fall behind. As for the French Empire, the thirsty soldiers skillfully untied the water bag hanging from their waists, took a sip of boiled water, and then closed the water bag and moved on. When the time gradually came to a point, the weather became even hotter, and most British soldiers could not bear the hot weather. The British uniforms were still thickened, and the stubborn Commander Raglan did not follow the establishment of Marshal St. Arnault. It will be loved that all the military uniforms on you are replaced by summer clothes. The pace gradually slowed down. UU Reading www.ucanshu.com. Sweaty Commander Raglan also found Marshal St. Arnault and suggested him to rest. Commander Raglan, if you want me to tell you that you should change your uniforms to a different style, I think the boys in your army are almost fainting from the heat. Look at you now. Marshal St. Arnault on a horse bitterly dissuaded Commander Raglan. Commander Raglan glanced at the Duke of Cambridge, who was also sweating beside him. He nodded and said to St. Arnault, I will make this request to London. However, the most important thing now is to rest. Marshal St. Arnault squinted and looked up at the scorching sun in the sky, then pointed to the front, and said to Commander Raglan, Commander Raglan, walk 1 kilometer further, and you will reach the Berganac River. Rest there. It is good. Chapter 519, Critically Ill St. Arnault. After walking forward for another 10 minutes, the coalition troops finally arrived near the Berganac River. Looking at the endless stream in front of him, the hungry soldiers of Iing, Sap, and Turkey had already left the so-called military discipline behind. The excited soldiers jumped into the river and let the cool water soak through their whole body, even soaked into the hot and unbearable soul. The soldiers of the French Empire standing on the shore looked at the soldiers of other countries in the water with admiration, and then turned to Marshal St. Arnault on a horse. Pass. My order. All units are strictly prohibited from entering the water to play. Those who violate the order will be deducted from the salary of the month. Marshal St. Arnault meticulously gave orders to the trucks and the order cavalry beside him. The messenger cavalry who received the order quickly divided a team and set off backward, conveying the order of Marshal St. Arnault to each division. After that, St. Arnault communicated the requirements of his team's logistics force to the other team of messenger cavalry beside him. He asked the logistics team to go to the upper reaches of the river to collect water in the future, and they must also ensure that the water was collected. The water supplied to the army of the French Empire must have been boiled water. Hearing the request, the cavalry also left the side of Marshal St. Arnault, and now St. Arnault is the only one left beside him. Just when St. Arnault was about to turn over and dismount, a severe pain came from the abdomen of Marshal St. Arnault. The pain made Marshal St. Arnault have to lie on the horse's body, and his legs could not help clamp the horse's belly. Marshal St. Arnault, are you alright? Commander Raglan's concerned voice reached Marshal St. Arnault's ears. It's fine. Marshal St. Arnault responded with difficulty to Commander Raglan, and then the other one fell off his horse without paying attention. The sudden change shocked everyone present. Commander Raglan hurriedly dismounted from his horse and handed over the bridle to the Duke of Cambridge. He came to Marshal St. Arnault and helped Marshal St. Arnault to shout, with a single voice, Doctor, go and call a doctor. The surrounding cavalry hurried into action after hearing Commander Raglan's order. It didn't take long for doctors from the British and French armies to arrive, as well as the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Division commanders. After the news that Marshal Arnault was critically ill, he hurriedly handed over the work at hand to his chief of staff and rushed over. The British and French military doctors carefully examined the body of Marshal St. Arnault, then stood up and remained silent. Marshal, what's wrong with him? Say something. General Périssier, the commander of the Guard Division with a slightly impatient personality, asked Marshal St. Arnault loudly. Please forgive my poor medical skills. The French military doctor first apologized to the generals present, and then reported truthfully, I have not found any external trauma from the marshal's body, and there is a high probability that it is the condition of the marshal's body. I don't care whether you are inside or outside the body. In short, you must save the marshal for me. General Canrobert, the commander of the 1st Division, said with emotion and reason. Marshal Saint Arnault is not only the French Empire. He is also the commander of the entire coalition force, and his safety concerns every member of the coalition force. Conrobel is right. Commander Aglan also nodded in agreement with what Marshal Saint Arnault said. It is not easy to have a commander of the French coalition who always thinks about Britain. Marshal Saint Arnault has been relocating the British Kingdom since the soldiers of the British Kingdom arrived in Varna. If there is a change of commander, I don't know if the next commander will be able to accommodate the British Kingdom army like Marshal Saint Arnault. In addition, Commander Aglan has been running in with Marshal Saint Arnault for a long time. The two have finally reached a consensus during the continuous running in. Raglan does not want to waste time with the next commander-in-chief of France run-in. Of course, if Marshal Saint Arnault himself was terminally ill, Commander Aglan would have nothing to do. Thinking of this, Commander Aglan turned his gaze to the British Dr. Thomas. Thomas, tell me honestly what happened to Marshal Saint Arnault? Your Excellency Commander, I don't know. Dr. Thomas shook his head and said to Commander Aglan, and then added, however, I still believe that you should plan for the worst to deal with this matter. I have seen a case similar to that of His Excellency Marshal Saint Arnault, and the patient also suffered from pain for no reason. And then, what method did they use to overcome it? Brigadier General Troche asked Medic Thomas impatiently. Recalling the condition of the patient he saw in the British Peninsula, Thomas told the commander and general present, in the beginning, the patient's pain was not too painful, so he relieved the pain by drinking alcohol all day. After a few months, the patient's condition began to worsen, and he began to moan non-stop. In order to relieve the patient's pain, I specially prepared a furin opium for the patient at that time. After a tube of furin went down, the patient stopped moaning. However, the effect of furin has a time limit after all, and after the hallucinogenic effect passed, the patient began to groan again. Since the patient has already experienced the pain relieving effect of furin, after the patient is in pain again, he will crave furin even more than the first time. With the passage of time, the efficacy of furin hibiscus is getting worse and worse, and more doses are required. At that stage, the patient's body will immediately lose weight, the pain will make them eat any food again, and every minute and every second they think of smoking furin to numb themselves. Eventually, the patient will die in pain. When Dr. Thomas finished telling the patient's story, the three major generals and a brigadier general who greeted him glared. Brigadier General Troche's reaction was the most violent of all. You fart. You quack. Believe it or not, I shot you straight with a gun. After speaking, Brigadier General Troche took out his revolver pinned to his waist and pointed it at Dr. Thomas. Calm down. Conrobel, who was beside him, hurriedly grabbed Brigadier General Troche's revolver and said to him, "Buddy." Brigadier General Troche pointed to Dr. Thomas. Brigadier General Troche, this is just one thing I have experienced. If you don't want to believe it, then there is nothing I can do. There was no sign of fear on Dr. Thomas' face. Dr. Thomas, please forgive Brigadier General Troche's rudeness. Do you mean that we can only rely on a flirt to maintain the marshal's life? Conrobel asked Dr. Thomas with a sincere expression. Dr. Thomas shook his head and responded to Conrobel, I don't know what stage Your Excellency Marshal is at. Maybe Your Excellency Marshal is still in the early stages. Thank you. Conrobel thanked Dr. Thomas and then suggested to Commander Aglan, Commander Aglan, I think we'll be staying here for a while. Hey. Commander Aglan sighed, that's the only way. Due to Marshal Saint Arnault's physical problems, the British, French, and Satu troops had to be stationed on the bank of the river. Under the orders of the commanders of the four countries, camps were scattered on the north bank of the Volganak River, and the commanders of the four countries of Britain, France and Satu gathered in a tent that was somewhat similar to a yurt. After the commander of the four countries in the tent was silent for a moment, Raglan, commander of the British Expeditionary Force, said, just now an unfortunate incident happened. The commander-in-chief of our ally, the French Empire, Marshal Saint Arnault, suddenly fell from his horse, now still in a coma. Everyone, let us first pray for Saint Arnault's health. After speaking, Commander Aglan closed his eyes and prayed to God that Saint Ono would recover as soon as possible. The crowd also prayed to God, although Omar was forced to believe, but he was still an Orthodox Christian at heart. After the prayer was over, Commander Aglan asked Conrobert again who was in charge of their French army now. After discussions between our 3 division commanders, 2 regimental commanders and the chiefs of staff, it was decided that General Périssier, the commander of the Guards Division, would temporarily act as the commander of the French Imperial Expeditionary Force. Expected point in their opinion, Major General Conrobert, who was in charge of the 1st Division, was the most likely person to succeed Marshal St. Arnault. Point, because the 1st Division in the hands of Conrobert did not have the name of the Guard Division, but it had the reality of the Guards. Had the 1st Division not staged a military coup against Paris, the French Empire would not have entered the stage of history. Not to mention, Conrobert himself is Jerome Bonaparte's confidant and love, and accompanied Jerome Bonaparte all the way to the throne. It is reasonable for him to take over the position of Marshal of St. Arnault matter. However, what they didn't expect was that Conrobert gave up the position of succeeding St. Arnault and turned to support Périssier. General Périssier now appoint Riyadh 1.com Commander Périssier. Commander Aglan, who had reacted, hurriedly said, Commander Périssier. Minister Lama Lama and Omar Pasha also echoed. In this way, Périssier, who was the commander of the Guard Division, temporarily took over the position of Marshal St. Arnault and became the interim commander of France at the same time as the single Guard Division commander. Subsequently, the 4 commanders discussed the problems faced by the coalition forces. In the end, it was decided that the main force was temporarily stopped at the Bulganak River, and then the light cavalry troops were sent to the south bank of the Bulganak River to investigate. The cavalry sent out consisted of a regiment of Bashpazuk cavalry and a regiment of light cavalry from Britain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520, Ambush in the Jungle. Just when the coalition forces were discussing which troops to send to the south bank of the Bulganak River to explore the way, Prince Menshikov, located in the shade of a dense forest on the south bank of the Bulganak River, was anxiously waiting for the arrival of the Cossack Cavalry Regiment. News time passed minute by minute in the long wait, and soon it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The scorching sun hanging in the sky moved from south to west, and its power was also slightly weaker than before. Prince Menshikov's heart. As time went on, he became increasingly irritable. Sitting on the ground, he got up and kicked the tree a few times before scolding, "You damned fellow." In the face of Prince Menshikov's remarks that sang and scolded Hui, all the members of the 17th Division were silent, and no one dared to say a word at this time. Under the watchful eyes of all the members of the 17th Division, Prince Menshikov kicked the big tree twice again and let out a random vent. The emerald green leaves kept falling under Prince Menshikov's riding boots. After more than 20 minutes passed again, Prince Menshikov finally became impatient. He turned around and ordered the members of the 17th Division behind him to withdraw the troops. Forget it. Just as Prince Menshikov turned to leave, there was a dense sound of hoofs in the distance, and then a huge team of horses appeared. The members of the team were uniformly dressed in green. They are so skilled. They are the most elite Cossack cavalry units in the Russian Empire. The arrival of the Cossack cavalry unit stopped Prince Menshikov from returning to the Alma Heights. He hurriedly ordered the 17th Division to stand there and wait for the Cossack cavalry. When the Cossack cavalry regiment arrived in front of Prince Menshikov, the leader of the cavalry regiment hurriedly dismounted and reported to Menshikov, "Report Commander Menshikov, that the British and French forces are now stationed in Bulganak, the north bank of the river. Why are you stationed on the north bank so early?" Prince Menshikov, who heard the news from the head of the Cossack cavalry regiment, was stunned for a moment and then asked the regiment head, "Maybe something went wrong on their side. By the way." The head of the Cossack cavalry regiment suddenly thought of something, and he hurriedly shouted to the cavalry troops behind him, "Bring them here." Prince Menshikov looked at the performance of the head of the Cossack cavalry regiment in confusion. Under the gaze of Prince Menshikov, several British lobster soldiers in red military uniforms appeared in front of Menshikov. Through the medals and epaulets worn on the chests of these lobster soldiers, Prince Menshikov immediately realized that the members of the lobster soldiers in front of him were members of the Royal Scottish Musketeers. Your Excellency, these are the prisoners we took near their camp. They were still gathering firewood at that time. The head of the Cossack cavalry regiment said proudly to Prince Menshikov, "What elite troops. Once caught, surrender. Let them go." Menshikov ordered the commander of the cavalry regiment, but the commander of the cavalry regiment had some concerns. He was afraid that these prisoners of war would be detrimental to Prince Menshikov. Anyway, they are soldiers from civilized countries, very different from those barbaric Turks. Prince Menshikov said to the cavalry commander in a kind tone. In the eyes of Prince Menshikov, the Kingdom of Britain is as civilized as the Russian Empire, but now it has gone the wrong way to help the barbarian. Wars between civilized nations should follow the morality of ancient knights, and should not kill or torture captives at will. Yes, the commander of the Cossack cavalry regiment Menshikov's order, and released several lobster soldiers. The lobster soldiers without ropes expressed their gratitude to Prince Menshikov, who immediately asked what was going on in the barracks of their coalition forces. "I'm not very clear about this either." The lobster soldier shook his head and responded to Prince Menshikov. Prince Menshikov's expression changed immediately and his attitude became tough. "You are my prisoners of war now, so I have the right to use various harsh punishments to force you to tell the truth. But I don't want to do that, and I want you to answer my questions truthfully. Your Excellency, it's not that we don't want to answer. We also don't know why we stopped." One of the lobster soldiers replied to Prince Menshikov, "Yeah, we don't know what happened. We all jumped close to the river to avoid the sweltering heat, and when we went ashore again, we were told to rest there for a while, and then a few of us were dispatched. Go to the nearby village to collect some daily necessities, and then you are caught here." Another lobster soldier responded to Prince Menshikov in a helpless tone. From their words, Prince Menshikov did not hear any flaws. However, Prince Menshikov can still be sure that some situations have indeed occurred in the Anglo-French coalition. Otherwise, this team will definitely not stop at this time point. But what can they do wrong? Just when Prince Menshikov was puzzled, another team of Cossack cavalry also appeared in the line of sight of Prince Menshikov. Gujao. When this Cossack squad of only a few dozen people came to Prince Menshikov, the head of the Cossack cavalry regiment first said, "Which army are you from? Why are there only so many people left? Did they appear? What an accident." In response to the question of the Cossack leader, the Cossack team leader hurriedly reported the situation to the Menshikov commander. "Report to the commander. We are members of the 2nd Cavalry Regiment, and our regiment leader is suffering from Bashpazuk cavalry in the pursuit of the light cavalry, so we sent us here to ask you for help." Hearing the words of the Cossack squad leader, Prince Menshikov was overjoyed, and he hurriedly ordered the Cossack cavalry regiment leader next to him, "You immediately lead your cavalry troops to support the pursued troops, and then step by step, come here. Remember not to let them see that we are trying to lure them, to create an atmosphere of closeness." "Okay. Got it. Don't worry." The head of the Cossacks, 1st Regiment, assured Prince Menshikov. After watching the Cossacks leave, Prince Menshikov, who was looking forward to catching a big fish, hurriedly ordered his men to hide so that they would not be discovered by the British and French forces. And the 2nd Cossack Regiment, not far from the jungle, was not in trouble at the moment. In the face of the combined attack of the Bashpazuk Cavalry Regiment and the Light Cavalry Regiment, 2,000 people, this Cossack Cavalry Regiment was still able to deal with them with skillful skills, and even used itself as a bait to gradually guide the two regiments to the encirclement among the Russian Empire and the British-Turkish combined cavalry chased after me, and soon a Cossack with more than 600 cavalry appeared in front of the Cossack cavalry under the leadership of their regiment commander. They raised their sabers and aimed at the British and Turkish troops behind the Cossacks and launched a counter-attack. The British and Turkish cavalry units, who were caught off guard for a while, suffered several deaths and dozens of gold medals, and the Cossacks also paid dozens of casualties that fell off their horses and were trampled to death by horses. In general, the first round of the confrontation between the British and Turkish cavalry was a tie with a numerical advantage. 2000. 1600, 600 combatants. After the first round of confrontation, the commander of the Cossack cavalry regiment firmly obeyed what Prince Menshikov had told him, and began to retreat toward the rear as the commander of the British Hussars. Earl Lugan naturally would not miss such an opportunity to beat the reservoir dogs, and he hurriedly ordered his troops to pursue the Cossack cavalry troops. The Bashpazuk cavalry unit, an ally of Britain, immediately became cautious after the last siege of the Silistra fortress. The Kurdish Saint Fatima even persuaded Count Lugan not to pursue the Cossack cavalry anymore. Their task was to investigate whether there was an army on the south bank. Now they have met the Cossack cavalry unit, which means they are ready to cross. If your soldiers are unwilling to receive this honor, then you can go back now. Earl Lugan apparently disagreed with Fatima's suggestion, and he gave Fatima an order to return directly. This order should not have been issued by Count Lugan. Count Lugan, who also despised the Turkish army in his bones, just regarded the army of the Ottoman Empire as the army of the servant country. The suzerain country reprimanded the servant country. How dare the servant country retaliate? After hearing Count Lugan's arrogant remarks, Fatima simply asked Count Lugan to lead his army to pursue the Cossacks. Bashpazuk cavalry, to report to Commander Aglan about the Earl of Lugan. Go. We must kill them. Let them see how powerful we are in Britain. Earl Lugan shouted vigorously and ordered his troops to attack the Cossacks together. Reading www.Urkanshu come under the attack of Count Lugan. The Cossacks fell one by one, and Count Lugan also came to the place where Menshikov was ambushed. The Cossack cavalry who had been running forward suddenly stopped running, and an ominous premonition enveloped Count Lugan's heart. Retreat. Seeing this, Count Lugan hurriedly ordered his men to retreat. However, Earl Lugan's order was still a step too late, and the figure of Prince Menshikov came out from the dense forest. Go. Don't let them run away. When Menshikov finished saying these words, the sound of dense gunshots rang out from the dense forest. The British deputy commander, who was leading the 4th Guards Cavalry Regiment and all the Bashpazuk cavalry in the direction of Count Lugan's pursuit, couldn't help shaking his head after hearing the gunshots in the distance. He knew that the cavalry regiment led by Earl Lugan was probably a bit more fortunate now. Quick. https://novel/117/74717881.html make France great again. https://chapter 521 lost in the first battle. The chapter is wrong. Click here to refresh. After the refresh, the editor will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please try again later. Quick. The Duke of Cambridge and Fatima, who heard the sound of gunshots in the distance, hurried over in the direction of the gunshots. Just as the 2 British and Turkish cavalry regiments rushed to the scene of the incident to support them, a group of cavalry with hundreds of people rushed towards them, and the leader was Sir Lugan. At this time, he no longer had the appearance of scolding "thank you" when chasing the Cossack cavalry, but rather like a bereaved dog being chased. Behind the light cavalry led by Sir Lugan was a Cossack cavalry of nearly 100 people. The group of saber-wielding Cossacks chased Sir Lugan's group and sneered eerily at Sir Lugan's troops ahead. The laughter made every hussar behind the Duke of Cambridge feel resentful. The commander of the 4th Hussar Regiment, which was supported by the Duke of Cambridge, couldn't help but ask the Duke of Cambridge to fight. Destroyed by a handful of nobles who did not understand cavalry fighting. Go. The Duke of Cambridge, who had a slightly gloomy expression, interrupted the commander of the cavalry regiment who asked for the battle, while staring at Sir Lugan, who was fleeing in embarrassment. There was a moment when the Earl of Cambridge hoped that Sir Lugan would die on the battlefield like a knight, instead of being chased by a guy who was several times smaller than them. It was too embarrassing. Yes. The commander of the 4th Level Corps who received the order immediately led his cavalry. He rushed in the direction of Sir Lugan. On the other hand, Sir Lugan, who was being chased by the Cossack cavalry, had a happy smile on his face. After seeing the Duke of Cambridge and Fatima. Sir Lugan knew that he had been saved, whatever punishment he might face, when he returned to the barracks, but now he had managed to escape. Now all he has to do is, in the sight of the Duke of Cambridge, Sir Lugan's speed gradually decreased. Stop. shouted Sir Lugan angrily. After hearing Sir Lugan's order, the frightened light cavalry regiment subconsciously carried out Sir Lugan's order, and the light cavalry regiment of several hundred people stopped immediately. Then Sir Lugan drew out the long sword pinned to his waist and ordered his cavalry unit to turn back, and the cavalry unit immediately turned around. When the hussars turned around, they saw that the Cossacks that had pursued them were now being attacked by the 4th Hussars. The brave and fearless 4th Light Cavalry Regiment, led by their commander, Lieutenant Colonel John Douglas, fought with a long sword and a saber-wielding Cossack. Due to the large gap in equipment between the two sides, and their morale and will to the fight were roughly the same, the Cossack cavalry, which supported nearly 100 people, was eliminated by the 4th Cavalry Regiment. Looking at the Cossack cavalry fleeing south, Sir Lugan and the surviving members of the cavalry regiment felt very ashamed. Lieutenant Colonel Lugan. A call full of anger came to Sir Lugan's ears, and it didn't take long to know that the owner of the voice was the Duke of Cambridge. Sir Lugan followed the source of the sound and turned his head to look over, and the angry Duke of Cambridge was riding his horse towards him. "Your Excellency Deputy Commander." Sir Lugan addressed the Duke of Cambridge's army with a wry smile. "What the asterisk is going on with you? How could you make such a low-level mistake? You are still an experienced commander. Don't you see that this is a low-level trap that cannot be used in low-level?" scolded Sir Lugan. Sir Lugan accepted the rebuke of the Duke of Cambridge without saying a word. The Duke of Cambridge was right. This low-level mistake is really not a mistake that an officer of his rank can make. He is willing to accept all the criticism from the Duke of Cambridge, even if the Duke of Cambridge sent him directly to the military court, and he has no complaints at all. On the other hand, the Duke of Cambridge's rebuke also protects his meaning. If the Duke of Cambridge did not say a word, Lugan was bound to be rebuked even more when he returned to the barracks. Now that the Duke of Cambridge has scolded Duke Lugan in front of everyone, the Duke of Cambridge has reason to say a few words of praise to Commander Agnan. After scolding Sir Lugan, the Duke of Cambridge, after seeing Lieutenant Colonel John Douglas of the 4th Hussars returning, beckoned Lieutenant Colonel John Douglas to come to him, pointing at John Douglas and Fatima to Sir Lugan. "If it weren't for them, you and your men would have died. Thank them soon." Sir Lugan hurriedly expressed his gratitude to John Douglas and Fatima, and at the same time, apologized for the words he had just used against Fatima. Fatima forgave Sir Lugan in the Duke of Cambridge's favor. The Duke of Cambridge then asked Lugan whether his light cavalry regiment had encountered the infantry of the Russian Empire. Lugan nodded and said to the Duke of Cambridge, "Your Excellency Deputy Commander, the Russian Empire has about a division's strength hidden in the jungle. My troops and I were accidentally caught in their trap." "Accidental? I think you are taking it lightly." The Earl of Cambridge bluntly criticized Sir Lugan. "Yes, I did take it lightly. I'm willing to accept any punishment from the coalition forces." Sir Lugan continued to criticize himself. Forget it for now. You lead the way." The Earl of Cambridge said to Sir Lugan, "I must bury the corpses of those warriors who fought for freedom." "Your excellent Deputy Commander, do we have to go back?" Sir Lugan said to the Duke of Cambridge with a slightly trembling voice. "What? You're afraid? Aren't you bold?" replied the Duke of Cambridge to Sir Lugan in a sarcastic tone. "If they're still there, I'm afraid." Sir Lugan expressed his concerns. "They won't be there anymore." The Duke of Cambridge replied firmly to Sir Lugan, "The reason why they are lying in ambush is to catch us off guard. Now that their purpose has been accomplished, stay there again. You're just putting yourself in danger." The words of the Duke of Cambridge made Sir Lugan reluctantly relieved. Under the leadership of Sir Lugan, the Duke of Cambridge and others came to the site where Sir Lugan was ambushed. In fact, just as the Duke of Cambridge expected, the 17th Division led by Menshikov did not move with any nostalgia after a successful strike. All the corpses on the ground were the corpses of the British Hussars. After a careful count, it was found that there were 267 corpses in the dense forest, which was equivalent to half of the number of people who followed Sir Lugan to break through the siege. 1,000 people, which means that 199 people are still missing. In this single battle, Menshikov nearly eliminated 2 British companies, 1 British company with 250 men of cavalry. By it, Looking at the body of the British soldier in the sunset, the Duke of Cambridge sighed slightly and responded to Lieutenant Colonel John Douglas beside him. Lieutenant Colonel John Douglas immediately organized his people to bury the dead British cavalry on the spot. Sir Lugan and Fatima also ordered their men to bury them together. It took nearly an hour for everyone to bury all the bodies. On the way, a few British cavalrymen coughed, and the Duke of Cambridge and everyone present didn't care about it. Go back. After all the bodies were buried, the Duke of Cambridge gave the order to return to everyone present. The Duke of Cambridge, who had returned to Britain's camp, immediately went with Sir Lugan to Commander Aglan and reported to him the error of Sir Lugan's. You, how did you think I promised me? Commander Aglan pointed at Sir Lugan, who bowed his head. Sir Lugan likewise accepted all of Commander Aglan's criticism without a word. Looking at Sir Lugan, who was humbly accepting criticism, Commander Aglan sighed and asked Sir Lugan, "Tell me, how do you want me to punish you?" "Your Excellency, Commander, you know that you have made a serious mistake. You can punish me as you please." Sir Lugan earnestly pleaded to Commander Aglan, "I only ask that my ancestors not be allowed to. What's been done is rubbish. You still no shame." Commander Aglan also sneered, "If your ancestors knew what you are like now, they would be afraid." Commander Aglan hesitated for a moment, then sighed again, and after pacing back and forth for 2 laps, he said, "Forget it. Now you will be relieved of the position of Commander of the 13th Hussars, and you will give me to follow the Duke of Cambridge. Study hard by your side." "Yes." Commander Aglan's light-hearted move allowed Lugan to stay in the barracks, and he hurriedly thanked Commander Aglan. "Be honest with me in the future. Use your brain when you encounter things." Commander Aglan warned Sir Lugan once again, and it could be seen that Commander Aglan still had plans to restore Officer Lugan to his post. "Yes." Sir Lugan responded with a sonorous voice to Commander Aglan. Early the next morning, the Anglo-French allied forces continued to advance on the pontoon built by the engineers overnight. After crossing the Berganac River, they walked quickly towards the Alma River. After falling ill, Commander Aglan was tacitly assumed to be the commander-in-chief to succeed Marshal St. Arnault, determined that he must reach the north bank of the Alma River before dark, and then spend another week driving Russia to the south bank of the Alma River. The Imperial Army was wiped out, a humiliation committed by the British Army before the snow point. Therefore, in this Battle of Alma, the Kingdom of Britain has to fight for the main position. Thinking of this, Commander Aglan couldn't help but look to the right, the French Empire in 2 pairs advancing in an orderly manner. At this time, Perlesier, the new acting commander-in-chief of France, who was riding on a horse, was staring at the Alma River in the distance. Chapter 522, Invention and War. The British, French, and Turkish coalition forces stopped on the north bank of the Alma River, and then arranged in 2 to 3 columns in units of companies. The distance between the columns was about 10 meters. Looking at the Kurgan Mountain and Telegraph Mountain on the south bank of the Alma River to the north bank, you can clearly see the endless line. Even soldiers who had confidence in the Russian Empire couldn't help feeling a wave of fear at the more than 100,000 coalition troops on the south bank. As for the generals of the Russian Empire, that is another viewpoint. Prince Menshikov, who is both the governor of Crimea and the Caucasus, has an unprecedented boost of self-confidence after a wave of sneak attacks. He believes that with more than 50,000 people in his hands, he will be able to defend for a few weeks. As long as he can persist until His Majesty Nicholas I sends someone to come to support, then he can form a double teaming situation with the troops who came to support him, and let these allied troops know how powerful he is. The generals under Prince Menshikov had no knowledge of the armies of Britain, France, and Satu. They were confident that, as long as the coalition troops dared to approach them, it would be the death of the coalition troops. The weak coalition troops will not be the opponents of the great Russian Empire in the bayonet competition. They only need to wait in the Kurgan Mountains to send wave after wave of coalition troops to death. In this way, the lower level soldiers of the Russian Empire did not know the thoughts of the upper level officers, and the upper level officers also disdain to know the thoughts of the lower level soldiers of the Russian Empire. Under the premise that the upper and lower levels are divided, the Russian Empire is destined to face failure. As for the coalition forces, the old General Perlesier, the commander-in-chief of France, quickly returned to a wooden house near the sea at the rear of the team after seeing part of The situation on the south bank of the Alma through a telescope point. The old General Pelissier, who entered the wooden house, saw Brigadier General Trosh, who was in charge of the wooden house. At this time, Brigadier General Trosh was leading a group of staff of the General Staff to add some details to the map on the south bank of the Alma River. The arrival of the old General Lee made Brigadier General Trosh, who briefly stopped his work and salute General Pelissier. "Commander Pelissier." "Yeah." Pelissier nodded indifferently and then asked Trosh, "How is your map redrawn? Some parameters are missing." Brigadier General Trosh responded to Pelissier, "What parameters?" Pelissier asked Brigadier General Trosh, "The military deployment of the Russian Empire and the location of the artillery." Commodore Trosh responded to Pelissier, "What method are you going to use to get it? Our army is not very close to Elma. The enemy's artillery is always aimed at us." Pelissier responded to Brigadier General Trosh, "All the way, Commander, we don't need to approach." Brigadier General Trosh responded to General Pelissier, "Please come with me." After speaking, Brigadier General Trosh left the cabin, and Pelissier also left the cabin with Brigadier General Trosh. Under the guidance of Brigadier General Trosh, General Pelissier came to an open space where a colorful rag, a brazier, and a basket large enough for 2 people were stacked. "This is?" General Pelissier asked General Trosh while looking at the pile of junk in front of him. "Commander, please wait a moment." Brigadier General Trosh responded to General Pelissier and then ordered the engineers in the open space to assemble all the broken copper and iron in Pelissier's eyes. It took dozens of soldiers from the Paris Engineering University to assemble for about an hour and finally put all the junk together. When the engineer ignited the fuel in the metal brazier, the rag seemed to be bulging after being blessed by some kind of force. It's Pelissier looked at the scene in front of him with a look of surprise. "Your Excellency, Commander, this is a hot air balloon." Brigadier General Trosh introduced the principles and uses of hot air balloons to Pelissier. After hearing Brigadier General Trosh's introduction, Pelissier couldn't help but sighed. "What a great invention. Did you invent this thing?" "The person who invented it has already died in the time of King Louis XVI. Brigadier General Trosh shrugged and responded to General Pelissier, "Really? Why didn't anyone think of using this method to investigate before?" Pelissier complained in a low voice, "Because it's easy to want this thing to float in the air, but it's very difficult to make it come down. If you don't make trouble, you will die." Brigadier Trosh replied to Pelissier, "It was the uncertainty of manned hot air balloons that brought the technology to a complete halt after Louis XVI. Human life. The most indispensable thing in the army is human life." Pelissier replied to Brigadier General Trosh with an indifferent expression, and then looked at the gadget in front of him obsessively. "This thing will help us. It's too big, even if it loses a company." Subsequently, Pelissier gave Brigadier General Trosh an order to lift off, and the manned hot air balloon carrying the staff flew into the sky point. In order to prevent the hot air balloon from being affected by the wind and flying to the camp of the Russian Empire, Brigadier General Trosh specially installed a rope on the gondola of the hot air balloon. People on the ground can control the balloon through the rope, so that the balloon will not fly out the control of the coalition point. The manned hot air balloon slowly lifted off and soon reached a height of more than 600 meters above the ground. The staff on the balloon watched the Russian Imperial Army on the south bank of the Alma River with binoculars while marking the Russian Imperial Army in Alma, the location of the soldiers on the south bank of the river. When the soldiers on the south bank of the Alma River saw the hot air balloon, they couldn't help but shouted, "Oh my God, look what that is." When the first Russian Imperial soldier found the staff member on the manned balloon, he immediately told the soldiers next to him, and then passed it 10 or 10, and the soldiers on the Kurgan Mountain and the Telegraph Mountain found the manned balloon. Many soldiers tried to shoot down the manned balloon with a musket, only to find that they could not reach the staff on the manned balloon at all. Although Prince Menshikov knew that the guy floating in the sky was likely to tell the coalition forces on the ground about their troop deployment, Prince Menshikov had nothing to do, and his troops could not conduct large-scale transfer. Any transfer may become a precursor to collapse. Another 20 minutes passed, and all the deployment of armor was recorded. The staff quietly waited for the whereabouts of the hot air balloon. The flames on the brazier weakened over time, as did the manned hot air balloon. 25 minutes later, the hanging basket slowly fell to the ground, and Commander Pelissier and Brigadier General Trosh applauded the warrior in front of him at the same time. The staff officer showed a shy smile at the corner of his mouth, and then handed over the Alma deployment he had recorded in the sky to Brigadier General Trox. Commander Pelissier and Brigadier General Trosh returned to the HUD again, and Brigadier General Trosh lowered the deployment on the other side of the Alma River to the other staff members in the HUD. The staff in charge of the Crimean Peninsula moved into action, adding troops to the drawn floor plan. After Commander Pelissier waited quietly for more than an hour, the staff of the Expeditionary Force commander finally put the drawing of the Alma River in front of Pelissier. Brigadier General Trosh suggested to Pelissier, in view of the serious shortage of the Russian Imperial Army in the Telegraph Hill area, our proposal is to use part of the troops to attack the Kurgan Hill, creating an all-out attack. The posture of the Kurgan Mountains firmly fixed the soldiers deployed by Menshkov on the Kurgan Mountains, and then selected some soldiers from the left and right flanks to form a pincer attack. Very well said. Pelissier praised Brigadier General Trosh with a surging heart. Then he returned to the front line with the plan provided by Brigadier General Trosh. At this time, the Russian Imperial Army and the British Army on the Kurgan Mountains had already begun to fight. Nearly 100 heavy artillery pieces of the Russian Empire, some of which were dismantled from naval guns, began to launch a fierce attack in the direction of Britain. The British Kingdom also did not want to be outdone. The 6-pound artillery in his hand launched an attack on the Russian Imperial Army. After the two sides fired nearly 1,000 shells, the Russian Empire killed more than 100 people, and the British Kingdom's casualties were only about 70 or 80 people. Artillery has gradually become a deterrent weapon in the war. Riyadh1.com Fewer and fewer soldiers died on the gun, and more died on the rifle. After greeting each other with artillery, the British Kingdom began to attack. The British Kingdom, lined up in 3 rows, is still advancing towards the Kurgan Mountains of the Russian Empire with rigid tactics. The Russian Empire soldiers in the trenches and bastions around Kurgan are seeing British soldiers walking on the river and erecting planks. When they try to pull the trigger, it was a pity that the musket at a distance of 300 yards could not hit the British army at all. Instead, the British Kingdom, which had crossed the Alma River, could use the Mignet gun in its hand to shoot at the soldiers of the Russian Empire in Mount Kurgan. After a round of shooting, the firepower of the Russian Empire soldiers was crushed by the British Kingdom. The soldiers of the Russian Empire had no choice but to seek the help of the artillery. This time the artillery finally did not have the stroke artillery technique when shooting in the opposite direction, and the solid shells were fired towards the foot of the Kurgan Mountains. The soldiers of the British Kingdom were smashed to death by solid shells one after another. After seeing this scene, Commander Aglan hurriedly ordered his subordinate Mengjin to withdraw his troops. The British soldiers who crossed the Alma River receded like a tide. Chapter 523, Alma Total Offensive Plan. 1. Watching the British army retreating like a tide, Commander Aglan couldn't help saying, the army of the former British Kingdom was so brave and good at fighting, but now the British army is unable to conquer even a small highland. Was this still the British army he knew? Why does it look like a Turkish army? Just when Commander Aglan was mourning for Britain's loss of military virtue, the Duke of Cambridge, who was standing beside Commander Aglan, hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this is just a small tentative attack. If you say if I feel dissatisfied, I will immediately organize personnel to continue to attack the opposite highland. Forget it. Forget it. Commander Aglan shook his head and responded to the Duke of Cambridge, You must reorganize the withdrawn troops immediately, and you must not let this failure affect the morale of our army. Yes, Your Excellency Commander. After obeying Commander Aglan's instructions, the Duke of Cambridge saluted Commander Aglan and turned to leave. Commander Aglan on the horse looked solemnly at the Kazan infantry brigade on the multifaceted bastion in the distance, then sighed, turned around and pulled back. Prince Menshkov, who was stationed on the top of the Kurgan mountain, used a telescope to see Commander Aglan in a big red military uniform in the distance, turning away with a smile on his face and shouting, We have won. After hearing Prince Menshkov's call, the two surrounding staff officers and a group of soldiers also shouted, We are victorious. 1. Past 10. 10 past 100, and the call of victory is heard throughout the Kurgan Mountains. The morale of the British army on the north bank of the Alma River inevitably fell after hearing the cheers of the Russian Empire. However, this drop in morale did not last long, and under the riding boots and whips of British officers, the breasts of the British kingdom quickly forgot about these things and devoted themselves to the next war. Just as Commander Aglan was riding towards the coalition headquarters, General Pelissier also walked towards him. The commanders of the two armies of Britain and France met in the middle of the road. Commander Aglan asked General Pelissier curiously, "Commander Pelissier, where are you going?" "I was going to find you, Commander Aglan." General Pelissier responded to Commander Aglan, "Looking for me?" Commander Aglan looked at General Pelissier suspiciously. "That's right. My staff has drawn up a plan to conquer Alma, and I want to discuss it with you," Pelissier said to Commander Aglan, pointing to the document under his arm. "Then let's go to the headquarters to discuss in detail." Commander Aglan responded to Commander Pelissier. "Yes." Pelissier nodded and replied. Pelissier and Commander Aglan came to the coalition headquarters, which is a house built on a highland 5 kilometers northwest of the Alma River. The owner of the house took his family to Simferopol long before the arrival of the four-nation coalition. Pole point. Naturally, everything in the house was forcibly requisitioned by the coalition forces to serve as the headquarters of the coalition headquarters. When General Pelissier and Commander Aglan arrived at the castle, Lama Lama, the Minister of the Kingdom of Sardinia, and Omar Pasha of the Ottoman Empire were already waiting for their arrival in the mansion. The commanders-in-chief of the expeditionary forces of the four countries sat on a round table. General Pelissier spread the document in his hand on the round table, and then put the document in the folder that had been divided into 4 parts on them. Everyone said in front of and behind, "Look at it first." The 3 people present looked at the plan brought by General Pelissier page by page. After a while, Commander Aglan said, "I don't agree to use Mount Kurgan as a feint target." Commander Aglan, what are your thoughts on this plan? General Pelissier asked Aglan with a humbly expression. "It is undeniable. This plan is indeed a near perfect plan, but I think we should target both Akil Mountain and Telegraph Mountain, and launch a devastating attack on the Russian Empire on the mountain." Commander Aglan he opened his mouth and responded to General Pelissier. "However, this approach may lead to a large number of casualties, and a frontal attack is too unwise." Pelissier retorted to Commander Aglan, and then pointed to the map, and said to Commander Aglan, "We only need to contain part of the Russian Empire soldiers living on the Kurgan Mountains, so that they have no way to move. In this way, our remaining troops can be double-teamed, and attacked in a pincer shape. We will definitely be able to wipe out the Russian Empire guarding the Kurgan and Telegraph Mountains in one fell swoop army. Our own troops are much more than the Russian Empire. Why take the risk, if we can push it flat?" Commander Aglan also replied plausibly, although Commander Aglan said that he should not take risks and remain steady. In fact, Commander Aglan was thinking about how to win the honor of conquering Mount Kurgan. Pelissier's plan is indeed a practical plan, but it is somewhat unfriendly to the Kingdom of Great Britain. If you follow Pelissier's plan, the honor of conquering Mount Kurgan will probably not belong to the British Kingdom alone, because the British Kingdom cannot implement Pelissier's plan with the existing troops. This is very unfriendly to Commander Aglan, who has always wanted to wash his shame. If that's the case, then do what you want. General Pelissier took a step back, pointing to the map on the table and said, "Tomorrow morning, Britain and Turkey will attack Mount Kurgan with all their strength, and France and Saskatchewan will attack Mount Kurgan with all their strength. The army is attacking Telegraph Hill Heights Valley." Yes. After the deliberation, everyone returned to their respective camps for the next step of deployment. That night, General Pelissier, the acting commander of France, came to the camp of the Kingdom of Sardinia. "Welcome." Lama Lama, Minister of War of the Kingdom of Sardinia, hurriedly walked out of the camp to meet General Pelissier after receiving a report from his own soldiers. "Minister Malama, I want to talk to you about tomorrow's attack. I wonder if you have time." General Pelissier asked directly. "Of course there is time." Lama Lama immediately responded to Pelissier, and then entered the tent with General Pelissier. Lama Lama, who had just sat down, immediately asked General Pelissier, "Coffee or tea?" "Coffee." Policia responded to Llama 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 More called his adjutant and ordered his adjutant to prepare 2 cups of coffee and some cakes specially delivered from the Apennine Peninsula. No matter where, the Sardinian kingdom has always maintained a luxurious and hedonistic style. Of course, this situation is not limited to the Kingdom of Sardinia. The living standards of all high-ranking officers, including France, are severely divided by the lower ranks. However, the Sardinian kingdom is more severe in terms of fragmentation. Snacks and coffee from Italy soon entered the camp, and Policia and La Meramore were discussing while eating pastries. I plan to put all the regiments of our 2 countries that are good at mountain operations into the plan to attack Telegraph Mountain. Said, these regiments will conduct climbing operations near the cliff, and when they climb to the top of the mountain, they will immediately flank and outflank the defenders on Telegraph Mountain. During the landing of these regiments, I would send my guards division to deter the troops on Telegraph Hill, making them mistakenly believe that we were attacking Telegraph Hill from the front, so that they would not be able to detect our flank deployment. When all our mountain troops have reached the south bank, it is time for us to launch a general attack on the Russian troops on the high mountains. At that time, those regiments will become an important force in attacking the highlands and mountains. Policia told Llama Llama about his plan to be cut in half by Commander Aglan. Llama Llama pondered for a moment, then nodded and responded to Policia. Commander Policia, I agree with you. It's great to be able to get your consent. With a smile on General Policia's face, he stretched out his hand and said to Llama Llama. General Policia and General Llama Llama shook hands with each other, and then General Policia returned to the camp under the asterisk of Llama Llama Point. By the way, after the meeting, Commander Aglan and Omar Pasha did not communicate with Policia and Llama Llama Point. Therefore, in the hearts of the 2 people, each has a set of offensive plans, just as General Policia was about to lie down on the marching bed and prepare to rest. Brigadier General Trosh appeared in General Policia's tent. What happened? General Policia asked Brigadier General Trosh suspiciously. General Policia, Marshal Saint Arnault is awake. Brigadier General Trosh excitedly to General Policia. After listening to Brigadier General Trosh's words, General Policia's eyes flashed with loneliness. Marshal Saint Arnault's awakening means responded that he, the acting commander-in-chief, will once again become the commander of the 3rd Division. Point. Although Policia was a little unwilling in his heart, he still had a happy smile on his face. He hurriedly got up from the bed and followed Brigadier General Trosh to the convalescent place of Marshal Saint Arnault. Riyadh 1.com. At this time, Marshal Saint Arnault still had a face with a short life. He was panting and thanked Policia for being able to take over his position to maintain the stability of France when he was critically ill. Please, don't say that. Now that you are awake, you should be the Marshal of France as the Commander-in-Chief. General Policia respectfully said to Marshal Saint Arnault in front of him. General Policia, do you see how I can command the army in my current state? Marshal Saint Arnault weakly responded to General Policia. Since they chose you to hold this position, then I hope you will not refuse. Like me, you are one of the first generals to support His Majesty, and you are qualified to lead them. Besides, Marshal Saint Arnault paused and said to Policia in a low voice, don't you want to get a marshal's scepter? Policia, who thought of the marshal's scepter, couldn't help taking a deep breath. A marshal was the highest honor a general could get, and Policia naturally wanted to get a marshal's scepter. Even if the gold content of the marshal's scepter of the empire is far less than that of the original empire. Chapter 524, Alma Total Offensive Plan 2. What should I do, Marshal? Saint Arnault's condition was undoubtedly a huge temptation for Policia, who aspired to become the Marshal of the Empire, so that Policia couldn't help but ask Marshal Saint Arnault. Cough, cough. Saint Arnault coughed violently. Brigadier General Trax, who was standing beside Saint Arnault, immediately handed over the wet wipes hanging by the bed to Saint Arnault. Marshal's hands. Marshal Saint Arnault, who put the towel to his mouth, coughed even harder. When Marshal Saint Arnault handed the towel back to Brigadier General Trax, a bloodstain appeared on the towel. Marshal, are you alright? Brigadier General Trax asked Marshal Saint Arnault worriedly. What can I do? Marshal Saint Arnault's pale face showed a smile. Brigadier General Trax, you go out first, but Brigadier General Trax looked at Marshal St. Ono worriedly. General, Policia and I have something to say. Hurry up. Marshal St. Arnold conveyed the order to Brigadier General Trax with a straight face. Yes. Brigadier General Trosh had to leave the room. There were only 2 people left in the room, Marshal St. Arnold and Brigadier General Trax. Marshal St. Arnold said to Policia with a serious face, I can't live much longer. Hearing Marshal St. Arnold's words, Policia's face showed a look of consternation, and he hurriedly said to Marshal St. Arnold, Your Excellency Commander, please don't say such depressing words. The expedition is still waiting for you in person. Lead. I am not saying this in despair. Marshal St. Arnold said in a plain tone with a hint of despair. He slowly said, I know my physical condition very well. Now my body is like a thread that is about to burn out. I can clearly feel the life force draining from my body. I'm afraid it won't be long before I meet God's arms on this island. However, I hope to see Sevastopol in person before I die. The fortress has been conquered. General Policia, I wonder if you can fulfill my wish. Let me leave no regrets before returning to the arms of the Lord. I can assure you that during this time, I will not interfere with any of your actions. When you take the fortress of Sevastopol, I will personally ask Paris for you. The conditions put forward by Marshal St. Ono were very simple. If Policia captured the Sevastopol fortress before his death, then he would commend his merits to the Emperor and let the Emperor make him the Marshal of the. After listening to Marshal St. Arnold's conditions, General Policia was silent for a moment, then stood up and saluted Marshal St. Arnold and responded, Your Excellency Marshal, I promise you that Sevastopol will be captured as soon as possible. Fortress. After speaking, Policia left Marshal St. Arnold's room. Thanks. At 5 a.m. the next morning, the Alma River shrouded in the morning mist exuded a quiet and elegant atmosphere. A soldier with a bugle came out of the tent hidden in the mist and stood on the lawn wet with dew. Superior. A loud and long bugle sound woke the French soldiers in the camp from their sleep. The French soldiers walking out of the camp yawned and cursed at the soldiers playing the bugle. After staring for nearly an hour, the more than 60,000 French soldiers finally came to their senses, and they were once again arranged in 2 columns corresponding to each other. At 7 a.m., the early morning fog completely disappeared without a trace, leaving only a round of fiery red discs hanging in the eastern sky. Looking at the ranks of the French Empire troops who were ready to go, Commander Policia, who was riding on a horse, showed a satisfied smile on his face. Then General Policia looked at the Kingdom of Sardinia not far from him. At this time, the Kingdom of Sardinia, like the French Empire, was all assembled and ready to set off at any time. At present, the 2 countries of France and Sardinia are all ready, and it stands to reason that the Ottoman Empire and the Kingdom of Britain should also be ready. In order to understand the situation of the British and Turkish troops, General Policia called Captain Jerome Patterson and asked him to go to the British and Turkish camps to see if they had assembled like France. Captain Jerome Patterson, who received the order, rode a horse and rushed to the Ottoman Empire camp first. In front of the Ottoman Empire camp, Jerome Patterson did not see an orderly army, but looked at a group of soldiers running around like headless flies. Jerome Patterson had to enter the military camp of the Ottoman Empire and found Omar Pasha, who was commanding the logistics force in the rear, and asked him when he would be able to reorganize the army. Omar Pasha told Jerome Patterson it took the Ottomans about 2 hours to get the army in order. Hearing the answer, Jerome Patterson left the Ottoman army camp and went to the British Kingdom army camp instead. In the barracks of the British Kingdom, Jerome Patterson saw much the same scene as what he saw in the Ottoman barracks. The chaotic army and poor logistics made it impossible for the British Kingdom to organize the army at the specified time. Jerome Patterson could only step into the British military camp and find Commander Aglan with the help of the soldiers in the camp. Give me 2 hours. Before Jerome Patterson could speak, Commander Aglan spoke first. Okay. Jerome Patterson nodded, then turned his horse back. On the way back, Jerome Patterson was undoubtedly extremely proud. By comparing the logistics of France and Britain, he could know how big the gap between the 2 armies was. He would bet that the French army of the same size would fight against the British army. If so, the final winner must be the French Empire army. Jerome Patterson, who returned to the French camp, told General Polisia what he had seen in Ottoman and Britain. After General Polisia listened to what Jerome Patterson said, he couldn't help but sighed. I didn't expect that the British Kingdom's army would turn into what it is now. General Polisia suddenly remembered that the reason why the French Empire was able to mobilize so much was due to the Emperor's foresight. If it were not for the Emperor's willingness to improve the logistics and transportation system of the army, the French Imperial Army would probably have been reduced to the same level as the current Britain. General Polisia couldn't help but admire Jerome Bonaparte, who was far away in Paris. At this moment, he was even more convinced that the Emperor in Paris was the one who led them to revival. Then we'll have to wait for them for a while, Polisia said helplessly, and then Polisia revised the combat schedule and changed the original attack plan to the coffee brewing plan. At 10:30 am, the coalition forces finally assembled. The people on the left of the line are the British, and the people on the right are the French. Turkish and Sardinian armies were behind the British, and in the middle of the French. The commanders of Britain, France, and Saturn gathered again, and a coalition force of 150,000 people marched towards the other side of the Alma River. Today's Prince Menshikov did not choose to stay on the top of the mountain, but chose to be with the Kazan infantry brigade in the multifaceted bastion. He saw the British army walking towards them through the telescope, and could not help but sneered loudly. I see, is it? The group of Brits who were beaten back by us yesterday are going to come over and die again today. Then let them see how powerful we are. The soldiers around also responded with a big smile. Menshikov did not know that the British army in this frontal attack was very different from yesterday, when Britain's most elite Highland Brigade infantry lined up and came within range of the Russian Empire. The Highland Brigade commander Sir Colin Campbell on horseback encouraged his officers. Gentlemen, you will soon be going into a glorious and brutal war, so I want each of you to understand that your job is only to move forward. Your job is to crush everyone in front of you, and I won't allow you to do anything but this other things. As long as you do things that are not critical to moving forward, I promise to teach you a lesson after the war. Your name will be wiped from the parish, and the government will give you money it won't be sent to you either. In short, your mission is to cross this river, then climb to the middle of the mountain, and teach those arrogant Russians a lesson. Do you understand? Understood. The Highland Brigade shouted at their brigade commander with a sigh of relief before moving on. Emission. With the order of Prince Menshikov, more than 100 artillery pieces on Mount Kurgan began to fire, and a soldier of the Highland Brigade was hit by the shell and fell to the ground. This time, the British army showed a strong resilience different from before. Riyadh1.com. After a Highland Brigade soldier died, the Highland Brigade soldiers behind him rushed to the front to fill the vacancy. After the Highland Brigade crossed the Alma River, Prince Menshikov's artillery team was even more powerful, and one cannonball could always kill 2 or 3 soldiers. Even so, the soldiers of the High and Low Brigades still marched forward at a steady pace. After reaching the range of the minute gun, the soldiers of the Highland Brigade in the first row squatted down, and the soldiers in the second and third rows raised the minute in their hands. Rifle shot at the Russian Empire behind the mound. The vast majority of the Russian Imperial soldiers hurriedly squatted behind the earth mound and fired many times. The Mignet gun hit the earth mound and made a pop sound. The Imperial Russian soldiers then began to fight back, but since their army rifles were still muskets, they were simply unable to do any damage to the Highland Brigade. The two armies spent nearly half an hour between the foothills and the mountainside of the Kurgan Mountains. Hundreds of soldiers died in the war. Just as Prince Menshikov focused his full attention on the British direction, the French Empire on the right edge of the battlefield made new advances unnoticed. Chapter 525, Friends of the Coalition. Kyriako. Make France great again. While the British and Russian armies were at a standoff on Mount Kurgan, the Russian soldiers of the Moscow Regiment, Minsk Regiment and Kiev Hussar Regiment on the Telegraph Hill Heights on the left flank of Mount Kurgan still did not know that a sudden attack was about to come to the top of their heads. The vast majority of the soldiers in these 3 regiments are now squatting on the high ground of Telegraph Hill under the leadership of their stupid commander, Lieutenant General Kyriako, who is drunk, waiting for the order of Prince Menshikov on Mount Kurgan. A small number of soldiers were dispatched by Kyriako to the French troops on the southern bank of the cliffs to watch point on the north bank of the Alma River near the coastline. A huge team also appeared. They are the assault brigade specially prepared by General Pelissier in order to capture the Telegraph Mountain Heights. This assault brigade is a team led by Major General Bosquet, the commander of the French 2nd Division. The brigade has 2 Juaf regiments and 1 Sardinian. The Chasseur regiment and an artillery battalion also have 3 artillery companies under the same artillery battalion. Each artillery company has 6 artillery pieces, which can be said to be well equipped and well equipped, superior. The well-armed assault brigade, under the orders of their commander, Major General Bosray, took off the rucksacks behind them, swam in groups of 3 across the Alma River, and then under the cover of the trees below the cliffs, climbed the cliff. In the process of Zouave soldiers climbing the cliff, the Russian Imperial soldiers watching the north bank on the edge of the cliff were in a state of indifference at this time. They did not believe that anyone could climb this cliff 50 meters above the south bank unless the French soldiers all have a pair of wings. When the first group of 21 Zouave soldiers climbed the cliff, they immediately hid behind the rock point. The Russian Empire, who was responsible for guarding the cliff, didn't notice that the Zouave soldiers had come up quietly, so the first group of Zouave soldiers slowly approached the Russian soldiers on the edge of the cliff without the Russian Empire soldiers' knowledge, and then took out the dagger at his waist, was aimed hard at the neck of the Russian Empire soldier. The sharp dagger severed the vocal cords and blood vessels of the Russian Empire soldier, and blood continued to spurt from the Russian Empire soldier's Adam's apple. The Russian Empire soldier, who was in unbearable pain, wanted to make a sound to remind his comrades in the rear, but found that he couldn't make any sound at all. The sound of point. The 40-member Russian team monitoring the cliff was directly killed by the Zouave regiment that climbed up. After killing the Russian soldiers on the edge of the cliff, the first team immediately waved to the follow-up troops who were climbing below the cliff. The follow-up troops were able to continue their climb, and Lieutenant General Kiriakou on Telegraph Hill Heights had no idea what was going on here. About half an hour later, Kiriakou, who was holding a wine bottle, remembered that the Russian Empire on the edge of the cliff had not reported the situation to him for a long time. Lieutenant General Kiriakou, who was full of alcohol, found the head of his Moscow regiment, and asked him why there was no news about the cliff. "Would you like me to take a look?" The head of the Moscow regiment asked Lieutenant General Kiriakou. "Go back quickly." Kiriakou nodded and agreed to the request of the head of the Moscow regiment. After the head of the Moscow regiment left, Lieutenant General Kiriakou took another sip of the wine that was left in the bottle and staggered back to the wooden house to lie on the table. The head of the Moscow regiment, who was instructed by Lieutenant General Kiriakou, hurriedly led a team of 20 people to follow him to the edge of the cliff to check the situation. When the head of the Moscow regiment was only more than 300 meters away from the cliff, a bullet was fired. A whoosh shot from behind the rock in the distance to the head of the regiment's eye. The head of the regiment, who was caught off guard, was directly hit by the bullet in the eyeball, and the bullet that hit the eyeball penetrated the head of the head with its huge kinetic energy. The bullet took only 2 seconds to destroy the commander, who spent a lot of money forging in the Russian Empire. The head of the regiment fell heavily to the ground, and the Russian soldiers on the side hurriedly put up their guns and looked around to find the guy who shot and killed the head of the regiment. Before the group of Russian soldiers found the killer of the regiment leader, the second wave of bullets hit the Russian soldiers in the chest. More than 20 Russian soldiers and a regiment commander were all wiped out in about 2 minutes, leaving only a few cast iron bullets at the scene. The murderer was also more than 400 meters away from the group of Russian Imperial soldiers. The sound of gunshots in the distance made the Russian Imperial officers deployed on Telegraph Hill have a bad feeling. After hearing the gunshots, the head of the Minsk regiment hurriedly came to Lieutenant General Kiriakou, report to Kiriakou the movement on the edge of the cliff, and boldly put forward his own guess. "Your Excellency Lieutenant General, do you think the coalition forces climbed to the top of the mountain?" The Minsk commander asked Kiriakou. "No. Impossible. How could they climb up from such a high cliff?" Lieutenant General Kiriakou, who lived up to the name of trash, decisively denied the correct answer, and then put on a posture of holding a wisdom pearl, and proposed my own guess. "Furthermore, their main force is already under our surveillance. Even if a small number of troops climb up, it will not help. I guess the soldiers on the cliff are using muskets to attack the soldiers on the other side. They always doing some useless work. Is this really the case?" The head of Minsk was still a little skeptical. He suggested to Lieutenant General Kiriako that he should lead the troops to the edge of the cliff to check the situation. If there is nothing wrong, it would be better. If something does happen, they can also prepare early. I've already sent other people over. Don't go there again. Lieutenant General Kiriako looked impatiently at the regiment commander in front of him and said, "Your task now is to keep me here. When Prince Menshkov needs you, you will put it on me immediately. Do you understand?" "Got it." The head of Minsk heard Lieutenant General Kiriako's impatience, so he had to put down his guesses and honestly squatted in the trenches. After the head of Minsk left, Lieutenant General Kiriako muttered, "It's really troublesome." After that, he continued to indulge in a state of intoxication. With the help of Kiriako, a French friend, not only all the members of the assault brigade climbed up smoothly, but an infantry brigade of the 2nd Division also changed its original plan and climbed the cliff. 2 brigades of 14,000 men, under the command of Major General Box, advanced in the direction of Telegraph Hill. The head of the Minsk regiment stationed in the ditch of Telegraph Mountain was shocked when he saw the French troops marching in a horizontal line in the distance. He hurried to the residence of Lieutenant General Kiriako. "Lieutenant General wakes up. I didn't tell you. Wait a while. Why don't you listen? If you think you are more capable than me, you can come and be my Lieutenant General." Kiriako's expression changed from the previous one. Patience turned into disgust, and his tone became impolite. "Your Excellency Lieutenant General, now is not the time to speak out." The head of Minsk hurriedly reported to Lieutenant General Kiriako, "The French army is about to fight." Hearing that Kiriako of the French army suddenly woke up a lot, he immediately asked him, "Regiment commander, where did you hear about it? Do you still need to hear about it?" Looking at the out-of-tune Lieutenant General in front of him, the head of Minsk was about to cry, "They are already approaching our position. It is expected." Before the head of the Minsk regiment could finish speaking, a shell broke into Lieutenant General Kiriako's wooden house. "Be careful." The Minsk commander hurriedly grabbed the collar of Lieutenant General Kiriako and fled the cabin. Just the second after Kiriako escaped from the cabin, the shell exploded inside the cabin, destroying the entire cabin. This Lieutenant General Kiriako looked at the blown-up wooden house in horror. "Your Excellency Lieutenant General, give an order quickly." When he knew that the voice of the head of the Minsk regiment reached Kiriako's ears, Kiriako quickly nodded and ordered the head of the Minsk regiment to reason. After the head of the Minsk regiment left, the deputy head of the Moscow regiment, covered in blood, appeared in front of Kiriako to report the situation of the Moscow regiment to Kiriako. The current Moscow regiment is fighting very hard without a commander. Their muskets simply don't have the range of the rifles of the opposing French army, so that they can't hit the opponent, but the opponent can hit them. In addition, the French army on the opposite side has powerful artillery. Now their entire regiment of more than 3,000 people is being beaten by the French Empire on the opposite side. Many soldiers dare not show their heads from the trenches. P.S. The establishment of the Russian Empire is amazing. There are more than 6,000 dissatisfied divisions, and there are also reinforcement groups that far exceed the establishment. Now you are the head of the Moscow regiment. You have to lead your team to stick to the front line. Artillery, artillery. Lieutenant General Kiriako pondered for a while and said, "In terms of artillery, I will immediately report to the Prince Menshkov applied. Remember to hold on, there will be a way to persevere." After the Moscow Quasi commander left, Lieutenant General Kiriako ran to the front of the Kiev Hussars and ordered the Kiev Hussars to attack the French flank in an effort to disrupt the deployment of the French Empire army, and at the same time, sent some Hussars to serve as messengers. The soldiers turned to Prince Menshkov of the Kurgan Mountains for help. The Kiev Hussars, led by their regiment commanders, turned on their horses, and the vast majority of the cavalry rushed to the frontline battlefield, and a few went to the Kurgan Mountains for help. Lieutenant General Kiriako, holding champagne, also rushed to the location of the Minsk regiment. When Lieutenant General Kiriako came to the front line, the Moscow regiment, which was originally on the front line, was forced to give up its position under the attack of the French assault brigade, and squatted in a trench with the Minsk regiment. The two regiments of nearly 6,000 Russian Imperial soldiers squatted in the same trench. The trench that could only accommodate about 5,000 people now accommodates nearly 6,000 people. The scene is a bit chaotic. Just when the Minsk Regiment and the Moscow Regiment were pushing for space in the trench, a team of about 800 to 900 Kiev Hussars entered the field from the flank. Unexpectedly, the Russian Empire would place a cavalry assault brigade on the high ground of Telegraph Mountain, and had to change from a horizontal formation to a hollow phalanx. Seeing this, the Kiev Hussars hurriedly drove their horses forward, and he wanted to strike France before the assault brigade formed a hollow phalanx. After seeing this scene, Lieutenant General Kiriakou in the trench hurriedly ordered the Minsk Regiment and the Moscow Regiment to attack the French camp, but the head of the Minsk Regiment hesitated. "But what? Listen to my order to attack." Lieutenant General Kiriakou reprimanded his regiment commander sharply. The Minsk Regiment commander and the Moscow Quasi commander had no choice but to carry out Lieutenant General Kiriakou's orders in accordance with the defense provided. The leader of the Kiev Hussars, who was leading the charge forward, probably never imagined that the first wave of damage he suffered was not the opponent in front of them, but the teammates behind them. The Moscow Regiment and the Minsk Regiment started firing under the orders of Lieutenant General Kiriakou, but by accident went in the wrong direction. The Kiev Hussars, who had not yet rushed to the front of the French army, had lost nearly 50 people in the first round of the Russian Empire's attack, and the head of the Kiev Side Cavalry Regiment also fell among these 200 people. Make France great again. https://end of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.